Chapter 1622. It was a muscular man, tall and straight. His black hair draped over his chest and back, giving him a wild and untamed air. His eyes were sharp, and blood chi surged up from the top of his head like a roiling sea. As he stood there, it felt as if the entire universe was about to collapse. The strength of his fleshly body was simply too shocking, giving people a feeling that it was unreal. Yi Fan was a bit taken aback. This majestic man looked a bit unfamiliar, but he immediately knew who he was. That was because his golden blood chi and origin energy were too similar to his own. This was the disciple he had accepted in the 50th stage of the human race's ancient road, Yang Shi, who had saint blood coursing through his veins. So many years had passed, and the rotten child from back then had grown to this level. If it weren't for the fact that his aura was similar, it would be hard to associate him with this person. The immaturity of his youth had long since faded away. Now, he was an indomitable spirit, a peerless expert who dominated an entire region. Master. Yang Shi rushed over, his entire body wreathed in golden blood chi and scarlet light. He was extremely powerful, and nothing could stop him. He immediately dropped to his knees and kowtowed, calling out, "Master." He was extremely emotional, and hot tears rolled down his cheeks. His body was trembling uncontrollably. When the grievous news came, although Yang Shi was no longer a child, he still cried for several days, unable to control himself. He hated himself for his low cultivation base, for not being able to fight for Yi Fan. He could only wait for that outcome. Because of this, Yang Shi had worked harder than anyone else in the past 300 years. He had bitterly cultivated without rest, which was why he had such a shocking cultivation base. Even those who walked the Emperor's road feared him. During these years, he was simply the second Yi Fan. Golden blood flowed through his veins, and he cultivated the supreme technique of the Saint Physique bloodline. He had swept away all opponents. There was no need to doubt Yang Shi's strength. He had long since been revered by everyone, and was an extremely difficult person to deal with. Even the most powerful people in Yi Fan's generation hadn't dared to touch him. At this moment, he revealed his true feelings. Tears streamed down his face as he said in a trembling voice, "Master, is that really you? Back then, you died in battle outside the domain." The news came so suddenly. At that time, he was heartbroken, but he was powerless to defy the heavens. His master took his life, so he could only cry in grief. And now, they could meet again. Even though he wasn't young anymore, he couldn't help but weep. His body trembled as he knelt on one knee in front of Yi Fan. Yi Fan also felt a lump in his throat. With the passage of time, many things had changed. He helped Yang Shi up and sized her up, nodding his head repeatedly. "Good boy, you've grown up." There were many things that didn't need to be said. Everything was understood without words, and the emotions contained within were reflected in the fluctuations of his emotions. "Master, you're back." "Mistress, senior brother, Black Emperor." If many people in the celestial court knew about this, they would definitely be shocked and cry tears of joy. "Everyone misses you dearly. We will meet again," Yi Fan said bitterly. He didn't hide anything from his disciple. 300 years had passed. It wasn't that he didn't want to return, it was just that he hadn't been able to move for long. "Master, wait a moment. I'll chase away these flies," Yang Shi said to Yi Fan. He wiped away his tears and then suddenly turned around, facing the distance. His face was cold as he said, "My master even fought a supreme being to the death. Even the heavens couldn't subdue him. Who do you think you are?" Scram. He was naturally furious. Back then, Gai Jiuyo, Jiang Taishu, and Ji Zi had passed away one after another, causing the people of the heavenly village to grieve for a long time. In the end, Yi Fan encountered such a thing when he returned. This voice was like a clap of thunder. This roar caused the sky to collapse, and many people's souls to almost leave their bodies. This was the power of a saint bloodline. His physical body was terrifying, and his blood chi overflowed the heavens. Yang Shi had been considered the second of Yi Fan for many years, This kind of unparalleled might was rarely seen in the world. Many people retreated, involuntarily trembling. Their blood flowed faster, following the rumbling sound. However, there was no lack of peerless experts among those who came over. After hearing this, their expressions naturally became ice cold. Someone said, "Junior, you are too arrogant. When we moved unhindered through the world, you weren't even born yet. Even if it was your master who said these words, it still wouldn't be enough." However, as soon as his words sounded, before Xianxia even said anything, a sea of shouts sounded from the back. The people who came with sacred hearts never left, far more than the people who came from Imperial Pass. Those who bore hostility were all shocked. With so many experts here, this represented a type of great power to begin with. If they directly dealt with Yi Fan, then it might incur the wrath of the people of this world. Forget about whether or not he is the true Saint Body Yi Fan. Even if he is, there won't be any emotions here. He is worthy of respect, but this is the Ascension battlefield. The struggle for supremacy in the Emperor path cannot be coward. The only thing we can do is that if we win, we can leave him with his life. You are correct. The Saint Body Yi Fan is worthy of respect. If we win against him, we definitely won't kill him. The one who spoke came from Overlord Body's ancestral star, within his body flowing the most heavenly Overlord blood. He and the Saint Body had been mortal enemies since ancient times. He spoke of respect, but his words were truly a type of provocation and humiliation. A group of flies and dogs also dares to act arrogantly. Have the Overlord crawl out here and accept death. You all don't have the qualifications to stand here. Killing you all would be dirtying my master's eyes. This was Xianxi's reply. He towered there like a great golden mountain, overlooking those who came from Overlord Body's ancestral star, not placing them in his eyes at all. Everyone was greatly shaken, all of them incredibly shocked. Regardless of whether it was the enemies or the experts who came to protect Yi Fan, they all shivered inwardly. Overlord, back then, was defeated under Yi Fan's hands, but his true strength was definitely heaven-defying, rarely encountering an opponent in this world. In the entire starry sky, there weren't many who dared fight against him. After several hundred years, Yi Fan's disciple grew up, actually directly challenging the Overlord. How could they not be alarmed? He was going to fight in his master's place, meet the Overlord again. Did the Overlord come? No one knew, but no matter what, with Xianxia here, there was bound to be a battle between dragons and tigers. As expected, the expressions of those who came from Overlord Body's ancestral star changed. Immediately, someone broke through the void and rushed toward Xianxia, wanting to fight him. Your tyrant blood is thin, and you are merely descendants. But since you all come from that star, even if you don't provoke my master, just because that old bastard tyrant body is your ancestor, I will still kill all of you. Xianxia was extremely domineering, directly rushing over. He wasn't facing a single person, but all four of them at the same time. With a wave of his palm, a vast and mighty golden astral wind swept out, boundlessly terrifying. The enmity between Overlord Body and Saint Body was too deep. It had started in the mythological era, and they had always fought to the death. Now that they encountered each other, they naturally viewed each other with hostility. They wanted nothing more than to immediately kill Yi Fan and Xianxia. These people were very strong, but unfortunately, they had encountered a Saint Body with a pure bloodline. Their diluted tyrant blood was not enough, and as soon as they clashed, they suffered a great loss. Pooh! The power of Xianxi's palm was truly too strong. Even in this place where the laws of the great Tao were suppressed, the astral wind he produced still turned the mountain range in front of him into flying ashes. Moreover, the first person who rushed over was directly smashed into pieces by his palm. His corpse flew in all directions, and purple blood splashed everywhere. This scene caused everyone's hair to stand on end. Just how powerful was this person? He truly had Yi Fan's style, and as expected, he was a direct descendant. For so many years, everyone had been talking about Yi Fan's disciples because they were too powerful, and each one was more terrifying than the last. Among them, Xianxia was undoubtedly a very special one. This was because he and Yi Fan had similar bloodlines, and it was inevitable that he would be compared to his master. In these 300 years, Xianxia had never been burdened by this. On the contrary, he had encouraged himself because of this, hoping that he wouldn't tarnish his master's reputation. He wanted the world to see the continuation of his master's sacred bloodline and continue to blossom with resplendent brilliance. Without a doubt, he had succeeded. Although he wasn't a first-generation saint body, after many years of tempering, he had already reached great heights. He had activated the ancient bloodline's secret realm, and was not any weaker than a true ancient saint body. Even flies and dogs like you dare insult my master? All of you, just die. Xianxia did what he said. His movements were unfathomable and incomparably terrifying. He was like a golden humanoid tyrannical dragon as he moved through the air, a single leap crossing thousands of zhang. Pooh, pooh, in the end, those people were all killed, every single fist drawing blood, bone-fracturing sounds. Xianxia didn't waste too much energy, wiping them all out in one go. Killed well. Many people roared. This place erupted with commotion. In the past, the Great Completion tyrant body massacred the Star Domain, participating in the darkness chaos. It left everyone in grief and indignation, but they couldn't do anything about it. If not for the Great Completion tyrant body sleeping there would have been people who went to tyrant body's ancestral star to fight. Now that someone took action like this, it naturally made everyone feel carefree. The pilgrims who followed in Yifan's footsteps were all cheering. Their numbers were great, and right now, there was already a large amount of people gathered, facing the other side with equal harshness. Those were, without a doubt, the most powerful experts who had just descended from Imperial Pass, all of them incomparably powerful. Right at this time, a man who was tall like a devil carried an aura that suppressed the 9 great heavens. He walked over step by step, making the mountains, rivers, and all living things tremble. His appearance made the entire battlefield immediately become quiet, not a single person saying anything. It was because this type of aura was too intimidating, actually leaving one with a soul-trembling fear. Overlord. After more than 300 years, Yifan saw this person again. Overlord's appearance made everyone here feel a type of fear, because he was too powerful. That type of "I am the only one," exceptional and unmatched stance left everyone deeply shaken. He directly stared at Yifan. Between his thick hair, a pair of eyes were like blades, sharp and oppressive, able to split apart the sky. I never expected to see you again. Can we still fight? Overlord's voice was resounding and deafening, making many people on the battlefield tremble, their ears feeling like they were going to split apart. You are still going to lose. Yifan spoke, his voice extremely soft, and also extremely natural, but it was like a great bell that shook the world. Many people were greatly shaken when they heard this. This was like a clap of thunder. After 300 years passed, Yifan's body's condition was extremely terrible, even losing magical force, yet he was still this confident. When everyone looked at him, they all carried a type of deep reverence. Under the sunlight, Yifan's body burned with a layer of brilliance, giving him a type of unmatched style. It had already been 300 years. His magical Dao fragments disappeared, but his flesh, after fighting against a supreme being, was reconstructed again. It became even more powerful. In this battle, he didn't fear anyone. You are too arrogant. Overlord's eyes became even more terrifying. They didn't have pupils, instead turning into terrifying purple light, hacking out terrifying beams of light like blades. Years ago, he had been defeated by Yifan, which was the greatest humiliation of his life. When he found out that Yifan was still alive, his entire body trembled, and the violet blood in his body boiled. He wanted to avenge the humiliation of the past. Hegemon, Xianxia shouted, stop putting on airs. Years ago, my master defeated you. If it weren't for the Dao protectors from the ancient road interceding on your behalf, you would already be dead. What qualifications do you have to contend with my master? Today, I'll fight you. He had already asked for Yifan's permission and was going to fight against the Overlord. He walked forward with large steps. The Saint Body bloodline was truly incredible. This was what everyone was thinking in their hearts. They were all shaken. Years ago, Yi Fan had already defeated the Overlord, and now, his disciple had also grown up and was about to fight the Overlord. The Overlord's entire body was seething with violet qi. With a roar, the mountains and rivers in the surroundings all collapsed. His expression was incomparably cold, and incomparably terrifying. To him, this was intolerable. In the back, someone spoke up, saying, "Are the younger generation all this arrogant now?" That was a sphere of flames, within it a humanoid figure that came from Imperial Pass. Right now, he was currently releasing terrifying power, his cultivation still not completely severed. Fire Spirit Gray Flame. Many people cried out in alarm. This old holy spirit's name shook the starry skies, just too powerful and terrifying. They never expected him to appear, moreover express his stance, wishing to deal with Yi Fan. After all these years past, you haven't advanced an inch, still not reaching the quasi-emperor realm. It's been hard on you. Yi Fan said with a smile, his mood extremely good. When he saw these old friends, he couldn't help but think back to the glorious past, making his battle blood unable to help but surge. When the fire spirit Gray Flame heard this, his face immediately fell. His age was great, his seniority even more so, far greater than Yi Fan's master. When he was ridiculed like this, his eyes became incomparably cold. In the past, when he fought against the old lunatic, the entire universe was shocked. Apart from those few people, no one was his opponent. More than 300 years had passed, and several generations of people had grown up, but he still hadn't taken another step forward. He couldn't enter that checkpoint. Even though he was only a hair's breadth away, he just couldn't succeed. This made him feel stifled. Now, it was exposed by others like this, so how could he feel happy? This was especially the case when these were all his juniors, making his expression even more gloomy. Then let me see if you've improved or not. Gray Flame spoke coldly and ruthlessly. He walked over step by step, entire body surging with fiery light, forming a divine ring forged from heavenly flames, protecting him within. His body was resplendent, intimidating. It was clear that even though he came to the flying immortal battlefield, his cultivation was still powerful, not completely severed. Roar! Before Yi Fan said anything, a roar that sounded like a tsunami sounded from the distance. There was someone who exceeded extreme speed, quickly closing in. Fire Spirit, do not flaunt your seniority. My master had previously fought against ancient supreme beings, do you dare? Now, you are not worthy of fighting against my master. This Buddha will send you to the afterlife. It wasn't a single person who came, but rather two figures who arrived together, both of them fast to the extreme. The one who shouted was a Baldi. Hong Long. Blood energy overflowed into the heavens, divine radiance covering the sun. Two terrifying figures flew over, descending from the sky, powerful to the extreme. Master, we've come. Yi Tong and Hua Hua appeared at the same time, kneeling down together, their faces covered in tears, trembling with excitement. Get up. Yi Fan helped them up. Senior brother, let's join hands and flatten all of them. Let's see who dares to continue acting so arrogantly. Yang Shi, who was currently confronting the Overlord on the other side, shouted. All right. Yi Tong replied. Fiery light rushed into the heavens from his entire body. He took a step out, directly pressing towards Fire Spirit Gray Flame, saying, Today, you are mine. Come and fight. Everyone was shaken, even the supreme experts who came from Imperial Pass shivering inwardly. This was Yi Fan's great disciple, someone who had shaken the cosmos for so many years, making them feel incomparable restraining fear. 3 of Yi Fan's disciples came at once, all of them exceptionally powerful, intimidating everyone. Chapter 1623. Blood brothers in war, father and son soldiers in battle. 3 of Yi Fan's disciples appeared at the same time, each more powerful than the last. All of them had the ability to shake the heavens and earth. Yang Shi's golden blood qi and scarlet light gushed forth, resembling a boundless divine sea, causing the earth to tremble. This was the portrayal of a supreme saint physique. Hua Hua, boundless Buddhist Dharma. Standing there, bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas could be seen chanting sutras behind him, causing him to stand at the center of this world. Yi Tong had the sun physique. Every part of his flesh and blood seemed to contain a blazing sun, dazzling and resplendent. His entire person flowed with a holy light. During these years, their names have long shaken the starry space, shocking the various races. This wasn't just bragging, it was because they themselves possessed supreme might and were sufficiently powerful. After 300 years of battle, the three of them had long established their own illustrious names in the starry space. At this moment, the three of them walked over. Every step they took caused the heavens and earth to rumble and tremble. They were like three golden mountains, shaking the hearts of people as divine might blotted out the sky and earth. Let alone combat, just their invincible aura alone was enough to cause people to feel fear. Each of them was extraordinary, and when they came together, they directly caused the heavens and earth to crumble. They were like three ancient war gods descending to the mortal world. Divine halos shot out one after another, enveloping them within. Their supreme auras caused many people to be unable to stand stably, on the verge of collapsing. The three disciples of Yi Fan acted together, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Tyrant King, come and fight me. Xianxia was the first to rush over, facing off against the current supremacy lord of the Ether Tyrant bloodline. What sort of character was the Tyrant King? He was the strongest expert of the current generation of the Ether Tyrant bloodline and had an invincible attitude. His eyes gleamed with sharpness as a violet light gleamed in them. Boom! He stepped out, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. A palm slammed down, shattering the space and aiming for Xiangshi's forehead, wanting to destroy his immortal foundation. The Tyrant King had a very high opinion of himself. In this world, there were only a few people who could enter his eyes. He didn't want to say anything when facing the disciples of his mortal enemy. He only wanted to swiftly destroy them, killing them on the spot. On the other side, flames towered up into the sky. Yi Tong faced off against Song Yan. The other had a sun body, possessing the same bloodline as the sun's sacred emperor, extremely powerful. The other was an innate fire spirit that was born from the will of the heavens and spiritual energy. It moved while bathed in flames, a supreme being of flames. Its might shook the starry skies, impossible to go against. The two of them fought against each other. Flames overflowed into the heavens, burning down heaven and earth in all directions. Everyone retreated. That place became scorched earth, turning into magma. Only two figures remained, fighting intensely. This did not seem like a battle in the mortal world. It was more like a battle between the gods of the heavenly realm. Buddha is merciful. Master is the strongest. Hey, the kids on the other side, if you're not convinced, jump over. Brother Buddha will send you to paradise. When it was Huahua's turn to appear, it didn't sound right. Although his bald head was shiny, he didn't look dignified at all. No matter how one looked at him, he looked like a bald man pretending to be an eminent monk. He was loud and carefree like Trumbo, shouting at the other side. However, he was indeed powerful. Ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas manifested in front and behind him, and the Buddhist scriptures rumbled. It should have been holy and auspicious, dignified, but it was destroyed by his own temperament. That brat, come over here. Weren't you shouting happily just now? Don't run, evil creature, see how this grandpa is going to deal with you. He moved his long legs, rushing over with so-so sounds. The people on the other side were so angry their noses became crooked. Huahua had a brat here and there, brat after brat, who was stronger. The people on this side all had grizzled beards. They had cultivated for most of their lives, yet they felt that they were too old to be his ancestors. Heh, brat, you really are fierce. However, no matter how great your divine abilities are, you still can't escape from this grandpa's palm. Jia, evil creature, come with me, help me guard the mountain gate. What kind of Buddha child was this? It was more like an old monster laughing strangely. A great battle couldn't be avoided. Everyone's eyes were dazzled as they watched. The ones before them were all exceptional experts from Imperial Pass, yet now, they were stopped, unable to pass the 3 trials. Everyone trembled, not because of anything else, but because those 3 all came from under Yi Fan, having the same master. Just how powerful was this person, to be able to teach these disciples? Everyone shivered inwardly. Right now, Yi Fan didn't take action, but everyone felt deep reverence. Even though he had never personally taught his disciples and had only imparted them cultivation methods, allowing them to freely forge their own paths, the 3 of them had all soared to the sky, and each of them had become an outstanding talent that attracted the attention of the world. There was nothing more intimidating than this. The 3 disciples under Yi Fan could even contend against this world's exceptional figure, so just how terrifying was he himself? On the battlefield, it was incredibly intense, all types of light flying about. Xianxia was a humanoid dragon, his attacks fast like lightning, his eyes like 2 torches burning. His legs swept out, facing the Overlord's palm, erupting with dazzling golden radiance. Even though he was confident, he didn't dare act carelessly, using all of his strength to face the Overlord. After all, this was an Overlord of a generation who had fought against his master, rarely meeting an opponent in this world. Boom! A huge ball of light erupted, golden radiance and purple chi rushed up together, shaking the vast sky. The purple sun and golden sun exploded together, the entire place seemed to have been engulfed by a divine sea. In the end, the 2 separated. Xianxia's body was forced back a few steps, but he wasn't injured. That leg of his was undamaged, his entire body was tall and strong, like a true dragon waiting for an opportunity to attack again. Everyone was in an uproar. Everyone knew that Xianxia was powerful, but they didn't expect him to be so terrifying to this extent. He didn't rely on techniques, but rather, he was able to fight against a peerless character like the Overlord head-on, and he was actually unharmed. One had to know that the Overlord of today was invincible. It was difficult to find a true opponent. His path was filled with blood, and he had stepped on countless corpses to reach this point. Many people had seen him tear apart one great sage after another with his bare hands, bathed in blood as he walked through the starry sky. His entire body was overflowing with blood, emitting a demonic aura. And now, Xianxia was actually powerful to this extent, able to contend against a peerless character like the Overlord, deciding who was the winner. Yi Fan's disciple was truly worthy of reverence. Boom! The Overlord's pupils were frighteningly purple. There wasn't a single white in his eyes, and it was impossible to see his pupils clearly. All that was left was a purple radiance. He forcefully clenched his fists, and dense purple chi rose, transforming into a purple lightning bolt as he pounced over. Tyrant Fist. This was a supreme fist technique that could contend against the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. It was a supreme secret technique of the tyrant blood of the ether heavens. Everyone was shocked. The Overlord's killing intent had been aroused, and he was using such a peerless fist technique. In the past, this was a secret technique that had even caused Yi Fan to bleed. Although he had been suppressed by Yi Fan in the end, it was enough to show how terrifying this technique was. Hey! Xianxia wasn't afraid. He clenched his right fist, and golden light and scarlet light simultaneously burst forth as he similarly countered with his fist. It was actually the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. This was a technique that Yi Tong had taught him on behalf of Yi Fan, and it was most suitable for the Saint Physique bloodline. Xianxia had already comprehended it thoroughly, and he had walked a path that was suitable for him. Moreover, back then, when Yi Fan defeated the Overlord, he had taken the Overlord's fist technique from his Yuan Shen. His disciple was no stranger to the Overlord's fist technique. At this moment, the 6 paths of reincarnation gate of heaven and earth opened, and the 6 universes rotated to resist the Overlord's fist technique. In an instant, everything was crushed, and this place became a land of annihilation. Boom! Blazing light and boundless radiance ravaged the earth, and 2 figures were sent flying. The Overlord stood upright on the ground like a javelin, but his fist was bleeding, and the web between his thumb and forefinger was cracked. The purple blood was astonishing, and it was exuding a strange demonic power. On the other side, Xianxia staggered a little, but he finally stabilized his body. The flesh on his palms and fingers were torn, and even his bones were exposed. 2 of his fingers were even broken, and they were twisted out of shape. But in the end, he had blocked the attack. After a series of cracking sounds, his broken bones were reconnected, and his flesh was healed. When the two of them met, Xianxia would definitely be able to protect himself, and he would be able to fight a decisive battle. "The Overlord, you live up to your reputation," Xianxia said sincerely. However, when he heard this, the Overlord's face darkened to the extreme. If it was Yi Fan who said it, it would be fine, but this was his disciple. Boom! The Overlord's hair stood on their ends, and his aura suddenly increased by a large margin. Behind him, there were 9 great divine images faintly appearing, and he was surprisingly not suppressed in this place. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Xianxia said coldly. Behind him, the avatar of the Saint Physique appeared, and the Azure Dragon, the Vermilion Bird, and the Kunpeng all danced in the air, protecting him. The Overlord's killing intent had been ignited, and he wanted to kill Xianxia in this place. If this continued, even if he won, his reputation would be ruined. Boom! On the other side, Yi Tong was fighting against Song Yan. Although the fire spirit's cultivation was higher, in front of the sun physique, it was innately suppressed. This result caused everyone to be dumbfounded. That was the fire spirit Song Yan. Just based on the fact that he was only a hair away from becoming the quasi-emperor, his cultivation was already enough to look down on the world. But now, Yi Tong was unstoppable. His entire body erupted with blazing light, and he was like a heavenly deity from the legendary era. The more he fought, the more valiant he became. Song Yan's expression was cold. Although he felt that he had several methods to eliminate Yi Tong and suppress this junior, he would still have to pay a heavy price. The more he fought, the colder his heart became. This was a junior that had only cultivated for a few years, and was much younger than him. If he couldn't kill Yi Tong with lightning speed, it would be considered his defeat. However, he really couldn't do anything. Yi Tong was too powerful, and with the divine halo covering his body, the heaven and earth trembled. He couldn't contend against him. The fire spirit couldn't move at all. He vaguely heard the sounds of an archaic sacrificial ritual. Behind Yi Tong, he saw a vast battlefield. Tens of thousands of spirits worshipping the human emperor. He was incomparably shocked, as if he was facing the Sun Saint Emperor and not his descendant, Yi Tong. One school with 3 disciples, all of them so heaven-defying. In the future, even if the Saint Physique fan doesn't make a move, these disciples are enough to sweep through all enemies. Wrong, these aren't all of his disciples. Rumor has it that there's still a second disciple that hasn't appeared yet. His strength must be even more astonishing. This place was in an uproar. Regardless of whether it was the enemies or the pilgrims, they were all shocked. This was clearly a terrifying fact. The Yi Fan lineage had truly risen today. Even without him, these disciples alone were enough to bring the celestial court to greater heights. Everyone could see that any one of these disciples was enough to pass on the mantle and push the lineage to the peak of glory. And now, several of them appeared at the same time. This was simply heaven-defying. At this point, there was no need to say anything more. Even the disciples were like this, let alone the master. Everyone was guessing how terrifying Yi Fan would be if he still had his magical power. What was the strongest? His own body was unmoving, and his disciples were enough to settle everything. This was enough to show one or two things. This was a type of great might. Chapter 1624. My Buddha is merciful, Master is above. Brat, don't run, hurry up and follow me to guard the mountain gate. Hua displayed his divine might. The Tao technique he displayed was extremely special. Lotus flowers appeared from his mouth, and one after another flew out. They were all translucent and flickering with radiance, directly crushing the void in front of him. Everyone was stupefied, and they were even more shocked. This Baldi could actually display this type of Tao technique here without being suppressed. In the heavens above and earth below, I am the Supreme One. Evil creature, why aren't you restraining yourself? This poor monk is here to send you off from the afterlife. Lotus flowers flew out from Huahua's mouth one after another, suppressing forward, smashing his opponent until he staggered. His entire body was covered in blood, unable to endure it. This type of technique was extremely special, but in the eyes of that opponent, he was undoubtedly a trash, completely unreasonable. He could actually squander his cultivation like this in the flying immortal battlefield. If he left this place, just how deep would his cultivation be? Just the thought alone made people shiver. Hua Hua was the first to deal with his opponent, suppressing him. Then, he looked forward, staring at the next person. That was actually a Buddhist nun from the ancient Amitabha star field. "Hey, female Baldy, you actually dare to provoke my master. You violated the precepts. Wait for this poor monk to capture you." He held the violet gold alms bowl in his hand, and with a pressure of Mount Tai, he smashed over. Hung long. Tens of thousands of strands of Buddhist light appeared. The alms bowl turned into a dome of heaven, hiding the sky and covering the earth, covering that area. "Filthy brat, you are the scum of the Buddhist path, not worthy of being a Buddhist child," the nun said coldly. She held the demon's subduing pestle in her hand, valiantly leading the way. She actually directly fought in close combat. "This poor monk is a Buddhist disciple of the celestial court, different from you. Female Baldy, your killing intent is too heavy, and you are not righteous. You are not worthy of being a Buddha," Hua Hua said shamelessly. Everyone was speechless. Could it be that he wasn't bald? No matter how they looked at him, they felt that this disciple of Yifan's was too heavy, as if he was raised by bandits. If not for the ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas chanting sutras behind him, people definitely wouldn't believe that he was a monk. Dang! The exorcism pestle and the purple gold alms bowl collided. Rays of Buddhist light burst forth, and two great Buddhas vaguely appeared, confronting each other. The Amitabha Buddha and Shakyamuni Buddha's Daoists were confronting each other. These were similar yet different Daoists. They were connected to each other, but also opposed each other. An intense explosion erupted. What a powerful Dao! Everyone sighed in admiration. "Abbess, you can't do it. Watch Brother Buddha's own Dao to subdue you." Hua Hua didn't have a proper appearance. With a loud cry, over 10,000 flowers flew out from her head. Each of them was a type of great Dao, and after each flower bloomed, there was a Hua Hua sitting inside. It was a very strange sight. What kind of cultivation technique was this? Why did it look a little like Emperor Vicious flower blooming with a single thought? But there were some differences. "Abbess, I'm here." Hua Hua howled loudly. Above his head, tens of thousands of flower buds bloomed and rays of multicolored light shone. Tens of thousands of himself pounced forward together. It seemed like every one of them had mana and cultivation. At this moment, it wasn't just the abbess who was shocked. Her face was pale and she quickly retreated. Even the crowd was alarmed. What kind of cultivation technique did this brat cultivate? Emperor Vicious' cultivation technique was aesthetically pleasing. At that moment, there would be tens of thousands of sparkling petals fluttering in the air. There were endless incarnations everywhere between heaven and earth. Meanwhile, his cultivation technique was unconventional. He directly hatched tens of thousands of himself from the flowers, and they all rushed over one after another. The tens of thousands of bald heads howled loudly, each displaying their mana and attacking together. That kind of power was truly astonishing. The nun was alarmed and used her full strength to attack. Buddhist karmic flames overflowed into the heavens and engulfed the skies in an instant. Many figures became indistinct. They were actually all void images, but they could be passed off as real. Dang! However, not all of the figures were fake. One of them possessed extreme fighting strength and rushed over with the real body, suppressing the nun together. In addition, there was a group of figures with weak fighting strength that pounced forward. The nun was greatly alarmed and couldn't distinguish the real from the fake. Bam! In the end, a seemingly inconspicuous figure suddenly showed his might and his strength skyrocketed. He held an alms bowl in his hand and smashed it on the back of the nun's head, who was fighting with Hua Hua's real body and Taoist body. Although the nun was suppressed and put into the alms bowl, she was full of indignation and almost cursed the rogue monk. Abbess, you're still far from being able to fight with me. Don't you think about how many people's cultivation techniques I have integrated to create such an invincible secret technique? Hua Hua chuckled and glanced at the inside of the alms bowl in his hand. Let me tell you, this is the supreme technique of universal and 8 desolation. It has integrated Emperor Vicious Blossoming Flower with one thought, the Sacred Emperor's 10 million years transformation, my master's Taoist body, and the golden body forged by the power of faith of Buddhism. It's not a loss for you to lose. You're far from it, he said while weighing the alms bowl in his hand. Obviously, the figure whose sneak attacked the nun and smiled wickedly was cast by him with the power of faith. In the hands of other eminent monks, it must be dignified and compassionate, but in his hands, it was so wretched. Is he also Senior Ye's disciple? The style doesn't seem like it. The style is too different. How can this baldy be so unconventional? If you knew that he was raised by that dog called the Black Emperor, and that he was taught the values of his childhood by that wicked Taoist who dug up people's ancestral graves, you wouldn't have any doubts. The crowd whispered and looked at him strangely. On the other side, the battle between Yang Shi and the tyrant had reached its climax. In the final stage, when the 9 divine images of the tyrant blood of the firmament appeared, heaven and earth seemed to lose color. Not to mention the others, even Yi Fan's eyes became sharp. He stared at the battlefield and paid close attention to it as he walked forward step by step. Boom! An earth-shattering aura filled the air as the 9 divine images collided with the holy physique. In the final stage, a terrifying light exploded. That place was completely destroyed. 2 figures were sent flying. The tyrant stepped out. His right hand was still bleeding, but other than that, he was unharmed. Yang Shi, on the other hand, was covered in blood. He staggered and retreated a long distance, but he was smiling. He didn't feel the slightest bit depressed. He said, "The tyrant is indeed strong." His injuries weren't light, but they weren't serious. He had withstood the tyrant's most powerful secret technique. His face was full of confidence and radiance. The tyrant's face was as gloomy as still water. He was incomparably frustrated. This was only a disciple of his enemy, but he had actually blocked his 9 divine images and didn't die. This was a huge blow to the tyrant. Yang Shi, on the other hand, could still fight. He quickly used the secret character to heal his wounds. His broken bones reconnected, and his flesh healed. He was full of vigor again. Seeing this scene, the tyrant's face became even more gloomy. Back then, Yi Fan had stolen the secret character and the tyrant fist from his primordial spirit. This was a great humiliation to him. Die, Junior. The tyrant's right palm suddenly surged with purple energy. All the blood in his body condensed there. The purple blood boiled, and then turned red, gathering in his 5 fingers. He turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards Yang Shi. The purple color of that palm had faded away, and it was now a dazzling scarlet. This was the essence of the tyrant's ether blood. It could be called true blood, and it was known to be able to kill deities. Everyone was shocked. The tyrant had slaughtered his way here. He had once barehandedly torn apart many great sage in the starry sky. He was bathed in divine blood, and he had stepped on too many corpses. Some peerless enemies had died to the ether blood. Yi Fan moved like lightning. He arrived in an instant, cutting off the tyrant's path. Hong! Yi Fan's fist smashed out, landing on that blood-red palm. Heaven and earth erupted, the heavens exploding, the earth sinking. Even with the protection of the formation, it could restore this place to how it was before, but right now, it couldn't stop this destructive force. Everything was destroyed. When the last bit of light receded, the tyrant and Yi Fan were standing face to face. His right hand was broken, and scarlet blood flowed all over the ground. He staggered backwards. Yi Fan stood there, steady like a boulder. His fingers were sparkling, and not damaged in the slightest. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This result didn't need to be said. After 300 or 400 years, the tyrant was once again defeated. During these 300 years, even though Yi Fan was muddle-headed, his flesh had always been transforming. After fighting a supreme being from the life-restricted region, he had exploded. During these years, his flesh had been reconstructed and tempered. It was a terrifying sublimation. "Master, I can take it," Xianxia mumbled, protesting in a low voice. The golden color of his right palm receded. Half of his palm was scarlet, but it didn't cover the entire palm. It was clear that this was the true blood essence of his divine body. "You are still young. There is no need to fight to the death like this," said Yi Fan. Obviously, if they really fought, Xianxia would suffer a great loss. Even if his life wasn't in danger, his vitality would be greatly damaged. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't sit idly by and watch his disciple fight to the death. 10 years. In another 10 years, I will be able to cover my entire palm with scarlet true blood. When that time comes. Xiangshi's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the tyrant. Everyone was shocked. They could sense Xiangshi's exuberant fighting spirit. He had beaten the tyrant to the point where he could defeat him in 10 years. "Master, I would like to ask you to let him go one more time. In 10 years, disciple is willing to fight with him." Finally, he spoke his heart. The tyrant's eyes had already dimmed, and his body was hunched over. The defeat just now had been a huge blow to him. However, after hearing Yangshi's words, he stood up straight, and his eyes shone with endless killing intent. "Master, I long to fight with someone from the tyrant blood of the ether heavens," Yangshi repeated. Yi Fan was silent for a moment, then nodded and agreed to his request. "I have never lost my fighting spirit. When the tyrant blood of the ether heavens reappears, the entire world will tremble." The tyrant roared. He suddenly turned around and walked away. With every step he took, his aura grew stronger. In the end, when he was about to disappear, he tore the void apart. The tyrant left in a frenzy. However, from now on, he was no longer viewed as an opponent by Yi Fan. To him, this was the greatest tragedy. Yi Fan gazed at the tyrant body's ancestral star. On the other side, the battle between Yi Tong and the fire spirit Greyflame was also coming to an end. The fire spirit Greyflame had finally used a forbidden secret technique. It was a terrifying demonic light that was frighteningly black. This was an extremely terrifying flame that he had collected. It was known as the Celestial Yin Flame, and it wasn't blazing hot. Instead, it was icy cold. As soon as it appeared, it could freeze people's bones. Everyone was incomparably shocked. They had never imagined that the fire spirit Greyflame would be able to find such a legendary flame from the Age of Legends. It was truly shocking. The Celestial Yin Flame was clearly fatal to the extreme young physique. Greyflame's entire body was dripping with blood. He had extracted this flame from his sealed body and turned it into a weapon. This made him pay a heavy price. However, a cold smile hung on the corner of Yi Tong's mouth. He was not afraid in the slightest. In an instant, he struck out 18 ancient characters that sealed the sky. The first 9 ancient characters were the 9 emperor characters of the ancient sun scripture, while the last 9 ancient characters were the 9 talismans of the Mother Moon scripture. The two of them complemented each other and circulated with each other, directly sealing and collecting the celestial fire of extreme Yin. "What? You have the extreme yang physique and also cultivate the ancient moon scripture?" Greyflame was shocked. "You're too ignorant. My aunt has the extreme Yin physique. We've exchanged ancient scriptures before." Yi Tong sneered. Greyflame's expression was cold to the extreme. He didn't think that he would actually miscalculate. However, he was not afraid. His true cultivation was a level higher than Yi Tong. He decided to use his trump card. He didn't want to waste any more time. In an instant, he brought out a great killing weapon. It was a forbidden weapon. His heart was dripping blood. He felt that this was too wasteful. This was an artifact that he had refined all of the divine materials in recent years. It could only be used once or twice. This was a picture scroll. It covered the sky and covered the earth. It wasn't suppressed by the flying immortal battlefield. This was one of the fire spirit Greyflame's trump cards. This artifact was too powerful. It shattered the vacuum and brought with it the scars of 10,000 heavenly Daoists. It pressed downwards. For any great sage, if they weren't prepared, it would be a calamity. Within this divine picture, Greyflame sealed the souls of more than 10 great sage. It contained their Tao and techniques. Once it erupted, all living things would be killed. Unfortunately, the result made him despair again. Strands of emperor-level fluctuations rippled outwards. Yi Tong held a golden scepter in her hand and waved it towards him. This was the scepter of the Celestial Court. It was a supreme quasi-emperor artifact. 300 years ago, during the most powerful darkness chaos in history, almost all emperor artifacts were destroyed. They were either crippled or completely disappeared. It was rare to see them again. From then on, the quasi-emperor artifact became the most powerful weapon in the universe. Now that it appeared, it undoubtedly possessed a powerful deterrent force. If Greyflame didn't use the forbidden weapon and continued the battle, his chances of winning would be extremely high. However, he didn't want to lose face and was unwilling to continue fighting with a junior. He wanted to quickly end the battle. Yi Tong naturally used the quasi-emperor artifact. The golden scepter of the celestial court shattered the divine picture and then smashed apart the fire spirit Greyflame, causing his primordial spirit to be extinguished. How could this be? Greyflame trembled. His physical body was shattered and the last strand of his primordial spirit was gradually extinguished. He didn't expect this kind of result. In this world, he was so powerful. He had roamed unhindered his entire life and walked proudly. Yet, he ended up like this. There was no more suspense. The fire spirit of a generation died just like that. This battle ended. Everyone was horrified. Yi Fan's 3 disciples were too powerful. Yi Tong fought against the fire spirit Greyflame, Hua Hua suppressed many powerful enemies, and even the youngest disciple, Yang Shi, could almost stand shoulder to shoulder with an overlord. Chapter 1625. The first battle ended, the overlord silently leaving, the most powerful fire spirit of a generation falling. This result was undoubtedly shocking. Yi Fan's 3 great disciples rose up in this great world, looking down on the world. The 3 figures were surrounded by divine halos, standing side by side. They were like war gods from the ancient times, appearing in this world, rarely encountering opponents in this world. The surroundings were quiet, everyone holding their breaths. Yi Fan's disciples were already like this, growing up. How could his old enemies endure this? If they fought again, who would they face? Right now, no one was targeting them. Even though there were still exceptional experts in Imperial Pass watching coldly from the sidelines, not truly hurrying over, this battle would definitely stir them up greatly. Everyone scattered, this place becoming peaceful again. Of course, there were some who wanted to follow Yi Fan who didn't go far, lingering about nearby. They were waiting, hoping for an opportunity. Master, who are these 3 losers? In front of the thatched cottage, Hua Hua tilted his head, his bald head as if it had been waxed, shining brilliantly. He looked at Mo Wentian, Tuoba Mo, and Yi Ming with a frivolous expression. Baldy, who are you talking about? Tuoba Mo immediately became angry. Being forcefully suppressed by Yi Fan and captured to do manual labor was one thing, but he was actually looked down upon by a Baldy. Brat, you're asking for a beating, daring to criticize Brother Buddha. Why don't you take a look at who you are? Pour a cup of tea for this Buddha, don't forget your status. Hua Hua sat down on a wooden stool, ordering Tuoba Mo around. Baldy, do you dare boast shamelessly? Do you dare fight against me? Tuoba Mo's anger surged, rushing straight to the top of his head. He pressed forward with large steps. A fight is a fight, who's going to slap who? Hua Hua stood up, a palm slapping over. Pung! Without any suspense, Tuoba Mo flew outwards, falling into the dust. It was because he had been seriously injured by Yi Fan, his 5 great secret realms all broken. Recovering was incomparably difficult. Monk, if you have the guts, then let me recover. I'll beat you up until you can't even recognize Umitba. Tuoba Mo felt great hatred. He was a demon-like character who was unbridled in this world. He had always been domineering and did things as he pleased. However, right now, he felt extremely sullen. Who do you think you are? Any random Tom, Dick, or Harry wants to challenge me? If I have to respond to every single one of them, wouldn't I be annoyed to death? Hua Hua sneered. On the way here, he had already heard about these three people, especially when he learned that this devil-like man had once said that his master, Yi Fan, was old and could not withstand a single blow. Naturally, he remembered it. The monk's revenge was definitely not a simple matter. Brat, I heard that you're quite arrogant. You want to fight with my junior apprentice brother Yang Shi to prove that you're stronger than my master? I also heard you say that in 300 years, there will no longer be a human clan divine physique. Yi Fan would have died long ago. How sinister. Hua Hua stared at Mo Wen Tian again. Mo Wen Tian snorted coldly and did not reply. Hua Hua smiled and said, Fine, I see that you have the root of wisdom. You are one of us Buddhists. Today, this poor monk will lead you back to your place. You, what do you want to do? Mo Wen Tian's hair stood on end. He had a bad premonition that something was wrong. He stared at Hua Hua warily. However, how could he resist now? He was immediately restrained by Hua Hua. Then, Hua Hua took out a shiny razor and pressed it against Mo Wen Tian's head unhurriedly. Then, Hua Hua started to cut him. Stop! Mo Wen Tian shouted loudly. His face had turned green. How could this monk be so unconventional and immoral? He actually wanted to deal with him like this. Almsgiver, scream all you want. It's useless even if you scream yourself hoarse. Hua Hua had a despicable smile on his face. He waved the razor in his hand, and the shiny blade light danced in the air like paper falling from the sky. Mo Wen Tian roared wildly. However, his head was pressed down and he could not move at all. He could only feel his jet-black hair falling down and a cold wind blowing on his head. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. Almsgiver, you have achieved enlightenment. The 3,000 strands of worry have already disappeared. Hua Hua sheathed his saber and looked like a peerless swordsman. Then, he swung his saber a few more times and struck a cool pose. Mo Wen Tian's face turned green. He wished he could step on Hua Hua's bald head. Finally, he could not help but let out a long roar. However, there was no messy black hair, only a bald head. Hua Hua took a step back and sheathed his razor. He put his palms together and said, Amitba. Very good, very good. Almsgiver, from now on, you will be with me and with Buddha. With a thought, the flowers will bloom. Master is above. His rambling made Mo Wen Tian so angry that he wanted to bite someone. This Baldy was too immoral. Oh, that's right. Didn't you just scold Baldy? Could it be that you were talking about him? Hua Hua asked Tuoba Mo. Then, he pointed at Mo Wen Tian. The two people involved had ashen faces. Their eyes were spitting fire as they stared at him fiercely. That is not right. Hua Hua corrected him. Then, he walked towards Tuoba Mo and said, Buddha said that all living things are equal. How can you discriminate against almsgiver Mo? You are the same as him. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Cold light flashed. Saber lights danced in the air. Tuoba Mo had also become bald. His skull was shiny, and one could clearly see the veins on his face throbbing. His entire body was trembling as he pounced towards Hua Hua. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. He was slapped to the ground. Don't come over. Yi Ming shouted. I hate pretty boys the most. Their transcendent auras are nothing compared to the common people. Come, I will give you riches and allow you to return to your natural state. Bang! Hua Hua swung his fist and gave Yi Ming a black eye. He said, "You guys dare to insult my master? Even if your master is here, he won't be able to do it." When Yi Fan, Yang Shi, and Yi Tong walked over, Hua Hua had already cleaned up. There were now 3 bald heads on the ground. The 3 victims were all trembling. They were so angry that they could not even speak. "Senior brother, acting like this isn't right. No matter what, they are people with status. How could you do this?" Yang Shi criticized. Then, he pulled them up one by one and said, "Come with me." Everyone's temperament was different, so their way of doing things was naturally different as well. Yang Shi dragged these 3 people he hated to the extreme, to fight them one-on-one. He was a battle maniac. "Junior brother, you really are quite fierce. Even their secret realms have been broken through. Don't accidentally slap them to death," Hua Hua reminded. "It's fine. Don't we have your Nirvana heart scripture? Let them recover for now. I will pay attention," Yang Shi said. In the following days, earthquaking sounds could be heard from the distance, as well as the 3 individuals' furious roars. The battle maniacs began to loosen up their muscles and bones. In Imperial Pass, the atmosphere was a bit strange. The fire spirit died, the overlord was defeated. During these past few days, everyone was discussing this, all of them unable to calm down. Yi Fan revived, reappearing in this world after 300 years. This news could already be considered to be true, shaking up the only true path, leaving everyone shocked. Right now, everyone was thinking to themselves. If Yi Fan truly recovered his cultivation, then just what kind of strength would he have? This was a question worthy of serious consideration from everyone who wished to tread the emperor path. It was because in the future, they might truly have to face it. Perhaps it might be a heavenly moat that stopped everyone. Who would have thought that I didn't see incorrectly that day? It really was him. West Bodhisattva released a light sigh. Back then, they had previously rushed into Central Continent Immortal Manor world together, having a period of friendship. Golden Cicada's white clothes were otherworldly. He nodded and said, "That is a powerful person. However, if anyone wishes to enter the Emperor path, they have to pass through him." That day, Yin Tianda stood on an ancient building in Imperial Pass, gazing into the distance. He sensed the Emperor's sovereign immortal scripture, not affected by the outside world's atmosphere. Only after a long time had passed did he open his eyes, silently looking towards a gate of light. That place led directly to the flying immortal battlefield. On his body, purple energy rushed into the heavens, vast and mighty, as if a deity was about to set out, giving off an immeasurable feeling, a pair of eyes able to annihilate the endless starry skies. "I've captured the Emperor's sovereign immortal scripture. I'll wait a bit longer, I'll meet you soon." This was what he said quietly. "What? Master, you actually sense the Emperor's sovereign immortal scripture, this really is heaven-defying." A female disciple was shocked, and then she revealed a happy expression, almost screaming out. In another direction, there was an ancient Tao platform that was modeled with the passage of time. This place should have received the essence of heaven and earth, receiving the nourishment of sun, moon, and other stellar force. This place should have been the most brilliant. However, right now, the Tao platform was pitch black. A great Tao pitcher was rising and falling there, turning into a black hole, devouring all of the essence energy in the cosmos. Below, a male sat there, not moving at all. He entered the deepest state of Tao comprehension, as if he was a heavenly deity that had been covered in dust for the passage of time. Finally, he moved. In that instant, he opened his mouth and inhaled. The great Tao pitcher turned into countless symbols, entering his mouth. The black symbols were engraved into his flesh. Then, his entire body suddenly shone, dispersing the darkness in that instant. His entire temperament changed greatly, and a divine ring covered his body. Every inch of his body was sparkling, and even his hair was dyed with a golden radiance. He was like the divine child of a sun. At this moment, he was filled with an everlasting vitality, as if he was an immortal king that had experienced endless tribulations, awakening from his slumber and returning to the present world. This was a completely different temperament. There were two great heavenly arts within his body, and they quickly underwent a transformation, making his body incomparably terrifying. The most mysterious radiance flowed about. There was the power of the god race, the aura of a holy spirit, the blood energy of a heaven-devouring beast, and the Tao marks of the primordial demon. On this person's body, there was actually the aura of many powerful constitutions, making others tremble. Now, these sources were refined into one, becoming a single person. He was precisely the light-shaking realm. After all these years, I've always been looking forward to fighting against you. Who would have thought that you really would be this heaven-defying, returning again? My blood is about to boil. I hope you don't disappoint me. The light-shaking realm said to himself. Master, you don't have time to leave right now. The Emperor's sovereign immortal scripture is the most important. Didn't Imperial Past Protectors say that this is a crucial step? His other disciple Li Qingzhou walked over, standing below the ancient Tao platform and saying this. In Imperial Pass, the Great Holy Spirit, 9 Tribulations Daoist, Di Tian, Great Demon King Gu Huang, as well as a few ancient emperor bloodlines arrived. Their reactions were all different. If one wanted to become a great emperor, one had to have a sturdy enough emperor body. Meanwhile, a body stronger than a holy body might become the ultimate test for a supreme expert with a powerful enough physique to become an emperor in this world. Everyone was thinking that this might be the greatest test the heavens gave them, allowing the human race's most powerful holy body to revive and stop them. There was one person who was extremely special, precisely Zhang Bairen. He always strolled through the ancient streets, not participating in anything, as if he was aloof from this world. In the Ascension Immortal battlefield, Yi Fan interacted with his 3 disciples for a few days, listening to them talk about many things related to their loved ones. His old friends were safe and sound, the celestial court becoming stronger by the day, making him feel extremely gratified. On the thatched hut, a gecko fell a few days ago, breaking its tail, but now, a portion grew back, leaving Yi Fan in a daze. In the distance, a great python coiled around a giant rock, shedding its skin, struggling free from its old skin with difficulty. Soon after, its entire body flickered with golden scales, a horn growing on its head. It was actually going to turn into a flood dragon, crawling into the distance, becoming even more powerful. Master, they are all comprehending the Emperor's sovereign immortal scripture, including the archaic Emperor's descendant and others. Aren't you going? It is rumored that the scripture contains great mysteries. Yang Shi said. I don't want to go for now. Let your master calm down a bit, think about my own path. Yi Fan sat in front of the thatched hut, watching flowers bloom and wilt, withered trees regrow, wild grasses sprout. His entire being became calm. Chapter 1626. Master, are you going to comprehend the Tao? The 3 of them were shocked. In front of the thatched cottage, Yi Fan's heart was calm, his body was calm as he contemplated his path. At this moment, his heart was clear. What he saw wasn't merely the scene before him, there were also things from the past that flashed through his mind bit by bit, many things that were hard to forget. In the end, many old memories faded away. It was like dust flying away, revealing a sparkling immortal foundation. There were some people who stared up at him from below the starry skies, calling out his name. There were also people who fought to the death to become paragons, leaving him forever. Everything stemmed back to the scene where he exploded in the cosmos. It started in the past and ended here. Over half of the 300 years was a blank slate, resulting in his current state. Only in recent years did he completely recover. But now, his head still ached a little. Every time he thought back, it felt like there was a blade slicing at his primordial spirit. He could clearly feel that his physical body had grown stronger. After his body was reconstructed, it was even stronger than before. In addition, there were Law Dao fragments sealed within his body, entangling within his flesh and blood. However, he couldn't use them. Yi Fan sighed lightly. He stood up and said, "You guys don't have to worry about it. Go and walk your own path. I need to seriously think about it." In the next few days, Yi Fan strolled around the mountain. He saw a lightning-struck tree that was completely charred black. It had been dead for a few years, but now, it was sprouting new shoots. He stopped here for a long time, feeling a thriving life force. This was the power of new life after a calamity, causing him to resonate with it. Yi Fan stood here for a very long time without moving. For several days, he seemed to have been petrified, becoming a stone statue. During this period of time, there were birds descending and beasts approaching, but they ignored him, treating him like a piece of dead wood, not caring about him at all. Only after half a month did he get up and explore himself, observing his path as he walked towards his next goal. At this moment, his entire being emitted an aura of life. It was like that lightning-struck tree, giving birth to new hope after a great calamity, nourishing a strand of different life force within his flesh and blood. Yi Fan's body was sparkling, his entire being seemed a little transparent. Essence energy permeated the air. In the distant horizon, the three disciples were incomparably shocked. Master hasn't manifested any Law Dao fragments, but why do I feel a type of Dao energy circulating within him? This is really strange. No, this is an instinct, the life force hibernating within his flesh and blood, resonating with his sealed Dao. Master is trying to defy the heavens. Others are all comprehending the Emperor Lord Immortal scripture, but he wants to think on his own. He's not only recovering, he wants to soar. Seeing this, the three instantly understood. They knew that Yi Fan was walking on his own path, wanting to break out of the shackles. If Yin Tianda and Yao Guang come, it won't be good. They'll interrupt Master's meditation. It's best if we follow. There's no need for that. Even if they were here, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Master in the flying immortal battlefield. I can feel that his source energy is even more vigorous than before. The three disciples, Lord, Had Yi, and the Fan, the had, and had. There, they were. A lone wolf fell onto the ground, its body old and weak. In the end, it couldn't resist the corrosion of time, closing its eyes. Yi Fan walked over and stood there silently for a moment. A strand of death energy pervaded the air. The wolf corpse gradually turned cold, leaving behind only silence. There is no afterlife, no rebirth. Life will eventually come to an end. Yi Fan walked out a few dozen steps and then stopped. He sat on a rock and calmly looked at the mountains and rivers. A few vultures flew over and landed on the ground. They started to devour the wolf's corpse, and it immediately became bloody. More and more vultures flew over, and there were only some remains left on the ground. The scene was extremely cruel. I've finally reached the end. There's no way forward. Yi Fan walked to the next place. It was a desert. Even though the golden sand was scorching and unbearable, there were also life reproducing there. Snakes, ants, cacti, all of them contained vitality in the midst of despair. Yi Fan turned around and looked in the direction of the wolf corpse. When he looked back, he saw a few similar strands of vitality pervading the air. He was slightly startled. When the sun set in the west, the setting sun dyed the horizon red and sank into the desert. A great river had already inadvertently passed beneath his feet. Yi Fan felt a sense of desolation, grandeur, and vigor. He traveled alone at the speed of a mortal, neither fast nor slow. He appreciated the scenery of the desert and experienced the loneliness and desolation of the starry night. In the end, Yi Fan entered the prairie and saw the withered brambles turn verdant after the torrential rain. The grass grew and flourished, and he experienced the process of life transformation. And on a rainy night, he saw a giant carp on the shore of a lake. It was struggling, tearing open its abdomen and stretching out its claws. It was evolving towards a higher level of life. He saw too much, but there didn't seem to be any connection. Yi Fan was only thinking about his own path. He walked aimlessly. He would stop when he saw these things, but that didn't mean he would definitely gain something. Metamorphosis, a process of rebirth. Yi Fan returned to the front of the thatched cottage. The gecko's severed tail had long since grown back and was stronger than before. As for the old snake, it was also advancing at lightning speed. On this day, it had metamorphosed again. A layer of old skin was left behind, and this time, the horn on its head was even more sparkling and translucent. There was also a small protrusion on its abdomen, as if dragon claws were about to grow out. 1,000 years of accumulation is released in 1 month. The snake is really going to transform into a flood dragon, Yi Fan muttered to himself. Accumulation, precipitation, and then suddenly erupt in a period of time to realize a sublimation. This was his intuition and his first reaction based on the facts he saw. Yi Fan left the thatched cottage for the second time. From here, he still followed the previous path. The lightning struck would have been revived. It could be foreseen that there would be a day when it would flourish and flourish once more. There is new life in withering. There is light in despair. Yi Fan set foot on an even further path. When he passed by the place where the wolf carcass used to be, he saw a flourishing vitality here. The aura of death had all dissipated, and only vitality was blossoming. This was because large patches of grass had appeared where the carcass used to be. The remaining wolf carcass had nourished the plants here. Is there no reincarnation? He was startled. The lone wolf had already died and no longer existed, but it had nourished another kind of life. He raised his head and looked into the distance. A few vultures flew in the air and then landed on the ground. Evidently, they had found a new target and were fighting for food and plundering. In the place where the vultures roamed, he saw a lot of bird droppings. The vegetation there was especially exuberant and incomparably lush. The world's 6 paths of reincarnation, Yi Fan suddenly said. In the distance, Yi Tong, Hua Hua, and Yang Shichuan were all shocked. Today, they were seized by a sudden impulse and followed him from afar. This was because they felt that their master was always thinking hard about the path ahead and had always been unable to find a solution. They hoped to be able to participate. Didn't Master always believe in the afterlife? He didn't believe in the past and didn't place his mind on the afterlife. He only fought for this life. Why did he suddenly change? What happened? Why did Master's views change? Could it be that the problem with Master's body is so serious that he needs reincarnation to completely solve it? They were all shocked and felt that something wasn't quite right. They all revealed expressions of worry, but they didn't go over. They still stood at the end of the horizon. Yi Fan became absent-minded. He naturally didn't change his beliefs, but rather understood reincarnation from a different perspective. The so-called 6 paths of reincarnation and this life was only for the afterlife. That wasn't what he considered. What he saw was a type of transformation between pure matter and imprint. The dead wolf turned into a corpse and turned into dung. This was the most basic and ordinary type of dissipation and decomposition. After it turned into dung, it was then absorbed by the vegetation and grew vigorously. The lone wolf became a component of another type of life. This was a type of different reincarnation. The abundant grass was eaten by the deer and sheep, and then turned into another type of life. What remained unchanged were the most basic elemental substances. The herbivores became food for the ferocious beasts, and the wolf's corpse became food for the vultures. It became a part of their bodies. It was still a type of reincarnation, a different 6 paths of reincarnation. I am a world. My Tao, my laws, my imprints are reincarnated in the world within my body and have never dissipated. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He left this place. Then, he entered the great desert and saw the animal corpses under the cacti. He saw the hunting ferocious beasts. All of this was also a reincarnation, a type of different reincarnation. The solitary smoke rose in the great desert and the round sun set over the long river. In the end, even the path he took was a reincarnation. In the end, he returned to the front of the thatched cottage. Transformations ranged from small changes to large reincarnations. Yi Fan's heart was at peace. He associated the simplest natural scenery he saw along the way to the problem of his body. On this day, he sat down cross-legged. His entire body was sparkling and translucent. There was a vague feeling that the great Tao was about to appear, and the world was silent. His appearance was solemn and dignified, and there was an awe-inspiring aura spreading out from his body. Yi Tong, Hua, and Yangshi, who were in the distance, were extremely shocked. The fluctuations of the law fragments made them feel terrified. Boom! On this day, everyone in the mountains and rivers felt a majestic pressure. It was as if an unparalleled cultivator had been born and had broken free from the seal. The ripples of the great path that emanated from him were terrifying. Has Master recovered? Yi Tong and the other two were pleasantly surprised. But very soon, their expressions turned serious again as they watched seriously. Yi Fan's body was sparkling and translucent. The law fragments were awakened, turning into stars one after another. His entire body was like a world of its own, turning into a great universe. It was a terrifying scene. This was a transformation of the heavens and the earth. Chaotic mist lingered, and the law fragments were resurrected. They turned into rivers of stars and formed a universe of the human body. Yi Tong, Hua, and Yangshi were breathing heavily as they watched nervously. They felt an unparalleled majesty, as well as an unparalleled law power. It was as if the great Tao of heaven and earth had entered Yi Fan's body, creating a new world that was vast and unfathomable. However, the final result was that Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes. Then, his body trembled violently. He had broken the endless rivers of stars and destroyed the myriad of stars. His body suddenly became dim, no longer sparkling and translucent. All the stars had exploded. Master! Yi Tong and the other two shouted and rushed over. This is only my body. It doesn't need a copy to exist in the universe. Yi Fan stood up. The powerful law fragments that had awakened just now had disappeared again. His eyes became dim again. Master, are you all right? Yangshi asked worriedly. I'm fine. I'm better than I was before. Yi Fan's reply exceeded their expectations. He clearly had no fluctuations of magic power, and his cultivation had not returned. Why did he say that? Then, Yi Fan entered a state of contemplation. He didn't show any activity for a long time. Master, what are you thinking about? Yi Tong asked worriedly. I am thinking about some problems. Accumulation, transformation, sublimation, passing away, reincarnation, long life. Yi Fan replied honestly. The three of them revealed strange expressions. The latter two of these problems clearly exceeded the scope of what the great sage should consider. What was their master trying to do? Master, are you all right? Hua asked. Dong. Yi Fan struck his bald head, making him grimace in pain. It's already been 300 years, why are you hitting me again? We are going to Imperial Pass. Right at this time, Yi Fan said. Yi Fan came, wishing to enter Imperial Pass. When news of this got out, it shook up the entire majestic ancient city, making many people's minds jump. Didn't he lose his cultivation? He still dared come here? This wasn't the Ascension Immortal battlefield, it didn't restrict the power of natural laws of other experts. What was he trying to do? Sacred Body Yi Fan is coming, he is going to grace Imperial Pass with his presence. The news is real, there are only 3 disciples accompanying him, no other experts. He doesn't fear anything here. Chapter 1627. Yi Fan was coming, about to enter Imperial Pass, drawing everyone's attention. 300 years ago, he fought a bloody battle against a supreme being, everyone thought that he died. Now that he was able to appear alive, this was the greatest type of miracle in itself. Forget about the benefits and hidden injuries from the battle against ancient supreme beings, just the reason why he survived was enough for everyone to dig into. There was definitely a sky-shocking great secret, everyone looking forward to the truth. Now, he was coming. Even some people who originally had nothing to do with him began to seriously examine him. This might involve secrets that moved their hearts, worth carefully researching. A gate of light opened, 4 figures walking out. The city wall up ahead was grand and imposing, like a blood-colored mountain ridge, towering in the cosmos' starry skies. This was dyed red by the blood of true experts, the color not fading even now. This was precisely Imperial Pass. Even though it wasn't the main gate, the blood that blossomed and then quickly cooled, the bleakness that fell was extremely strong, even greater than the main gate, possessing a type of austere aura. It was to the extent where there was the aura of ancient great emperors. This left everyone shocked. Even Yi Fan's brows furrowed slightly. This was the blood that scattered down when young great emperors fought here, suffering serious injuries. Later on, when someone achieved the Tao, heaven and earth poured some type of natural laws into the blood that surged out when they were young, engraving themselves on the city walls, not fading even now. This also made Imperial Pass more and more sturdy, existing for endless time, never collapsing. This was definitely a type of emperor blood. This was a terrifying scene. The more one observed and analyzed, the more one felt reverence. Yi Fan came, accompanied by his 3 disciples, about to enter the blood-soaked Imperial Pass. Here, he experienced a type of grandness and desolation accumulated by the long river of time. This was a type of feeling that was difficult to describe with words. How many heroes from the past had left their names here, fought illustrious battles, yet were buried in the past? Imperial Pass is a masterpiece of history to begin with, recording the imprints of the most powerful heroes from past to present. The great sages of all clans in the heaven's endless regions have come before. Their brilliance, their blood, their battles had previously deeply shaken this city. Yi Tong said. Yi Fan came, standing in front of Imperial Pass. The ancient gates opened with creak sounds. At this moment, many people could not remain calm. There were people standing on the majestic buildings and the natural stone platforms stained with blood, staring at the city gate. It was unknown how many people were in the city. There was the number 1 person of the god race, the little sovereign of the insect race, the bloodline of the true god among the holy spirits, the descendants of the primordial emperors, the children of the gods and devils. They came from different star fields, and they were all top figures of this era. Boom! Iron hooves shook the starry sky. It was as if a torrent of iron and steel had suddenly surged over. The murderous aura of iron and blood conquering instantly engulfed the vast sky. A group of iron cavalry rushed over, people shouting and beasts hissing. They were ferocious, their baleful auras overflowing into the heavens. Every single ancient beast wore iron armor that shone with a cold metallic luster. One could roughly guess what kind of vicious beasts they were all archaic species. The knights sitting on them were all ferocious and tyrannical. All of them wore ghost masks, and each of them had a thick aura of death. It was clear that they came for Yi Fan, stopping him from entering, wishing to embarrass him as much as possible. If he couldn't even enter the city gate, then there was no need for Yi Fan to take this true path. Even if he had great contributions, if he was stopped outside the city like this, it would definitely become a lifetime regret, leaving behind a stain of humiliation that was difficult to wash away. The struggle for supremacy in the Emperor path depended on strength. It could be said that doing things like this was extremely unreasonable. After all, 300 years ago, Yi Fan had done so many things, fighting until the last drop of blood flowed out. Now, when he arrived in front of Imperial Pass, there were actually people who took action like this, wishing to chase him away in humiliation. This was already no longer a normal type of humiliation, but rather hatred to the extreme, wishing to force him into a dead end. What kind of statuses did these people have? Everyone was confused. Even if it was Yao Guang, Yin Tianda, these people who were believed to inevitably fight against Yi Fan, they still wouldn't be so unreasonable as to take action at this moment, right? Forget about everything else, just the fact that after the battle 300 years ago, only now did Yi Fan drag his injured body back to life, everyone should give him enough respect. At the very least, on the surface, he should be allowed into the city. These people were going too far, not giving him any face, this direct and direct, wishing to slap Yi Fan in the face. This was a type of undisguised humiliation, not caring about everything he did, trampling on his dignity. Yang Shi erupted with anger, all of his blood surging, blood energy piercing the heavens from the crown of his head. His entire body was suffused with golden light, his entire being about to ignite, feeling anger for his master. Now, it was already proven, everyone acknowledging Yi Fan's identity, yet they still treated him like this. For the sake of the Emperor path, if there were confrontations on the battlefield in the future, then that was normal, something unavoidable. However, right now, they didn't even let him through the city gate. This crossed the bottom line of what they could tolerate. You guys are going too far. Do you really think my master is so easily bullied? Xianxi's words were so cold that they could freeze everything within a 3,000 li radius, chilling everyone to the bone. At this moment, the entire city fell silent. Everyone was staring at the city gate, paying close attention to everything. They wanted to see exactly who was the one who used such an intense method to obstruct Yi Fan from entering the city. There were a total of 7 riders in front of the city gate, each of them exuding a terrifying aura of blood and bones. They had crawled out from a pile of corpses, exuding a terrifying aura of death. In fact, no fluctuations of life could be felt from them. It was like they came from the underworld and had died countless years ago. Now, they were summoned back to this world. The one who took your master's life. One of the 7 riders spoke. His voice was like 2 metal plates grinding against each other, sharp and ear-piercing, causing goosebumps to appear on the skin of those who heard it, feeling extremely uncomfortable. His immortal foundation emitted fluctuations of his will, allowing everyone to understand that these weren't corpses, they had imprints of life. Your Grandpa Buddha is truly angered today. Obstructing my master from entering the city is equivalent to digging up this Buddha's ancestral grave. Not a single one of you can think of leaving. I will send all of you to the afterlife. This was the first time Hua retracted his mischievous smile as he roared in anger. Bzz. The reply he received was the trembling of the sky. The rider in the lead wielded a black greatsword and slashed out, cleaving apart heaven and earth. Numerous ancient runes flew out, manifesting the supreme might of the great Tao, aiming straight for Hua's head. The battle started just like that. It was so sudden. Buddha of all schools. Hua roared in rage. Boundless Buddhic light illuminated the area as numerous great Buddhas appeared in the sky. All of them were chanting sutras as the ancient incantations transformed into tangible runes that pressed downwards. This place was instantly destroyed. The black-colored greatsword in the hands of the rider in the lead cleaved apart the ancient runes and the Buddhic light, blocking this supreme Buddhist technique. The 7 ferocious beasts galloped, trampling through the air. All of them stood on their hind legs and rushed towards Yitong, Hua, Xianxia, and the others, showing no fear at all. As for the riders, they all unleashed their strongest laws and brandished the weapons in their hands, wanting to reap their lives. Boom! Yitong's entire body shone, as if countless suns blossomed, illuminating this place with resplendent radiance. He brandished his fists, and then sun-like giant spheres of light flew out one after another, erupting between the 7 great vicious beasts. Something shocking happened. The black-colored greatsword in the leader's hands brandished, hacking apart all of the sun stars, tearing apart everything, powerful to the extreme. The 7 riders stood side by side, slaughtering their way over. Giant weapons, giant swords, great halberds, iron spears, and others all descended, vicious flames overflowing into the heavens, shocking everyone. They were too powerful, making the bodies of everyone in Imperial Pass go taut. No matter how arrogant they were, they still knew how heaven-defying these 7 were. They were too domineering, the 7 of them simply unmatched under the sky when they joined hands. Hong. At this moment, Xianxia not only brandished the 6 Tao reincarnation's fist, he even displayed the irregular scene of his unmatched sacred body. His entire body erupted with radiance that tore through eternity, stopping the 7 riders. Meanwhile, Hua chanted sutras from her mouth, her entire body covered in incantations, as if she was a future Buddha, towering in the starry sky. After receiving the support of many great Buddhas from past until present, she was divine and dignified, no longer smiling in the slightest. Her entire body shone, the endless scriptures Buddha ascension hand imprint suppressed forward. Meanwhile, Yitong also displayed the most powerful attack. His left hand displayed the 9 emperor characters of the extreme Yin Mother scripture, right hand the 9 ancient characters of the extreme Yang immortal scripture. They erupted together, heaven and earth splitting, ghosts weeping and deities howling, crushing forward to resist the 7 demonic riders. Everyone in Imperial Pass was shaken. These were all unmatched extreme arts, any one of them able to overlook the heavens, reign supreme over a region. Now, they actually appeared together, deeply touching everyone's minds. Yi Fan's 3 disciples were heaven-defying after all of them already rising up. That type of style was exceptional, making one feel reverence. Hong. Under the most terrifying radiance, a terrifying great confrontation took place. Natural law fragments filled the skies, divine chains of order piercing through all obstructions, attacking here, forming a great storm. In this place, blood splashed outwards, iron armor shattering and flying everywhere. Figures tumbled outwards, everything in chaos. In that instant, the most intense collision took place. When the radiance faded, natural laws disappearing, Yi Tong, Flower, and Yang Shi's entire bodies were already dyed in blood, taking many steps back. There were terrifying injuries on their bodies, flowing with dark light. They suffered serious injuries. They operated the secret character, and then decisively removed a portion of their flesh, and only then did their injuries stop from worsening, quickly recover. This left everyone shocked. What kind of people were they? Not long ago, they had previously fought against an overlord, killed a fire spirit, yet now, they were seriously injured. This really was shocking. How was this possible? Everyone already vaguely felt that when Yi Fan's 3 disciples walked together, no one could injure them. They never expected it to be this type of world-shocking and terrifying result. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 7 demonic riders stopped. It wasn't that they didn't pay the price. 3 of them had injuries on their bodies, a few of them actually flowing with black blood. Black-colored blood, they are actually flowing with this type of blood. Someone trembled, feeling a headache, a hint of fear appearing in his eyes. He knew where they came from. These were personally summoned by the Lord of the Underworld, legendary experts who revived from the ancient times. The black blood can prove it. On those people's bodies, special ancient symbols appeared one after another, and then they repaired their injured bodies, allowing them to recover. In the blink of an eye, blood no longer flowed out. There were people on the city walls who stared at those ancient symbols, finally recognizing their origins. They cried out in alarm, saying, "It's actually them, Heaven Chaotic 7. When this title sounded, Imperial Pass was no longer calm. Many people were shocked, greatly shaken up. Those were figures from the desolate past, extremely powerful, unmatched in the star domain. Back then, they had also come here before. They were the most legendary group of figures, making all the heroes of their generation tremble. These 7 all left behind a heavy stroke in history, possessing illustrious reputation, to the extent where it could even be said to be dazzling, overshadowing the achievements of countless people. It was because they had previously experienced the most glorious battles. When ancient Chaos Great Emperor was young, he suffered a miserable defeat under their hands, moreover many times, forced to go crazy, entering despair. Chapter 1628. The ones who had previously defeated ancient Chaos Great Emperor actually reappeared in this world. How could everyone not be shocked? Their names and footprints had previously been left behind in this city. After many tens of thousands of years, they returned again, appearing here, looking down on the world under the sky, leaving everyone stupefied. These were the 7 great experts who made everyone tremble. In that era, they were the most powerful enemies of the young ancient Chaos Great Emperor. It was them who forced him into despair, forcing him to leave desolate border. How could it be like this? The exceptional experts of the desolate era, they actually returned in this type of unmatched state, making everyone feel extremely uneasy. Their names left behind in the books of history, their battle accomplishments shocking the world, their names moving throughout the ages. Now that they appeared, it really didn't seem real. Many people on the city walls were shocked into silence. Heaven Chaotic 7, there was no need to say too much, just this title alone was enough to make one's heart tremble. However, were they still themselves? As time passed, what flowed through their bodies was already black underworld blood, no longer bright red. This was the most powerful type of awakening in the underworld, summoning ancient legendary experts to rule this world. Do they still have their past memories? I think it's impossible. Someone calmed down, saying this. These were ancient experts who had died, brought into the underworld. After experiencing endless years of nurturing their corpses, through the support of the Lord of the Underworld, they had this type of underworld blood, developing a different type of will. Follow me. The one in the lead of the Heaven Chaotic Seven pointed the black greatsword at Yifan. His eyes didn't have any whites, instead pitch black like two black holes. Hong. The 7 mounts stood side by side, rushing over murderously. All types of light patterns swirled, suppressing and attacking together. Yi Tong, Flower, and Yangshi angrily took action, holy body irregular scenes, 6 Dao reincarnations fists, Great Yin and Great Yang erupting at the same time, Buddha light illuminating everything. This was a clash of natural laws, a clash of great Dao. A rain of blood scattered down. The most intense battle erupted between both sides, and then they all backed up. Blood splashed out from the bodies of Yifan's 3 great disciples, white bones exposed from their injuries, dark light flowing about. This was the corrosive power of death energy and underworld earth. They cut off their rotten flesh, quickly reconstructing their bodies. Their expressions were all fierce, their vital energy raised to the peak. This was definitely going to be a difficult battle, because these 7 were too strong. The one who forced the past Luangu into despair, going mad, is terrifying after all. This was what everyone in Imperial Pass sighed with admiration. Although Yitong, Huahua, and Yangshi were covered in blood and had suffered serious injuries, they had still managed to kill and injure their enemies. As long as the 3 of them didn't die, it would be enough for them to show disdain for everyone else. Killing the fire spirit and contending against the Overlord was indeed not just for show. Right at this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard from the meteor-paved path in front of the city gates. Yifan walked forward step by step, a serious expression on his face. He couldn't let his disciple take any risks, and when facing these 7 people, he felt that it was extremely strange. Underworld really is going all out, even summoning ancient Chaos Great Emperor's enemies when he was young, sending them into Imperial Pass, truly shocking. Yifan believed that these 7 people definitely did not come for him at first, because at that time, everyone thought that he was dead. Killing him now was naturally a recent decision. Between his fingers, streaks of blood flowed out, forming a red chain. There was red and golden color, the 2 intertwining like divine chains of order. At this moment, not only were those on the city walls shocked, even Yitong and the others were shocked. Why was Yifan's fingertips dripping with blood? What was he trying to do? Walala. The sound of divine chains truly sounded. Blood flowed out without falling, connecting together, forming a true blood chain. There was a type of strange magical force. Is that Master's magic and Tao? No, it is his body's most fundamental power. The disciples discussed among themselves. Yifan walked forward, saying, from the ancient times until now, you all have always wanted to guide the divine body into the underworld. Going through so much trouble really makes me curious. When he spoke up to hear, the divine chain at his fingertips became even more brilliant. One could clearly see symbols flickering one after another, constructing the divine chain, making it even more realistic. You haven't become quasi-emperor yet you actually analyzed a portion of the blood secrets. Someone from the Chaotic Sky 7 said with shock. At this moment, they were greatly affected, all because Yifan's blood turned into divine chains of order. The 7 of them all trembled, involuntarily backing up. That is, because your bodies contain the true blood of humans. Suddenly, a damaged spiritual consciousness imprint rushed over, unexpectedly saying this, replying to Yifan's previous question. This was the divine will of the leader, clearly bypassing his main consciousness, forcefully transmitted over. Immediately afterwards, he clutched his head, releasing a miserable cry. That damaged imprint grew dim. This was already no longer the Chaotic Sky 7. Yifan's mind moved, his eyes shooting out an astonishing beam of light. He stared ahead, and the blood chain between his fingers was even more astonishing. Symbols flickered, and there was a kind of most fundamental power flowing. The leader's body trembled. He clutched his head and transmitted his last remnant will, saying quickly and briefly, "The blood in your bodies causes the underworld to fear and rejoice. Obtaining it can awaken the most powerful heroic spirits of the human race, but when used in reverse, it will cause some underworld blood experts to walk towards destruction." After saying this, his eyes became pitch black like ink, and his main consciousness completely suppressed that fragmented imprint. He appeared extremely terrifying, and said in an awe-inspiring manner, "The 7 bodies have already changed owners, yet there are still obsessions that haven't scattered. Truly annoying." The corner of Yi Fan's mouth carried a trace of indifference, but he didn't say anything. He had already obtained enough information, and this was truly an unexpected harvest. As he walked forward, the chaotic Sky 7 displayed abnormal expressions. Facing the blood at his fingertips, they felt an indescribable restlessness. Is this one of the results of Master's enlightenment? They had once heard Yi Fan muttering to himself. Under the 6 paths of reincarnation, there was no reincarnation. Rather, there was a different kind of mutual rotation. His laws, his Tao, were all reincarnated within his body. At this moment, Yi Fan unexpectedly learned some of the underworld secrets, and he became even calmer. He had long understood the runic power contained in the blood, or else he wouldn't have used it in advance. Kill. The chaotic Sky 7 rushed over, each of them covered in great Tao runes. Their black armors were incomparably intimidating, and their killing intent was unparalleled. Yi Tong, Hua Hua, and Yang Shi were about to rush forward, but they were stopped by Yi Fan. 7 divine chains appeared at his fingertips, bright red and golden, intertwining with each other. They contained mysterious ancient runes, and although there were no powerful fluctuations, they still caused people to feel reverence. Walala. The divine chains made of blood actually emitted metallic sounds, and then danced in the air. In an instant, they pierced through the void and directly entered one of the bodies. Ah! Following a miserable scream, one of the chaotic Sky 7 heroes trembled. The black blood in his body was instantly evaporated and ignited, and a blinding light erupted. This was the destruction of the bloodline. As the runes flowed through, the black underworld blood suffered a fatal blow, and it rapidly dimmed and was obliterated. "You have awakened the true meaning of the blood?" One of the chaotic Sky 7 heroes shouted. Yi Fan didn't just analyze a part of the blood, but instead, he had comprehended a complete set of runes. To them, this was the most fatal and most terrifying. "Go!" The leader of the chaotic Sky 7 heroes roared. He turned around and left. If this battle continued, there would be no suspense. They were innately countered by nature. Unfortunately, Yi Fan's hands trembled, and 7 divine chains flew out, containing the most terrifying runes, cutting off their path forward. "Yang Shi, listen up." While attacking, Yi Fan still had the time to transmit his voice to his youngest disciple, teaching him the secrets of the true blood. However, this required comprehension, and the process would be extremely difficult. Yang Shi definitely couldn't comprehend it at the moment. His own bloodline had to be unlocked by himself. "Ah, something inauspicious will happen to you." The divine chains weaved about, as if more than 10 colorful phoenixes were dancing in the sky. They spread their wings and pierced through the chaotic Sky 7 heroes. There was an instinctive suppression that could restrict them, making it impossible for them to escape. With the true blood god chains on their bodies, the chaotic heaven's 7 heroes burned with underworld fire. In a short period of time, they were turned to ashes. Yi Fan could vaguely hear the sighs of several obsessions being freed. On the city gate, everyone was shocked. They stared at this scene in disbelief. Those were the chaotic Sky 7 heroes, yet they were killed just like that. It was like a legend. It was too simple. This was inconceivable, and it didn't seem real. The 7 streaks of true blood flowed in reverse, and symbols flickered. At the last moment, Yi Fan caught a strand of a broken demonic chain. That was the imprint left behind by the one who controlled the chaotic Sky 7 heroes. To be more precise, even though the 7 of them had new consciousnesses, they were still controlled by someone else. They were tools of war, unrivaled killing machines. Someone had brought them out from the underworld and guided them. The reason why the 7 of them had stopped him was because they had been instructed to do so. Stopping him like this, not even allowing him to enter through the city gate, could be said to be the most serious type of humiliation if they succeeded. Even Yao Guang and Yin Tianda, who were fated to fight against him, wouldn't do this, because it was too excessive. Someone from the longevity celestial being's bloodline. Yi Fan broke the broken imprint, and his heart trembled. The longevity celestial being had once been the master of the underworld. He had left later, but his bloodline still had a very high status in the underworld. It was an important branch. Today, the one who truly wanted to deal with him was actually the disciple that the longevity celestial being had sealed in this era. He was someone from the age of legends, and he was still very young. He was in the city. At this moment, there was a flame burning within his body. 300 years ago, when the great completion divine physique fell, the last rain of light had flown close to him, and he had sensed that battle. Yi Fan entered the city, and no one stopped him. There were many people in the imperial city. In this era, the experts had gathered like clouds in the sky. It wasn't just a general description, but there were actually so many people. Even though only one person from each realm had come, that was still a shocking number. There were so many planets, so many minor worlds, so many grotto heavens, and so many blessed lands. When all the people from the ancient land of life were gathered together, the number was astonishing. Many ancient worlds hadn't had anyone come for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, but in this era, they appeared in the starry sky again. There were supreme experts coming with divine might. Everyone revealed strange expressions as they watched Yi Fan and his disciples enter the city. In the city, there were the most alluring beauties, the most terrifying demon kings, the most talented heroes, the most ruthless and vicious villains, and the most powerful men. This was going to be the most powerful clash between the heavens. Chapter 1629. The imperial city was extremely large. Some people said that it was built by an emperor, while others said that it was built even earlier. It was difficult to verify. It was extremely grand. At the very least, Yi Fan, who was used to seeing grand scenes and had been to many places, was shocked. Grand palaces lined the sides of the road one after another, flickering with all kinds of light. Formations and inscriptions covered the place densely, as if these buildings were alive and could breathe freely. The only disharmonious thing was that there were bloodstains on the walls, just like the outermost city walls. They had been stained with the blood of the heavenly geniuses in the distant past and had never disappeared. So he's the divine physique Yi Fan. He doesn't look like anything special, so how can his body possess such shocking power? There were people standing on both sides of the street and on top of a few tall buildings, watching the 4 of them. They were all trying to guess at Yi Fan's strength and condition. There were too many races that had come here. There were enormous beasts that were as large as mountains, fairies that could captivate all living things, radiant angels that were glowing, and demons that came from the depths of the universe. "Brother, how did you survive?" a giant asked. He was 10 zhang tall and extremely muscular. His muscles were like yellow dragons, and his voice was extremely loud, like a clap of thunder. Yi Fan laughed and said, "The heavens didn't accept me. It's that simple." Many people wanted to know the truth behind this, but unfortunately, Yi Fan couldn't possibly say it, so they could only guess in secret. It was destined to be a fruitless question. There was a stone bridge in front of them, and a river flowed across it. Mist rose from within, and all kinds of multicolored light danced about. The spiritual essence here was shockingly abundant. This was the imperial city, a place extremely suitable for cultivation. There were countless formations operating here that could transform the energy of the heavens into spiritual essence and pour it into the city for cultivators to use. Residences could be found everywhere in the city. Even if someone had already taken over, it didn't matter. They could directly fight their way in. There was only one principle on this path: survival of the fittest, and respect was given to the strongest. Everyone was paying close attention to where Yi Fan was going to go. Their gazes followed his every step. Now, all of the towering buildings in the city had been occupied, If they charged in, there would definitely be a bloody battle. Would it be Yin Tianda's residence, or a place where the light-shaking realm cultivators cultivated? Many people were looking forward to it. Fresh blood seeped out from the tips of Yi Fan's fingers once again. This time, there were 10 divine chains of order. They were as bright as the feathers of a phoenix, brilliant and dazzling. At this moment, he closed his eyes. The divine chains on his fingers rose up and pointed in a certain direction. He followed his senses and stepped forward. Everyone was shocked. They discovered that he finally arrived at the most central region. The most terrifying and powerful enemies resided here, and every single one of them had extraordinary backgrounds. The Supreme Divinity, the Mighty Holy Spirit, the 9 Tribulations Daoist, Yin Tianda, and Yao Guang were all nearby. There was a huge lake at the center that was enshrouded in mist. From time to time, it would spurt out chaotic light. There was a powerful spiritual force that nourished the surrounding palaces. Without a doubt, the buildings surrounding the Lake of Chaos were the most ideal places to cultivate. Walala. At the end of Yi Fan's fingers, 10 chains rose up, crisp and melodious, pointing in a direction, aiming at a magnificent palace, and at this time, he suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! Suddenly, endless killing intent surged from the palace. In that instant, the entire city was horrified. Just how many people were killed to create this type of terrifying scene? Endless resentful spirits howled in grief, countless evil spirits flying about, rushing into the heavens from this grand palace. Blood and flames rushed into the heavens. It was as if there was an endless murderous calamity. One could vaguely make out the cries of millions of creatures. Heaven overflowing bloody mist surged, everything scarlet red, simply about to drown out Imperial Pass. Moreover, in the bloody mist, skulls rose and fell one after another, headless corpses of gods and devils floating in the air. These were all void bodies, but they gave off an extremely real feeling. A figure that wasn't all that tall and large walked out, not all that robust, but each step made the grand Imperial Pass and the starry sky tremble. He possessed a type of terrifying demonic force, walking out from the bloody mist. The blood and bones behind him all truly happened. Just what kind of bloody calamity did he experience? Normally, everyone only knew that the people of this region weren't easy to provoke, not knowing everyone's origins. Previously, they didn't know anything about this person at all. He wore black battle clothes, medium built. In the bloody mist, he was just that terrifying and intimidating, as if he was a matchless demon king that brought chaos to the ancient times. He stood there alone, as if he suppressed the entire emperor city. Everyone was shocked. This type of chaotic aura made everyone feel uncomfortable, triggering bloodline reactions from many experts, making their bodies feel like they were going to split apart. Streak after streak of blood-colored lightning danced about, hacking down on his body. Wind and thunder surged, the heavens were actually furious, wishing to destroy him. This was extremely strange, as if this person shouldn't have appeared in this world at all, as if heaven and earth wouldn't tolerate him. A rain of blood scattered down, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The place where he stood became a restricted region. This type of scene made everyone's blood run cold. Long life celestial being's disciple? Yi Fan asked. When this sentence sounded, all of Emperor City was shaken. Someone from the legendary era? This was too shocking. How ancient was this person? Even Yi Tong, Hua Hua, and the others were shocked. They had seen the process of Yi Fan killing the heavenly 7 heroes, but they didn't know that he had already used the chains of order to capture the fragment of the mastermind behind the scenes. Everyone was shocked. The legendary era was too ancient, so ancient that people couldn't even tell how many tens of thousands of years it had been since then. There was simply no accurate number. It was even more ancient than the primordial emperor, and even more ancient than the venerable emperor. It was an ancient history where gods and devils danced together and chased after immortals together. Were you the one who sent people to stop my master from entering the city? Yang Shi was furious. That was a type of humiliation. He didn't even allow them to enter the city, and instead sent people to kill them. This was too much. This person was completely covered in armor, and only his eyes were blood-colored. They were fierce and crazy, filled with brutality. They didn't seem like the eyes of a human, and there was only slaughter and destruction within them. Blood energy overflowed into the heavens. He walked over with a single step, his figure instantly enlarging. The foot that was raised was several dozen zhang in length. With a hung-long sound, it descended, trampling towards the master and disciples. This was just too ferocious and arrogant. When facing the human race's divine body, Yi Fan and his 3 disciples, he directly trampled them. Just how ruthless and unbridled was this? Yang Shi was infuriated. He soared into the air as his body grew larger. He kicked out, colliding with the gigantic foot, causing a terrifying light to erupt. Countless symbols flickered as ripples of the great Tao were released. Golden light and blood light flickered, as if stars exploded one after another. If not for Imperial Pass being known to be unbreakable, this place would have directly turned into cosmic dust. Yang Shi backed up, while this person returned to his normal height. With a peng sound, he stomped on the ground, shattering the path. Sand and stones flew everywhere, bloody mist surging crazily. However, the destroyed path was instantly restored. This was precisely the miraculous aspect of Imperial Pass. Blood-colored lightning still curled about him. No matter how one looked at it, he was a demonic evildoer, someone who shouldn't have appeared in this world. He was full of sin and chaos, as well as blood. Heavenly punishment descended continuously. Even though it wasn't that powerful, only hacking down on its own after sensing strands of his aura, this proved one thing, which was that his existence really didn't seem to be tolerated by this world. As long as his aura was exposed, he would suffer heavenly punishment. Yi Fan was confused. How could the disciple of the long-life celestial being be like this? Someone who was originally close to the long-life Tao was even more demonic than a devil, a combination of blood and chaos. My existence is the result of the old fella's long-life experiments, forged from the blood of millions of souls. His voice was extremely cold, as if a corpse was speaking. Many people opened their heavenly eyes. Among them, there was no lack of eyes that could seize the natural luck of heaven and earth, able to see through the fabrications like Yi Fan, directly look at the source. Within this person's body, there was a mass of blood source that was wailing in anguish. There were countless creatures within it, and they could vaguely see great planets being destroyed and innumerable lives being taken. Everyone quivered and shivered. This person was too terrifying. No wonder the heavens didn't tolerate him. He was indeed forged from blood and sin, and he wasn't an ordinary life form at all. He created me, so I naturally have to help him destroy all of his enemies. Since he died because of the divine physique, I will wipe out the divine physique lineage. At this point, he revealed his teeth and laughed sinisterly. They were snow-white and flickered with cold light, like the fangs of a wild beast. Whoosh! He left behind an afterimage as he rushed over like a bolt of blood lightning. Behind him were the corpses of gods and devils, as well as white skulls. They bobbed up and down in the ocean like blood mist, making him seem full of demonic nature. Yi Tong, Hua Hua, and Yang Shi attacked together because they felt that this person was very strange. He was filled with an indescribable aura, and he was extremely dangerous. Rumble. Countless corpses flew out from this person's body. They were all energy bodies, but they were extremely powerful. There was no lack of gods and devils among them, and they contained their laws. Boom! The intense collision caused Yi Fan's 3 disciples to fall back. They all revealed grave expressions. The person in front of them was very strange. Fragments of laws were flying everywhere, and they represented destruction. It was just as Yi Fan had said, he had nothing to do with the longevity technique. He walked a chaotic path of blood sin. Yi Fan called back his 3 disciples. The 3 of them might not necessarily lose, but this kind of battle was not good for them. This person's body carried thousands of layers of curses that could burst forth at any time. He attacked himself. His physical body was as fast as lightning, and divine chains danced around his fingers, revolving around him as he fiercely attacked his opponent. Boom! The two of them fought their way into the spacious palace hall and began to fight. Soon, countless blood runes erupted. That was the power of the curse. The longevity celestial being's disciple attacked ruthlessly. The entire place was covered by a bloody mist, and no one could see what was going on. Ghostly howls could be heard coming from within. Only once did people see Fan fly out. Blood-colored and golden divine chains intertwined to form a pair of divine wings. He swooped down with unparalleled divine might. Everyone was petrified. Hadn't he lost his laws and Tao? He could actually borrow the most fundamental power of his physical body to unleash such a technique. Boom! When the final sound rang out, the bloody mist dissipated, and a figure fell from the sky. Yi Fan was stepping on the body of the longevity celestial being's disciple. The ground cracked, and rocks flew everywhere. The body made of blood and sin was trampled to pieces. The 10 divine chains on Yi Fan's fingertips had all pierced through his body. Pfft! With a flash of bloody light, the longevity celestial being's disciple turned into a rain of blood. Even his bones were shattered. In the end, he turned into a pile of mud. His body and soul were both destroyed. Everyone was shaken. Yi Fan had just entered the city, and he had already killed the longevity celestial being's disciple. He had killed a legendary figure, bringing slaughter and blood to announce his arrival. Chapter 1630. Yi Fan came, this domineering. Even though he lost his methods and Tao, he still killed the long-life celestial being's disciple, using this type of domineering method to announce his return. All of Imperial Pass was filled with a strange atmosphere. Yi Fan's return immediately made the atmosphere become many times more tense, a bit stifling. Everyone felt like the most terrifying Emperor Path battle might be about to begin here. In this world, there were many people in Imperial Pass, coming from all parts of the cosmos, all of them with a single goal, achieving the Tao. The oldest was 8,000 years old, but they didn't accept their age, hurrying here to fight for a bright world, to let the final years of their lives flow with the most brilliant brilliance. The youngest was only 100-something years old, yet he was already at the peak of the great sage, truly shocking past and present, making countless people raise their eyebrows. It was because he was already comparable to the God Race Supreme Being with the fastest cultivation speed in history, Domu. Everyone believed that Yi Fan would clash intensely with others one after another. However, even though the atmosphere was extremely tense, no battles broke out. Yi Fan didn't have any conflicts with Divine Court, Underworld, Light-Shaking Realm, Yin Tianda, or Holy Spirit Race. No one came to provoke him, even though the atmosphere in the city was becoming more and more suffocating. A silver moon moved across the sky, illuminating Imperial Pass. Mists rose in the city, accompanied by brilliant stellar splendor. Immortal light flew out from the primal chaos lake, winding about the nearby buildings. 300 to 400 years have passed since we last met, Dao brothers' bearing is still the same. Zhang Byron came to pay a visit while carrying a jar of wine. In Imperial Pass, this type of thing rarely happened. Normally, they wouldn't step into another person's cultivation land, because doing so might trigger a battle. It was because those who stepped on this path were all competitors. In the end, only one could stand at the very peak. If they continued down this path, there would be a battle sooner or later. 300 years of life and death, muddle-headed and muddle-headed, what bearing is there to talk about? Yi Fan shook his head, inviting him onto a bluestone Dao platform. The two of them drank a few glasses of wine under the moonlight and casually chatted for a while. Zhang Byron didn't ask how Yi Fan survived, and Yi Fan didn't ask about his real background. Yi Tong, Hua Hua, and Yang Shi also joined in. After drinking a few cups of wine, Hua Hua couldn't help but ask, "I say, Jade Emperor, have you descended to the mortal world, or have you reincarnated?" Zhang Byron smiled and said, "Are you talking about me?" He was born with a mortal body and didn't have any special bloodline, but it was hard for others to estimate his depth. He was fair and gentle, without any special domineering or sharp charm. "Sigh, you've forgotten about Chang'e and abandoned Ba Jie. How heartless." Hua Hua poured some wine and sighed. Yi Fan listened to his nonsense and directly slashed his bald head. Zhang Byron smiled. He was very easygoing and did not mind. He said, "Brother Yi, do you think that I will definitely become a martial emperor after reaching the final stage?" Yi Fan shook his head and said, "Being unrivaled doesn't mean that I will become a martial emperor. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? However, I don't plan to continue. I want to go back and take a look." This was a fact. This path had been opened hundreds of times. Since ancient times, many people had reached the end of this path, but no one had succeeded. Zhang Byron was surprised and said, "It will be difficult to come back after leaving this path. What's the point of a half-cripple like me competing with a bunch of heroes?" Yi Fan mocked himself. Zhang Byron smiled and said, "If you say that, won't many people be ashamed? Even in your current state, you still killed the disciple of the longevity celestial being. How many people can do that?" "I want to go back and take a look so that I can recuperate," Yi Fan replied honestly. He had already left for 300 years. He wanted to go back and take a look. His past family and friends all thought that he died, setting up a cenotaph for him. He should let them know that he was still alive. At the same time, with his current state, fighting to the death might not necessarily be useful. It might be better to calm down and comprehend the Tao, comprehend the methods. In reality, 300 years ago, Yi Fan had even fought a bloody battle against ancient supreme beings. Now, a bit more fighting might not necessarily bring about the most fundamental breakthrough. The Emperor Path was created through slaughter. It was extremely cruel, but it might not necessarily be suitable for his current state. "Master, you are going to leave? The crystal wall has already been marked. Once you give up, the next time you enter, it really will be extremely difficult, to the extent where you might not even be able to enter Imperial Pass again." Yang said. Yi Fan nodded. This was his decision. He also warned them that if they weren't a match for their opponents on this path, they definitely shouldn't try to be brave. They were still young, there were plenty of opportunities. They couldn't throw away their lives for nothing. In reality, when he said these words, Yi Fan's mind was extremely heavy. The Emperor Path was a struggle for supremacy. If they continued like this, it would inevitably be accompanied by death and destruction. You aren't the first to withdraw. It is rumored that before the crystal wall summoned someone, they directly erased their own name, not taking half a step into the impregnable pass. Zhang Byron said, but he didn't mention who it was. Sacred Prince Martial Uncle came before. He made a circle around the city, killing more than 10 people he didn't like, and then he also left. Yi Tong said. That monkey. When he spoke up to hear, Zhang Byron revealed a strange expression. After Sacred Prince came, he directly picked a tough bone to chew, previously stating that he was going to fight the mysterious Zhang Byron. However, at that time, Zhang Byron entered the flying immortal battlefield, or else there would have definitely been a battle. I heard that the heirs of some ancient emperors and supreme beings didn't come. They might be carrying out a different type of life and death decisive battle. Yi Tong said. Sacred Prince clearly gave up on this path, hurrying to another battlefield to keep the appointment. However, he had left behind a message saying that he would come again. The next day, news that Yi Fan was going to withdraw spread out, shaking up Imperial Pass. Many people were a bit stupefied, not understanding what was going on. Is this real or fake? Why would he make this type of choice? I understand. The battle 300 years ago affected him too greatly, definitely leaving him with unimaginable hidden injuries. Sacred Body Yi Fan could only choose to quietly withdraw. The news was shocking. Everyone discussed spiritedly, the consensus being that Yi Fan's body had hidden injuries, that he was forced to make this type of choice out of helplessness. There were some who were pleasantly surprised, some who sighed, and some who released a breath of relief. Their reactions were all different. This was the end of an era. Regardless, Yi Fan had previously been extremely powerful, intimidating an entire generation. Even though he returned alive, his glory might have reached its end. His magical Tao fragments weren't clear. In the battle against long-life celestial being's disciple, he used divine chains of order formed from sacred blood to fight, so it was enough to say that there was something wrong with him. If it was in the past, how could he have allowed blood to flow out from his body, carry out this type of battle? Many people believe this, quite a few people feeling deeply regretful. They originally thought that they saw the rise of a powerful and unmatched sacred body again, never expecting that he still couldn't defy the heavens. Before Yi Fan left, he entered the flying immortal battlefield again. He obtained a few magical artifacts and heavenly treasures from his 3 disciples, and then he crossed the entire battlefield, heading towards the human residence on the first Calamity planet. Ah, Big Brother Yi, you've returned. Outside the battlefield, Bai Yi was still there, unexpectedly waiting here this entire time. Apart from this, the big bearded man and the others were also waiting anxiously. Yi Fan smiled, gifting the big bearded man and the others a few magical artifacts, even more so passing on a few powerful secret methods, immediately leaving them in awe, feeling like he was a celestial being. This is a divine battle skill. No matter how they begged, Yi Fan didn't agree to take them as disciples, only telling them to help take care of Bai Yi in the future. He didn't immediately leave, instead returning to that small mountain village with Bai Yi, uprooting that green lotus from the pond. After all this time had passed, it still didn't grow, still looking the same, just that the chaotic energy became a bit thicker, previously leaving the white-haired old man stupefied for many days. These things can help you cultivate. Yi Fan left behind precious medicines refined from Heaven Village, some of them containing evolutionary liquid, able to help Bai Yi walk on the right path in the future. Then, he left behind another scripture, and then left. Yi Fan returned to Imperial Pass. After thinking for a bit, he decided to take the initiative to visit some old friends. If there really was a need, he definitely wouldn't hesitate to fight. Unfortunately, he didn't come out, those people already heading to the flying immortal battlefield. Imperial Pass main gates opened. Yi Fan walked out, and then he erased his name in front of a giant crystal monument, officially withdrawing from the only true path. Hearing about it was one thing, seeing it was another. There were many people standing on the city wall, all of them personally seeing everything, all of them feeling that it was a pity. How could it be like this? He was allowed to live, why couldn't he be given an unharmed body? Even though they were competitors, some people still couldn't help but think this way. Meanwhile, a few people who only came to make a trip, not wishing to fight to the end to seize the throne even more so sighed endlessly, all of them feeling regret. The era of the holy body, the glory of the holy body, is it really going to end just like this? He could clearly kill the long-life celestial being's disciple. Everyone could only watch as he left the pass. Master, wait for me. Hua Hua rushed out, quickly erasing his name on the crystal monument, saying, I'll accompany you back. His reasoning was extremely simple, that he had no interest in fighting and killing. He was forced here by Yi Tong, originally not wishing to sharpen himself here at all. Master. The other 2 disciples cried out, also wishing to rush out, follow him back. However, Yi Fan firmly refused. He knew Yi Tong's heart, he wanted to fight all the way to the 9th ultimate Imperial Pass, and Yang Shi was even more so a battle maniac. He had long treated this battlefield as the most important trial of his life. Those who wanted to follow Yi Fan stood on the city wall in silence. Some people wanted to leave with him, but they were all tactfully refused by Yi Fan. He didn't want to affect the path of others because of his retreat. However, that blood crow was extremely decisive, resolutely rushing out, erasing his name on the crystal monument, insisting on following him. Goodbye. Yi Fan waved his hand, and then turned around to leave. On the city gate, many people's moods were complicated. During these past few days, the series of changes happened too quickly. 300 years ago, Yi Fan defied the heavens and returned, appearing alive, shaking the entire Emperor city. Now, he suddenly withdrew, truly causing great waves. Seeing Yi Fan's group leave, some people coldly laughed. However, before their smiles completely blossomed, they froze again. It was because at this time, Hua Hua turned around, shouting out, 9 imperial passes, just wait and tremble. The day will come when my master returns. He produced the divine light platform, inviting Yi Fan and the blood crow to get on. Then, it instantly pierced through the cosmos, disappearing from their original location, thus bidding farewell to the 9 heavens emperor paths. Chapter 1631. Yi Fan defied the heavens and returned, but before he could erupt with even more resplendent emperor radiance, he left again. In everyone's eyes, the glory belonging to the divine body had reached its end. His name shook the world 300 years ago. He faced the supreme being of a life-restricted region, dying from blood exhaustion. However, his radiance tore through time and space for 300 years, illuminating an era. He lived again, but it was also the lowest point of his life's great ups and downs. His body had hidden injuries, and now, after 300 years, he faded into obscurity. This signified that an era belonging to the divine body had come to an end. This was what many people thought. Being alive was already heaven-defying, so what else could they do? Fight the heavens for that perfect war body that had hope of becoming an emperor's body? What a pity. This was everyone's final light sigh. Many people felt restraining fear towards him, wishing for nothing more than for him to immediately fall. There were also many people who respected him, wishing for him to reach the peak. This type of result made many people sigh. Regardless, the divine body Yi Fan was born powerful. He had never been defeated when facing experts of the same generation, truly unmatched in the past. His illustrious name shook the cosmos, leaving behind an unerasable mark in this era. There was a period of time that previously belonged only to him. After he left, great winds stirred, blood splashing about on the emperor's path. The battles of the 9 heavens imperial passes officially entered a terrifying state, becoming more and more miserable. The struggle on the path would continue. From this day forth, Yi Fan would fade from everyone's line of sight. The future path would belong to those most capable and powerful heavenly geniuses. Perhaps a new great emperor would be born among them. On the human race's ancient path, Yi Fan returned again. On the way to the star domain where the celestial court was located, he had to pass through this place. This time, he didn't come from the first trial, but rather from the last trial. After so many years had passed, he wanted to take a look at the path he had previously walked. This path still hadn't closed. There were still human race geniuses who came here to gain experience, break out of their cocoons and become butterflies, undergo an important transformation in their lives. While looking at those faces that still had ideals, still tender faces, Yi Fan was greatly moved. He had previously also been one of them, continuously striving for his goal. Only, now, he was already a bit tired. Looking at them, he felt like he was looking at himself in the past. In that instant, he also laughed, sighed, and also acted frivolously. In the end, he laughed loudly and then stopped. Yesterday was still the same, but looking back, hundreds of years had passed. Someone cast a sidelong glance at the 3 of them, revealing a strange expression. "Hey, look at that baldy. He seems to be the most notorious playboy in the past 300 years. Who is that person? Why does he look so familiar? He looks like the statue of the holy physique Yi Fan. No, it's too similar. Gosh. What's going on? That person, he looks exactly like the sacred body of the human clan. What the hell? And he's accompanied by the flowery devil Buddha. Could he be a god?" Yi Fan fell and was buried 300 years ago. Every race in the universe knew of this, and some places erected his divine statue. Now, only true Path Imperial Pass people knew that he returned alive. Even though news would definitely spread, the people here didn't know yet. In the various regions of the cosmos, everyone still didn't receive news, because it was extremely difficult for Imperial Pass to send news out, so it would still take a long time. Yi Fan didn't stop for a long time, only stopping for a bit along the way. He didn't give others any time to confirm or verify his identity, so it only stirred up a small commotion. In the human race's 50th city, he stopped for a bit longer. However, in this place where the sacred body and overlord body fought for supremacy, he didn't see the full bearded escort Zhao Gongyi. This place had changed owners, he had long left for many years. As he moved along this path, apart from those young and tender faces, those youngsters who were full of hope and fighting for their dreams, Yi Fan also saw quite a few familiar faces. These were people from the same generation as him, people who had previously rushed through the ancient path together, fighting bloody battles one after another. Now, they became the guards of the various regions' holy cities on the human race's ancient path, putting down their dreams. It was just like how Yi Fan saw those old soldiers when he rushed through the human race's ancient paths back then. Now, there were people from their generation who also chose this path, standing in front of the city gates, silently watching those who came later. Yi Fan didn't disturb anyone. Under Flower and Blood Crow's company, he quietly passed by. Great waves stirred within him. These were past heroes, some of them, their hearts already aged. They would occasionally look into the distance, towards the furthest pass. Did their dreams still exist? Most of the time, they would only remain silent, patrolling, guarding the city gates. This was their duty, perhaps still feeling unwillingness. Otherwise, why didn't they leave, staying here, enduring the torment of loneliness? Just what kind of feeling was this? In the human race's second city, Yi Fan stepped out of the city gates. He didn't say anything, only turning around, giving a deep look. There was an old soldier there, his body already stooped, eyes already turbid, currently looking at his rear figure. Yi Fan nodded, but he didn't say anything. After that, he left the human race's ancient path. That person was Guan Sheng. He didn't die, always staying here. Occasionally, he would let out a soft sigh in the cold night wind, gazing into the distance at the path that was impossible to reach. In the darkness chaos, he lost most of his life essence, surviving with great difficulty. Now, all that was left for him were memories. Real life wasn't colorful, but he could live in a dream. There, he could look forward to it, there was beauty, there was hope, there was a future. You're still alive, but why are there no fluctuations of laws? Even you can't take that step. This life, his back was no longer straight, no longer as majestic as before. His hair was grizzled, and his voice was old and powerless. However, his turbid and dim eyes could still see the terrible state of Yi Fan's body. In the heavenly village, in the gods' pure land, there were fallen petals everywhere. Every day, there would be snow-white and sparkling petals falling here. This was because there were many snow orchid trees planted here, narrating the sorrow of life and death. On this day, a huge tomb suddenly exploded. Rubble flew into the sky, smoke and dust rushed into the sky, and the chaotic air filled the air. A huge cauldron flew out, and thousands of yellow and mysterious lights fell. What's going on? What happened? In the celestial court, in the palaces one after another, many powerful existences opened their eyes at the same time. The light beams were terrifying, and they looked in the same direction. There's a problem in the cemetery. It's actually it. The myriad Qi cauldron broke the tomb. After being buried underground for 300 years, it didn't move at all, as if it had died together with Yi Fan. But now, the fluctuations it emitted were so intense. The god inside was forcefully resurrected, causing the entire headquarters of the celestial court to tremble. Rocks tumbled down from many mountain peaks. Some floating islands in the sky, as well as many buildings and palaces, all lit up. Formation patterns and runes lit up, resonating with the resurrection of the cauldron. This was the path of the great Tao. Under a majestic mountain, there was an ancient tree that reached into the sky. It swayed with thousands of green lights, sprinkling down all kinds of auspicious colors. Under the tree, orchids emitted rosy clouds, and phoenix grasses were fragrant and colorful. On a huge bluestone platform, a big black dog was lying lazily and listlessly. At this time, its ears suddenly pricked up, and its large eyes were wide open, revealing a shocked expression. It couldn't believe its own senses. Woof! A dog's bark shook the celestial court and resounded throughout the vast land. Then, it directly jumped up, and the black hair on its satin-like body stood up. Brats, the great enemy is here. Prepare for battle. What? The great enemy is invading? No, I clearly sensed a familiar aura. The two Silver Blood Emperors rushed to the foot of the ancient tree, and their reactions were the fastest. Get ready to face the great enemy. The Black Emperor shouted. Kill. The celestial court was in an uproar. Countless celestial soldiers and generals rushed out from countless mountain peaks, floating islands, and giant palaces. The war drums were beating as they charged out. On a divine island, the jade cup in little K's hand fell to the ground. She was so excited that her whole body was trembling, and tears rolled down her cheeks soundlessly. Then, she rushed out of the jade palace and flew out of the celestial court. The divine sun has returned. In another location, the old assassin Qi Luo's face was full of disbelief. He opened his mouth, and a radiant light burst out from one of his eyes. The other eye was incomparably empty, and the sun, moon, and stars were fading away inside. He's back, he's back. His voice was trembling as he stood up. Even his fingers were trembling. It's him, it's him. My good brother has returned. On another peak, Li Heishui leaped up from the Dao platform and let out a long howl toward the sky. He was filled with great sorrow and joy, and his whole body was trembling. In front of a waterfall, a bare-chested savage was sitting below. His bronze-colored skin flickered with a metallic luster, and his sturdy muscles were like wild dragons coiling around him. Dongfang Yi let out a loud roar that shattered the vast sky. He cried twice, and then laughed loudly. He strode out of the waterfall pool, and every step he took caused the heaven and earth to shake. Even the mountains and rivers were trembling. Ah! With a cry of grief and a howl of grief, the sacred prince shattered a stone mountain. He was actually also in the celestial court. He pierced through the clouds, and golden light erupted from his body as he said, My good brother, GZ has left, and you have finally returned alive to meet me. With a somersault, the monkey charged over at an extremely fast speed. In another palace hall, a purple-clothed girl originally had a very strong cultivation, but at this moment, she was staggering. She ran out barefooted. Her face was covered with tears, sparkling and translucent tears continuously dripping down her cheeks. She ran barefoot, muttering to herself, not daring to believe all of this. There was hope, joy, and even more fear. She was afraid that this was just a dream. Yi Fan. Is it really you? Ji Ziyue could no longer hold it in and cried out loud. There were too many people, too much movement. The celestial court shook, and countless people moved together. Yi Fan stood in front of the celestial court. The first thing he felt was none other than the Black Emperor's unconventional welcome. It led an endless army and charged over. Unparalleled Black Emperor, do you want us to kill that great enemy in front of us? But Flowery Lord seems to be by his side. A heavenly general was puzzled. That's right, it's to face that great enemy in front of us. At the same time, beat up that Baldy as well. The Black Emperor ordered. However, someone among the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals quickly let out a doubtful voice and said in shock, Your Majesty, that person. It seems to be exactly the same as the stone statue we've seen before. Who is he? Holy sh*t, you bastards are rebelling. You even dare to hit me. Just as Hua Hua opened his mouth to speak, a magical equipment fell down. Yi Fan smiled. He wasn't angry, but his eyes were a little moist. It was still the Black Emperor from back then, and it was still the same group of people from back then. They had all come. Yi Fan. Men, women, old, and young, a large group of people rushed over. Some were crying, some were laughing, and a group of people pounced forward. Chapter 1632. There were men and women, young and old. Some were crying and some were laughing. There were also many celestial soldiers and generals. The war drums rumbled as they pounced forward. Hua Hua's bald head was almost smashed by some of the magical treasures. Damn, you guys are really fighting. Amitba, damn, my head. Hua Hua glared angrily. Wang. Another pile of magical treasures fell like trash. There was a lot of them, but they didn't seem to be worth much. One of them struck his head with a clang. It was as if iron had been struck and carried a sonorous vibrating sound. Hua Hua immediately staggered and felt dizzy. He was flustered and exasperated. He didn't know if it was the Black Emperor or the Silver Blood Emperors. They wouldn't be able to escape. Yi Fan, it's really you. My good brother, you're still alive. Li Heishui shouted and was the first to pounce over. That was because the mountain he was cultivating in was right next to this place. As for the fastest one, it was the sacred prince who somersaulted down from the sky. He let out a long roar and grabbed Yi Fan's shoulder. Amidst great sorrow and joy, he looked at Yi Fan and thought of GZ. One of the 3 imperial princes who fought shoulder to shoulder was finally gone. Tears welled up in his eyes. I knew that you would definitely survive and come back to meet us. Dongfang Ye's upper body was naked as he roared. He strode over like a giant, causing the earth to tremble. He forcefully hammered Yi Fan. It had been 300 years since they parted. Although they were laughing now, there were tears in these people's eyes. It wasn't easy to meet them again alive. It's good that you came back alive. It's good that you came back alive. The old assassin Qi Luo repeated with a trembling voice. Hot tears flowed down from Yi Fan's eyes. So many people were worried, sad, and happy for him. Even their words were trembling. They were afraid that it was just a dream. How could he not be moved? Suddenly, he felt a pain in his right shoulder. He turned around and saw the Black Emperor baring his white teeth at him. He used a special method to greet him. However, no matter how he looked at it, it seemed like he was taking advantage of the situation to steal the divine blood. Why are your muscles so tense? Why isn't there even a drop of blood? Sure enough, this big dog with a vile personality spoke the truth. Then, its eyes burned with passion, moving closer with a fervent expression, saying, after disappearing for so many years, did you fall into an immortal's cave? The Emperor of Fighting said it well. With the treasure in hand, the world is mine. When brothers meet, we'll split it in half, no discounts. When Monkey heard that, black lines appeared on his forehead. When had his father ever said something like that? The Black Emperor's skin had reached a certain level. He calmly squeezed forward, and with a pull of Big Black's claws, he almost pressed the bald Hua Hua who was in the way under his feet. F***CK. $@yen #%. Hua Hua moved the big black paw away from her bald head, cursing and swearing in her heart. However, she could only pray to Buddha, because she really couldn't afford to offend this dog martial uncle. Divine Son, I knew that you would definitely survive. The heavens have eyes, little K, said softly with a smile and tears in her eyes. Everyone from the heavenly village had arrived. They were all old friends. And the many celestial soldiers and generals recruited in the past 300 years were already dumbfounded. Who was this person? Wasn't this a dream? Didn't the master of the celestial court, Yi Fan, die in battle a long time ago? Everyone knew that. It's really him, the one from our celestial court who died in battle in the past? Everyone was in an uproar. The celestial soldiers and generals felt that it was unbelievable. There was nothing more shocking than this, but the person in front of them was exactly the same as that stone statue. Yi Fan. Ji Ziyue's face was covered in tears. She staggered over barefooted and rushed over. Tears blurred her eyes. She still remembered that day when Yi Fan forced a smile and bid farewell to her. Then, he resolutely rushed towards the starry sky. He left so resolutely. He went even though he knew that he would die. His back was very straight, and he didn't turn back, but she saw a lot of reluctance. Presumably, back then, he definitely knew that when he turned back, he might not be able to resist staying behind. That was why he was so decisive and ruthless. There was no turning back. If that was really the case, he walked on a lonely and doomed path of death. In the end, he would release himself in the universe. His body would be crushed and his blood would splatter on the supreme battlefield. One separation was 300 years, one separation was forever. He used his life as a wager to make her mourn the night and shed tears while looking at the waning moon. Every night with stars was when she looked into the distance. She thought that Yi Fan was on the other side of the starry sky, silently watching her and struggling to return from the darkness. He would meet her in the end. One dream for 300 years. Now that they really met, she was afraid that it was just an illusion. Just like those nights, she woke up in shock from her dream. There were only tear stains beside her pillow, still lonely. It's not a dream, it's not a dream, it's real. This time, it must be real. She trembled and muttered. Her pale face and bloodless fingers touched Yi Fan's face. It's me. I'm back. Yi Fan grabbed that cold and delicate hand. Ji Ziyue caressed Yi Fan's face. After confirming that it wasn't a dream, she finally burst into tears. It made people's hearts ache. Everyone welcomed Yi Fan into the celestial court. This heaven region was very vast now. Continents that had existed since ancient times floated in the universe. Great stars flickered one after another. The village of heaven was no longer related to the village. Now, there were floating islands one after another. The flowers were fragrant and birds were chirping. There were waterfalls and flowing springs. Streaks of silver radiance hung down from the divine islands, landing on the great earth below. The scenery here was very beautiful, but it didn't lose its solemnity. There were many heavenly palaces and huge watchtowers, all of them towering and majestic. Boom! A large cauldron descended. All things were born, the primal chaos began to move. Black and yellow descended, enveloping the top of Yi Fan's head. It made him look indescribably elegant. The myriad chi cauldron appeared. It was wailing and trembling. It floated up and down above Yi Fan's head, expressing the joy, anger, and sorrow of parting for 300 years. Yi Fan was astonished. Everyone also revealed astonished expressions. There was a sparkling and translucent liquid flowing in the mouth of the cauldron. Each stream was as heavy as the Milky Way. This is the boundless power of faith. Many people were astonished. Even they hadn't noticed it in the past. Only the Black Emperor, Qi Luo, and a few others had seen it before. In the middle of the night, the great tomb was translucent like a diamond. It drew in strands of light from the starry sky. In an instant, everyone understood what was going on. After the bloody battle back then, many people in the starry sky were reciting the good deeds of the heroes who died in battle. Naturally, it would produce boundless power of faith. And in the past, when Yi Fan handled the power of faith, he would directly pour it into the cauldron. As long as there was a feeling, it would definitely be absorbed inside. Over the past 300 years, it was endless. The power of faith produced by all those who were reciting his name would cross the starry sky and be buried inside the cauldron. This was a cauldron full of faith power. It was like a vast ocean surging, sparkling and translucent like a diamond. Moreover, it didn't stop. Every day, there would still be formless faith power surging over. It would gather more and more. This is half a step ahead. The Black Emperor exclaimed. Every supreme being who achieved the Tao would be famous throughout the universe. They would be revered and sung by all races. They would definitely collect boundless faith power and add it to their artifacts. It would allow them to transcend the heavens and the gods. Moreover, the faith power could be absorbed into one's own body, which would also have endless wonderful uses. As for how the great emperors handled the power of faith, it was different from one another. It was hard to say. Yi Fan didn't achieve the Tao, but he had quite a bit of faith power. It could be said that he had taken half a step ahead. Although he wasn't willing to borrow this kind of power, it was better than nothing. Yi Fan came back alive. The news seemed to have grown wings, flying into the distance, shaking up the starry sky. All sides were shocked. Meanwhile, in front of the only true path, Imperial Pass also finally released news, just happening to confirm this rumor. The experts of all regions were all stupefied. He's alive, he appeared. Yi Fan's name was being spread everywhere. Now, he reappeared in this world alive, leaving everyone feeling that this was inconceivable. This was a miracle. In the battle against a supreme being, his body exploded and he died, sparkling white bone fragments sticky with wisps of blood shooting in all directions. After the battle, people had previously obtained this type of true imprint fragment from the great cosmos. This was definitely not fake. How did he come back to life? An uproar broke out everywhere, everyone discussing this. They could only conclude that Yi Fan really was heaven-defying. The moonlight was like water, stellar radiance brilliant. Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue strolled through the celestial court. Above the clouds, bejeweled buildings and jade palaces towered, looking exceptionally faintly discernible and lively. The banquet is about to begin. Hua Hua's hoarse voice sounded from the distance, startling countless birds. He used the dragon roar tiger roar art, shaking up every part of the celestial court. The great Xia prince and his sister came, Jianghu arrived, Wu Zhongtian, Jiang Huiran, and the surviving members of the 13 great bandits arrived. Little Tingting flew over anxiously, the human devil Dongfang Tai's old man appeared, Jade Lake's holy lady hurried over. There were too many people, too many to count. In just a few days, news spread everywhere. Many old friends crossed the starry sky to come. The 12 saints who had previously followed Yi Fan, the ones who survived were currently the ancestors of a region. They were practically all alone in a region of the starry sky, opening up new territories. They were the most powerful group of figures in the celestial court. Longma released a roar, immediately calling everyone to gather again. They stepped through the starry sky together. These individuals all had illustrious reputations. For example, Longma was directly bestowed the title of king in a certain region. He had previously defeated countless powerful enemies together with the Black Emperor, even more so dug up endless great graves with Duanda. His reputation was somewhat hateful. Another powerful figure was the Rock King, also bestowed the title of a divine king in a region of the celestial court. His battle prowess was astonishing. Back then, when Yi Fan comprehended Tao under the Bodhi tree, this rock landed on Yi Fan's shoulder. Because of this, he also comprehended his own Rock King fist. Now, he had broken through the starry sky and was unrivaled. Come, come, come. Taste this wild dragon that I hunted. It's delicious and juicy. It's truly the best delicacy in the world. Dongfang Ye's upper body was naked. He used Dao fire to roast a 3-kilometer-long flood dragon. He sprinkled the life-spring divine liquid of the numinous treasure celestial being all over it. At this moment, the dragon was roasted until it was golden and shiny. The fragrance assailed everyone's nostrils. What a pity, there's too little. It's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth, the human devil old man muttered. Everyone was petrified. Many people gathered here, but it was still a little less than 300 years ago. In that turmoil, too many people died an unnatural death. The 13 great bandits were almost wiped out. Only 2 or 3 of them were left. As for the geniuses of that era, there were far too few of them. Many of them would never appear again, and even some of the holy lands were forever erased from existence. Come, taste my dragon chimera soup. It's definitely the best tonic in the world. Longma shouted. The dragon chimera was shaped like a real dragon. It was only a foot long and contained the essence of heaven and earth. It was a great tonic. When refined with some divine herbs, it could prolong one's life for hundreds of years. It was definitely the rarest thing in the world. The Jade Lake Saintess was stunned. Not long ago, a thief in the new location of the Jade Lake failed to steal the flat peach and conveniently stole a dragon chimera. Now the culprit had finally surfaced. I didn't steal this, it's something I got from Duanda. I'm innocent, I only obtained it after paying the Longma clan's method and half of Fiend Emperor Great One's ancient scripture. Longma explained. The Black Emperor who had previously colluded with Duanda and committed many great crimes felt a bit guilty. He changed the topic, staring at the blood crow that returned from Imperial Pass with Yi Fan and said, "I say, this duck isn't bad. Its feathers are so red like burning charcoal, it's definitely a blood-nourishing divine good." The blood crow was furious. This crow wasn't that duck. Moreover, as the great sage, how could he be said to be food? Crows and dogs almost jumped up and down on the spot. Nan Nan is hungry, where is Big Brother? Right at this time, a little girl around 3 years old walked over while rubbing her large eyes in a daze. She was as exquisite as a porcelain doll. It was precisely the little Nan Nan. Everyone was petrified, especially the Black Emperor. After a loud shout, he quickly rushed over. Chapter 1633. Little darling has revived. Many people cried out together. They were incomparably excited. The little girl had slept in the celestial court for many years. She had never breathed or had a heartbeat. Her body was ice cold, scaring everyone badly. Everyone was incomparably worried. If they hadn't confirmed that there were still life fluctuations in the depths of her body, they would have truly thought that she had died. Back then, many people were anxious and terrified. They thought of countless methods, but none of them worked. Today, she had actually revived. She walked out of the most majestic celestial palace and arrived here. Everyone was naturally stupefied, and then they were extremely pleasantly surprised. "Little darling, where is this?" The little girl hugged the cloth doll with one hand and rubbed her large eyes with the other. She looked around in a daze. Then, she seemed to have thought of something. She lowered her head and sobbed softly, "Big Brother isn't here anymore, woo-woo." The little girl had completely woken up. Her face was covered in tears, and she became more and more upset. Then, she began to cry loudly. "Don't cry." Everyone was filled with pity and love. They practically shouted at the same time. In the celestial court, she was the little princess not only in name but also in reality. Everyone loved her dearly, and they couldn't bear to see her cry. Big Brother's aura. The little girl raised her head in shock and widened her eyes. She recovered from her dazed state and immediately sensed something. He didn't die. The scourge has returned after 10,000 years. The Black Emperor laughed loudly. Yi Fan walked over with large steps. He clearly remembered that 300 years ago, it was the little girl's tears that fell into his bloody mud and shattered bones that gave him hope of life. However, those tears were very different. They were mixed with a blood-like substance and 7-colored immortal light. That was a type of most primordial object. It was exuberant with life energy that gave him the possibility of resurrection. Big Brother. The little girl threw away the cloth doll and quickly ran over. Yi Fan dotingly picked her up and placed her on his shoulder. Everyone was overjoyed and filled with joy. Yi Fan had returned, and the little girl had also revived. This was truly great news, and it made everyone reveal sincere smiles. "Me too, this great one has also come out of seclusion. Back then, the little girl was lost, and I was the one who found her." The divine child cried out, reporting his own merits. He was still the same as before, sealed within a large piece of sparkling and resplendent immortal source. He ran over while jolting his buttocks. It was precisely the little fatty from back then. He hadn't been unsealed, just like in the past, his entire body smooth and glossy, fair and chubby. The Black Emperor sighed. Back then, it was all thanks to this fatty. Otherwise, darling would have been lost and might not have been able to find her. 300 years ago, Yi Fan died in battle and was buried in the boundless universe. GZ, Jiang Taishu, Gai Jiuyo, and the others never appeared again. As for little Nan Nan, the other special character who had directly torn through the universe and rushed to the scene of the battle, her whereabouts were also unknown. No one knew where she had gone until the end of the final battle between great emperors. Until one day, when the Big Dipper was reconstructed by someone. The ancient continents that had been split up merged into one, becoming a complete star. Moreover, someone used a great power to move the sun, moon, and stars there. That place was full of vitality. Only then did she have her aura. Back then, the Black Emperor was originally in despair. He couldn't find Yifan's corpse, nor could he find little Nan Nan's home. He could only return to the Big Dipper and go into seclusion in his loneliness. Unexpectedly, the divine child that he had brought over caught the little girl's aura in the eastern wastelands. In the end, he found little Nan Nan, who was wandering in the mortal world. When the Black Emperor found her, the little girl only said one sentence sadly: "Big brother is no longer here." Then, she collapsed and lost all signs of life. She only woke up today. Little Nan Nan ran over and waved her hand vigorously. Her face was filled with surprise and excitement. "Sister Xiao Xiao," little Nan Nan responded subconsciously. "Ah, little Nan Nan, you still haven't forgotten me. I thought you didn't remember anything again." It was the girl who had taken care of little Nan Nan in the bitter north of the Ziwei Star region. 300 years ago, she was sent to the Moon Palace by Yan Yishi and Li Tian. After so many years, her name had already spread throughout the Ziwei Star region. She became a genius with peerless strength. Ha! Loud laughter came from afar. Two figures flew over from the horizon and hurried to the celestial court. They were Yan Yishi and Li Tian. Now, they had become the strongest of the Ziwei Star region. No one could contend against them. "I knew you would appear alive." Yan Yishi came up and gave Yifan a punch. There were tears of joy in his eyes. Then, the two brothers picked up little Nan Nan and looked at her. They sighed and said, "Longevity is only so-so. Who in the world can compare to you?" "Me." The divine child was unwilling to fall behind and shouted unhappily in the celestial source. "You silly child, do you dare to come out and fight against the corrosion of time?" Li Tian picked him up and spanked his bottom through the celestial source. The little fatty was so angry that he cried out loudly. "Speaking of which, this silly child is really mysterious. Can you tell where he came from, Elder Dongfang?" Li Heishui asked. The demonic human Dongfang Tai looked at him again and again. He shook his head and said, "I haven't eaten before, so I don't know." As he spoke, he moved closer and sniffed, wanting to grab the little fatty. After so many years, the demonic human elder seemed to be glowing with youth. His bronze-colored muscles were bulging, and his hair was much thicker and black. He looked very valiant. The little fatty's hair stood on end and he took a few steps back. Who was this master? Did he recognize people by their food? He looked at the demonic human elder warily and screamed, "Don't come over." Everyone laughed heartily and sat in front of the bonfire on the open-air ground. A banquet full of laughter and cheerful chatter began. "Duanda. Elder Duan, where are you going?" In the distance, a sneaky figure had just arrived. However, after seeing the Jade Lake Saintess, he immediately slipped away and prepared to escape. Unfortunately, he was seen by someone and called out to him. "Boundless Heavenly Lord, I have calculated with my fingers that auspicious colors are gushing out from the east. This is a great auspicious sign. A matchless tomb will definitely appear. I wish to go and battle it," Duanda said in all seriousness. Everyone was stunned. Why did the appearance of a great tomb have something to do with Ji Rui? Going and fight it? To put it bluntly, wasn't it just robbing graves? Why did he make it sound so majestic and awe-inspiring? "Duanda, did you steal someone else's dragon chimera?" "I won't allow you to harm the sisters of the Jade Lake," Li Tian said. "Nonsense. Everyone has their own specialties. Am I, Duanda, that kind of person? Would I do such a thing? Do you believe me or the Black Emperor? I'm a man of character." The wicked Daoist glanced at the large black dog. "Woof, what do you mean? Don't mislead the people of the Celestial Court. The eyes of the people are clear." The Black Emperor was both guilty and angry. "The two of you are about the same." This was the unanimous evaluation of everyone. Duanda ignored the Black Emperor and sneakily moved closer to Yifan. He said in a low voice, "The battle back then is not over. When the time comes, let's go to the Undying Mountain, the Sea of Reincarnation, and the Immortal Mausoleum to kill them. We have to take revenge. We have to fight the most glorious battle. Yi Fan was surprised. When did this damned fatty become so unyielding? He said, "Do you dare?" "Why wouldn't I dare?" Duanda waved his fat hand and said passionately, "This life is destined to go to the life-forbidden area for a glorious battle. Who dares to follow me and fight alongside me?" Everyone was shocked and looked over. They were infected by him. Fighting a bloody battle in the life-forbidden area and flattening those forbidden areas that had existed since ancient times. What kind of magnificent feat would that be? Just thinking about it made one's blood boil. Good job, Uncle Duan. When the time comes, we will definitely follow you. Yes, kill them. We must go and flatten them. I hope that one of us can achieve enlightenment. We will fight alongside him and kill our way into the life-forbidden area. Many people echoed loudly. Duanda was very satisfied. He made a concluding speech and said, "Not bad, your understanding and support make me very gratified. There will definitely be a glorious battle in the future. Let us dig up their ancestral graves together." Everyone shut their mouths and stopped talking. F***CK. Everyone cursed in their hearts. This was the most glorious battle. Digging up graves was considered. I will definitely dig up their graves. No one can stop me. This penniless priest will advance courageously and play the strongest battle song. I will go to the forbidden area and carry out the ultimate battle. I will surpass myself. Before Duanda could finish speaking, eggplants, rotten cucumbers, rotten eggs, and so on flew up and smashed into his fat face. In fact, although Duanda and the Black Emperor were unreliable, they were truly resourceful and knew many secrets that ordinary people would find difficult to obtain. The void mirror might have fallen into a certain life-forbidden area, and the same goes for the shattered eternal universe furnace. In other words, the corpses of GZ and Divine King Jiang might be buried in these places. This was the secret that Duanda had revealed. The Black Emperor's expression was solemn as he nodded and said, "It might be true." Someone saw a broken Emperor weapon fall into the Big Dipper, but they couldn't find it anywhere. I'm afraid it could only fall into those life-forbidden areas. The blood in Yi Fan's body rumbled and boiled. He clenched his fists tightly, and an astonishing light appeared in his dim eyes. He said, "I will get better. Sooner or later, I will fight my way into the life-forbidden area. There's still me." The sacred prince said, his golden eyes shooting out divine lightning. Time passed quickly, and 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. All sorts of shocking news came from the only true path. One genius overlord after another fell, and one rose up after another. That was a blood-stained emperor's road. The central emperor shakes the world, releasing the most resplendent light in this era. He killed 20 experts of the various races in a single night, and actually has the momentum of catching up. In the past, he was only famous in the Big Dipper. After so many years, he wasn't very famous in the depths of the starry sky. He had just entered the only true path recently, but he had already fought to the point where the various races trembled. The central emperor erupted with power. Gai Jiuyo, who was from the same era as him, shone with the most resplendent light in this era, engraved in history. This type of death in battle finally ignited the power slumbering within the central emperor's bones and blood. On the only true path, the first few imperial passes were bleeding, the battles reaching a climax. Only geniuses who survived could be called geniuses. There were just too many heaven-warping geniuses who were killed, making one tremble in fear. This was a golden age, as well as a bitter era. There were many heroes who could be considered heaven-warping talents, but in the end, they all became dim in front of even more powerful individuals. Blood was shed on the battlefield. The undying heavenly empress is still alive. Someone saw the legendary phoenix nest dyed red by immortal blood. That day, another shocking piece of news spread. There was a great sage who was traveling through the cosmos, seeing an enormous ancient phoenix nest. It was built from phoenix divine wood, shaped like a bird's nest, but it released heaven overflowing might. It was faintly discernible, powerful life fluctuations seeping out. It was rumored that this was a divine nest the undying heavenly empress built for his wife, soaked in immortal blood. It was only recorded in history books, no one seeing it in the past. No one expected it to appear in this era. There was a great sage who went to investigate, but he only had time to release a cry of alarm, and then there was no more activity. His 2 disciples shivered inwardly, fleeing in panic, spreading the news. Unyielding in battle. The celestial court's people were fighting outside, fighting more than 100 battles of varying scales against the divine court's people in the last 10 years. As long as it didn't involve that individual who was about to achieve the Tao, the celestial court didn't fear them. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Divine Court achieved the Tao more than 300 years ago. 300 years later, it was still like this, still unable to take that step. 300 years ago, the ancient supreme being massacred the 8 wastelands. Gai Jiuyo, Jiang Taishu, Ji Zi, Yi Fan, and other heroes from various clans all stood out, yet he was nowhere to be seen. 300 years had passed, and it was unknown whether it was because of that battle that his Tao heart was shaken, or because of some other reason, but his cultivation had never improved. It was also because of the pressure from various clans that the Lord of the Divine Court didn't appear and didn't personally deal with the Celestial Court. Especially when Yi Fan returned alive, it made it even more difficult for him to act. If he really dared to fight and kill Yi Fan, he might bear an eternal infamy. It was also because of this that even though the Divine Court suppressed the Celestial Court openly or secretly, they couldn't suppress them and couldn't stop their speed of expansion. In the last 10 years, Longma, the great Peng King, and the others who were bestowed the title of king each led troops from a region and fought ceaselessly against the Divine Court. Their fame shook the star regions. Chapter 1634. 10 years in one's life, especially for mortals, could make heroes grow white hair and beauties grow wrinkles. The Celestial Court keeps invading our territory. What is the meaning of this? Hurry up and leave. A man in golden feather garb had an indescribable majesty. In the cold space, vast armies were confronting each other. Both sides had a large number of people, like mountains and seas. They stood on the 2 sides of the chaotic river. Iron armors flashed, and sword lights were dazzling. Who are you? A muscular man holding a pair of halberds shouted. He was 6 meters tall with bulging muscles. His arms were several times thicker than ordinary people's thighs. He had blue hair and eyes as big as bronze bells. He looked very ferocious. I'm the Rock King of the Celestial Court. The man in golden feather garb had a strong body. His eyebrows were like 2 swords. He had an indescribable heroic spirit, and his eyes were like golden lanterns. Hearing this, people from the Celestial Court couldn't help but take a deep breath. The Rock King's name had shaken the universe for many years. To the Celestial Court, he was a nightmare. The great Rock King fist that he created was extremely powerful and could easily shatter the galaxy. Even the sun, moon, and stars would tremble along with his fist. It was extremely powerful. This was an existence that had long been conferred the title of king in a region. He had killed many people from the Divine Court, and many great saints were no match for him. He had never lost a single battle. Great Rock King, a conferred king. Good, let me see how strong you are. Don't live up to your reputation. The green-haired muscular man sneered and charged forward with the 2 halberds in his hands. He came from an ancient region ruled by the Celestial Court. It was his first time coming to this battlefield. Of course, he wasn't convinced. He was full of enmity toward the kings of the Celestial Court. He wanted to defeat them one by one. Those who said that to me are all dead. The Rock King clasped his hands behind his back, looking ruthless. His body was covered in a golden halo, and his eyes were even more frightening. Just a rock, and you dare to be titled a king of a region? Give me your life. The muscular man roared. Immediately, wisps of white smoke came out of his mouth and nostrils. It was primal chaos energy. His body radiated a brilliant light, and his fighting power rocketed. Chi! The two halberds tore through the sky, the cold halberd blades cutting open the universe. He was like a god of war as he closed in. Dao technique surged around his body, and patterns spread out like water ripples. Many of the nearby meteors all exploded. As for the armies on both sides, they had long withdrawn out of fear of being caught up in the shockwaves. The robust man was too powerful, possessing extreme brute force. When he brandished his weapon, everything would shatter, turning into powder. The Great Rock King's attack was very simple. He moved sideways and didn't retreat. His palms brushed against the halberd's blades, and it was like a huge hammer striking them. The halberds buzzed from the impact, as if they were about to shatter. The black-haired man's heart trembled. A seemingly casual strike had caused his arm to go numb. The person known as the Divine King of the First Division of the Celestial Court was indeed terrifying. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably. As the two of them fought, the 6-meter-tall giant emitted black smoke, like the netherworld flames of hell. He grew stronger and stronger. However, the Rock King did not care. His golden feathered robe fluttered in the wind, and his golden hair was like a torch. His aura was even more oppressive than a mountain. Kill! Accompanied by a murderous roar, the Rock King's palms turned into fists. Golden light erupted from his body, especially his fists, which were even more resplendent. The fluctuations of power spread out in all directions. Kacha! The pair of halberds let out a trembling sound. Numerous cracks appeared on them, and then they shattered into pieces in the cosmos. Pooh! The Rock King ferociously punched forward. At the same time as it shattered the two halberds, it also smashed into the body of the muscular man. The muscular man was originally 2 meters tall, but now he was like a wooden puppet that was sent flying. Moreover, there was a huge bloody hole in his chest. Boom! A rain of blood poured down. The robust man was shattered under the Rock King's fist. There was no suspense at all. Everyone was in an uproar. They were all shocked, especially the troops from the Celestial Court. This robust man's strength was extremely great, and he could be considered a venerable ancestor in his own region. He could go to the true path to contend for supremacy, but he was recruited by the Celestial Court and never left. Who would have thought that such a powerful character would be directly blown up by the golden-feathered robed man? Too terrifying. This Rock King's fist technique is truly unrivaled. Even a supreme great sage could be easily killed. It's inconceivably powerful. If the quasi-emperor doesn't appear, how many people can keep him in check? He's truly worthy of being a divine king of the Celestial Court. He can truly reign supreme in one region. Everyone was astonished. The golden-feathered robed king of the Celestial Court was too powerful. He was simply undefeatable, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Legend has it that the Rock King's fist has the shadow of the Celestial Emperor's fist. Back then, this golden rock stood on the shoulder of the Saint Fiziki fan and received enlightenment. It was similar to comprehending the Tao under the Bodhi tree. When someone spoke of the past, everyone couldn't help but frown. This fist technique was already unrivaled and gave off an incomparable oppressive aura. What would the true Celestial Emperor's fist be like? Everyone's hearts trembled. Kill! The Rock King waved his hand, and the celestial soldiers and generals behind him surged forth. A black mass of them charged forward, and he was even in the lead. Blood and broken weapons flew everywhere. A great battle was also going on in another region. Longma was the first existence in the Celestial Court to proclaim himself as a king. He ruled over a region, and now that he was surrounded, he didn't panic at all. He immediately set up an 8-division killing formation and swept through all directions. This was a gift from his bad friend, the Black Emperor. He had studied it for many years and restored it to the Great Emperor's killing formation. Although it was only 2 triangles, it was shockingly terrifying. This region was filled with blood and foul winds. Longma's counterattack was roused, and he directly galloped through the starry sky. He used the Rho formula and the killing technique of the Celestial Court to assassinate the supreme expert leading the army. Even though the other side had sent out all their experts, the death of the leader, the great sage, caused the army to completely crumble. Longma led the army in a counterattack, bathing the celestial court in blood. In the Ziwei segmentum, Yan Yishi and Li Tian were under great pressure because the celestial court couldn't forget this place. This was the famous imperial star, and now it had become a part of the territory controlled by the celestial court. This time, an unparalleled expert attacked, and he held a divine weapon given by the celestial court's leader. It was personally refined by the quasi-emperor. This place became one of the most important and terrifying battlefields, and the situation was dire. The quasi-emperor's divine weapon emitted a monstrous might and suppressed everything. It was boundlessly terrifying. No one could stop it. No one expected that the celestial court would be so fierce this time. Apart from the emperor who hadn't come out, the other factions had mobilized more than half of their forces. They really had the intention of destroying the celestial court in one go. Back then, the human sovereign had once entered the Ziwei segmentum and then ruled the universe. He looked down on the 8 desolates and left behind too many legends. This time, the attack was too fierce. Yan Yishi and Li Tian were both heavily injured, and they were alone. Even though they had gathered many people in this region, they still couldn't compare to the celestial court. The main force of the celestial court attacked. There were 8 or 9 great sage in sight, and it was unknown if there were more hidden in the dark. The quasi-emperor's divine sword rose and fell, and it was unstoppable as it slashed down ray after ray of cold light. Kacha! Finally, the goddess furnace was destroyed. Its exterior cracked, and the fragments fell off, piling up together. Yan Yishi and Li Tian's faces were pale. They couldn't hold on any longer. A ray of quasi-emperor's light swept through their weapons, and their primordial spirits were injured. The Ziwei segmentum is under attack. A great sage sneered. He held the quasi-emperor's sword in his hand, standing proudly in the sky. He pointed at the 2 disciples of the human desire path, about to kill them. However, at this time, an extremely terrifying fluctuation suddenly pervaded the air. The shattered goddess furnace released resplendent immortal radiance, and a small furnace rose up, dazzling and resplendent. It was only the size of an infant's fist. It was sparkling and resplendent, and strands of emperor's might spread outwards, shaking the world. What, that is? Everyone from the celestial court trembled. Wang! The small furnace trembled, and the light beam shocked the heavens, tearing apart the cosmos. It turned into a streak of immortal radiance, and with a kacha sound, it directly broke the quasi-emperor's sword, causing it to collapse. Everyone from the celestial court was horrified. What kind of weapon was this? The quasi-emperor's sword refined by the emperor lord was so terrifying. It clearly shattered the goddess furnace, so how could a smaller one fly out from within? Ah, a great sage cried out in pain. When the small furnace approached, he was crushed into a meat patty, crushed by the radiance that descended. How astonishing was this? This is a celestial tool that is close to a great emperor weapon, and it is much stronger than ordinary quasi-emperor weapons. It has almost transformed into an emperor weapon. How could this be? Everyone from the celestial court was horrified, and they quickly retreated. However, it was too late. Li Tian and Yan Yishi exchanged a glance, and then controlled this furnace to slaughter everyone, sweeping through the starry sky, leaving behind endless blood and bones. Only today did they understand the ultimate secret of the goddess furnace. As expected of a weapon personally refined by the Eternal Universe Emperor for his good friend, the Patriarch of the Path of Desire. He had put a lot of effort into it, and there was actually a quasi-emperor's weapon hidden within it. Once it encountered danger, it would definitely rush out on its own. Normally, it would not allow the wielder of the goddess furnace to rely too much on this weapon. The celestial court has actually mobilized such a large force? This is the first time in 300 years that they have dared to launch a sneak attack. I am coming. The large black dog rushed over from another region, the scepter of the celestial court hovering above his head. The light in his eyes was frightening. Behind him, Duanda had also arrived. He had been invited here by the troops of the celestial court, because the pressure they had faced this time was too great. No one would have thought that the Celestial Court would mobilize such a large force, and it seemed like they were going to destroy the Celestial Court in one fell swoop. Moreover, this was one of the main battlefields. When they arrived, they discovered that the Ziwei galaxy was unharmed, and a quasi-emperor furnace was floating up and down. They were instantly stunned. Not good, hurry and head toward the desolate star. The most terrifying army of the Celestial Court is charging there, and the barbarians won't be able to stop them, the Black Emperor shouted. Everyone's expressions changed. There was a secret formation on the desolate star that led to the headquarters of the Celestial Court. If it was breached, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, not only them, but even the Buddhist realm that Longma, the Great Rock King, and Huahua guarded all mobilized their troops, heading to the desolate star to provide reinforcements. When they arrived, they saw endless blood and bones, broken limbs, and countless corpses. Blood had completely dyed this place red, and it was like a scene from hell. Everyone's hearts sank, and they felt incomparably stifled. Could it be that Dongfang Yi and the others have all died in battle? Everyone felt a wave of fear. When they arrived at the strategic location of the desolate star, the scene in the mountain range caused everyone to be stunned, and then they didn't know what to say. The barbarian was busy, personally roasting meat. He had killed too many people. There were many races that had invaded from the Celestial Court, and there were people from all races. Now, he was cooking a feast. At the side, the old man of the human demon was eating to his heart's content. He was being served very comfortably, and it was unknown how much meat he had swallowed. How is the old ancestor eating? Asked Dongfang Yi. This time, it was all thanks to the human demon. If not for the human demon Dongfang Tai's sudden appearance, this place would definitely have been flattened. There was simply no one who could stop that sea of divine army. The arrival of the human demon had completely changed everything. Those people could not descend on this star, not even the great sage. After the battle, they had all become food for the human demon. The taste is not bad. I'm about to be full, said the human demon while burping. Everyone was shocked. All the non-human races in the army had been eaten by him. This is a mixed stew. We put the experts of the Flood Dragon, Divine Tiger, Blood Phoenix, and other races into a large pot and then add the most special condiments of my barbarian race. The taste is delicious, and this time, we've made a pot of soup for you. Hurry up and have a taste. Dongfang Yi attentively brought over a large cauldron. It had actually been refined to imitate Yi Fan's myriad chi cauldron, and now it had become a soup pot. Everyone was speechless. They had been worried just now, but they had never thought that this would be the result. The sea of Celestial Court's army had become the human demon's prey, and now, they had entered his stomach. This really made everyone speechless. For this battle, the Celestial Court had mobilized a large number of troops, but they had never thought that it would end like this. It made everyone feel apprehensive, but at the same time, they also wanted to laugh. This was the first great confrontation between the Celestial Court and the Celestial Court. The scale was originally going to be huge, but who would have thought that it would end so anticlimactic? However, this matter made everyone vigilant. The conflict between the two great sects was irreconcilable, and it had reached a certain degree. Otherwise, how could there be such a large-scale expedition? In the cosmos, the atmosphere became tense. Since there was a great expedition, there would definitely be a second one. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before it happened. The Celestial Court has gone too far. They provoked the Celestial Court and destroyed our army. Are they trying to start an all-out war? Celestial Court, do you still have any shame? You clearly wanted to wipe us out, but in the end, you returned in defeat, yet you still put on the appearance of a victim. Since such a thing had happened, there was naturally no lack of noise. The entire star domain was not calm, and the smell of gunpowder was thick. The region adjacent to the Celestial Court and the Celestial Court was in turmoil. A portion of people fled, fearing that they would be affected by the two great organizations' expedition. Only now did everyone suddenly discover that the Celestial Court was actually this powerful, daring to contend against the Celestial Court. In the past, the Lord of the Celestial Court was extremely low profile, because he never participated in the bloody battle against the supreme beings. Perhaps because he felt ashamed, he never appeared. However, the speed of their great sect's expansion never weakened, long becoming a colossus. After so many years passed, it made people feel intimidated. No one expected that after more than 300 years, the Celestial Court would silently strengthen to this extent, able to fight against this colossus. The regions adjacent to the two were in turmoil, finding it difficult to calm down. Everyone was paying close attention to how the two great organizations would confront each other in the end. It was to the extent where the eyes that gathered here temporarily surpassed the only true path, becoming the focal point of everyone's attention. Yi Fan came out. What? He quietly withdrew from the Emperor's path, going into seclusion for 10 years, yet he appeared again? Where is he? He headed to the star domain adjacent to the Celestial Court and the Celestial Courts. These news seemed to have grown wings, immediately spreading to all places, to the extent where it entered the only true path through a few special channels, stirring up everyone's emotions. Yi Fan's body had a hidden illness, a great problem occurring, unable to even continue on the Emperor's path, only able to withdraw. However, this always made some people feel like he was an uncertain factor. Regardless of what happened to him, once he appeared, they had to treat him seriously. A blood crow moved through the cosmos, several thousand zhang in length. On its back stood several people, one of them precisely Yi Fan, who had gone into seclusion for 10 years, appearing again. Sacred body, Yi Fan came. It really is him. This was an enormous city that landed on a desolate star. This star was devoid of life, originally a dead star. However, since ancient times, this enormous city had always been bustling, people always coming and going. It was because it was located at the border of several great star domains, a special place. Many powerful cultivators came and went, either exchanging scriptures, selling divine materials, or purchasing secret weapons. Since ancient times, it had never declined. Today, this place was still the same. Even though it was located between the Celestial Court and the Celestial Court, the number of powerful cultivators hadn't really decreased, and there were many natives. Yi Fan came. The Celestial Court's great army is pressing on the border, eyeing this place like a tiger watching its prey. He really dared to appear. The Celestial Court's great army was stationed at the border, suppressing people to the point of suffocation. There were supreme experts among them, some with quasi-emperor weapons, and even a deputy sect master of the Celestial Court had arrived. It was under this kind of pressure that Yi Fan appeared, rushing to the border, appearing in this enormous city, shocking people. What is he going to do? Could it be that he wants to fight against the entire Celestial Court army alone? Chapter 1635. 40,000-year-old fire lotus seed. It grows in the depths of the Earth's core fire and takes root in the magma. It's about to transform into a medicine king. Don't miss it when you pass by. Heavenly Demon Blood Crystal. After an unparalleled demon lord died, his blood essence turned into a demon crystal in the blessed heavenly abode. It's priceless. Earth Dragon Vein Essence. A rare divine material since ancient times. It's hard to come by again in this lifetime. Godly Punishment City was bustling. All sorts of noises rose and fell. There were no weaklings here. Everyone was a powerful cultivator. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures they were exchanging for were naturally extraordinary. Many pairs of eyes looked over. When Yi Fan entered the city, he attracted too much attention. When he walked past an area, it would be so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. This was originally a bustling city. When their group passed through, even the unruly rogue cultivators and experts with powerful backgrounds retreated and made a path for them. The people of the Celestial Court were destined to fight against the army of the Godly Court. No one wanted to get involved. If they got involved at this time, they would be looking for trouble. Yi Fan made people apprehensive. Even though he was rumored to be half-crippled and forced out of the Emperor's road, and his condition had been deteriorating for the past 10 years, once he appeared, his every move would affect everyone's heart. Along the way, the Black Emperor's eyes almost popped out. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures that were being exchanged for were of divine quality. It was drooling. Is this the 9-yang divine grass that can only grow in the sun star? The Black Emperor's saliva almost dripped out. He stopped in front of a stall and couldn't move any further. It was a plant that surged with divine flames, and it was like a ball of chaotic immortal light. It had 6 leaves that illuminated the surroundings. This was a rare divine herb, and it was already quite good to be able to find a single stalk even after searching through the numerous great yang stars. This was a wonderful plant for cultivating the body and tempering one's yang qi. It could temper one's muscles and bones into bronze and iron, refining one into an indestructible body. The ancient city even had such a thing. It was obvious how prosperous it was. Unless the great sage frequented this place to exchange divine materials, it would be impossible for such a divine item to be in circulation. Unfortunately, the Black Emperor was notorious. When the seller saw that it was a big black dog, he immediately fled on a streak of light. Woof, why are you running? Any knowledgeable person would know that I would never trade anything with the black dog and the fat Taoist priest. Woof. You're discriminating against me. The large black dog had a square head and large ears, and was extremely ferocious. It was about to give chase, yet Yi Fan pressed down on its neck to prevent it from acting recklessly. Many people narrowed their eyes. Strands of light shot out as they stared at Yi Fan's palm, wanting to see exactly what it was. 10 years had passed. Had there been any changes to his body? Everyone wanted to find out the truth about him. Many gazes shot over from all directions like a waterfall. However, they were disappointed. Yi Fan's hand didn't exert any force, and the large black dog seemed to have sensed this as well. He narrowed his large eyes and swept his gaze around. On a broken mountain, a young man asked, "What do you think? Has he recovered?" There was an elder beside him. His hair was white like snow, but his complexion was rosy. His skin was tender like a newborn baby's, and his eyes were bright and full of expression. He said, "It's hard to say. Logically speaking, he won't recover in this lifetime, and will die from illness and suffering." That seemingly very young man's eyes shone with divine light. His tone was cold and emotionless as he said, "Say, if I suddenly make a move and kill him, what kind of consequences will there be?" The elder's expression became serious when he heard this, and he said, "Umo, don't act recklessly. You most likely won't be able to kill him. I really want to verify this. I want to see if he is getting weaker by the day, or if he is getting better." The young man's eyes burned even more brilliantly. The elder warned, "Don't act recklessly. Putting aside whether you can succeed or not, just the consequences of making a move against him are unbearable for ordinary people." Back then, he fought a supreme being in the life-restricted region and died. Now that he has returned alive, if he is killed by someone else, the people of the world will not agree. You people are always overcautious and overcautious, thinking too much. If you kill him, then you kill him. Even if it becomes reality, so what? I believe that after a few years, everyone will forget about him. The so-called achievements will all be fleeting clouds. With Yi Fan's arrival, many people became restless. Undercurrents surged, and some even wanted to take action violently. Most of the people who were hostile to them were the leaders of the divine court. Among them, even their youngest commander had come. He was known as one of the 3 strongest heroes of this generation in the past 300 years. It was clear that everyone had misgivings. Even if they could secretly kill Yi Fan, they still wouldn't rashly take action. Once they were exposed, they believed that many people would raise their banners and denounce them. Regardless, there was currently no one who dared to openly announce that they would kill Yi Fan. This was defying the world, making all creatures of the world their enemy. There were quite a few hostile cultivators who wished for Yi Fan to die sooner, not wishing for him to continue living. They always felt that he was an unstable factor, and they would do everything they could to make this hope a reality. Outside this vast star, in the region ruled by the divine court, the border army was boundless, almost drowning this place. With so many people heading to the border of the star regions, Yi Fan's group stood on this star and could clearly feel the rolling pressure in outer space. A bloody battle seemed to be drawing closer. Yi Fan's group stood on the back of the blood crows and arrived in outer space. They could see the fluttering banners in the distance, forming a magnificent formation in the universe. The holy physique Yi Fan has appeared. Does he really think that we don't dare to take action? Don't think that the glory of fighting the supreme beings in the life-forbidden zone has become a protective talisman. Some valiant soldiers were very dissatisfied. They coldly stared at this place from the star region, but they didn't dare to act rashly without receiving the order to fight. On the other side, in the region ruled by the Celestial Court, the border area was also densely covered with banners, and a murderous aura was surging. The titled kings of various tribes had arrived, each leading a troop. They looked at each other across the sky, like tigers eyeing their prey. The army of the Divine Court and the Celestial Court were looking at each other across the area. They could take action at any time. And the buffer zone in the center was the godly punishment city. According to legends, a long time ago, this was a vast star full of vitality. However, because of a fierce battle, this place had become a barbarian land. It was said that the two parties involved were the Divine Court and the Underworld. That battle was earth-shattering. Ghosts cried and gods howled. Even the great emperor's formation, which was almost perfect, was destroyed. History was shockingly similar. Today, the two great organizations were opposing each other, and they were about to have a decisive battle here. Now, only the godly punishment city was left on this star. Without the protection of the great emperor's formation, it would become a speck of dust in the universe. Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, Li Tian, and Yan Ishi calmly returned to the godly punishment city. They didn't care about the army on the other side, as if they weren't afraid at all. So calm. Aren't they afraid that I will get angry and send my army to kill them all? Not long ago, the young man standing on the broken mountain snorted. He was the youngest commander of the Divine Court. He was known as one of the 3 strongest heroes in the last 300 years. He was an outstanding rising star. His name was Umo, and he was accepted as a personal disciple by the master of the Divine Court. Next to him, the white-haired old man was the oldest commander of the Divine Court. He also frowned. Yi Fan was so calm. Was he really not afraid? Report, the holy physique Yi Fan has been invited to the godly punishment city to preach the Tao. Many people have gone to discuss the scriptures and cultivation comprehension. Some people from the Divine Court found out about the movement in the godly punishment city and came to report. Immediately, the young commander Umo frowned. Was he looking down on them? Let's go and take a look. We will also enter the godly punishment city. A woman's voice was magnetic, sexy, and astonishingly charming. The adopted daughter of the master of the Divine Court had arrived. She had been accepted as the daughter of a cultivator. Her status could be said to be extremely prominent. No matter where the daughter of a cultivator went, people would respect her. The godly punishment city was very big. It surrounded some mountain peaks. In one area, there were 5 stone mountains that stood side by side. They were like the 5-finger mountains. Normally, it was a place for cultivators to discuss the Tao. Today, only Yi Fan sat on the platform. He was talking about his past cultivation experience, which attracted a large number of people. What a great voice of the great Tao. Unfortunately, he only has this experience left. Can the holy physique still fight? Umo landed. He was very direct. On the way, he had made up his mind that he couldn't let Yi Fan continue like this. His contributions to the various races couldn't be mentioned all the time. It was all empty talk. If this continued, the holy physique's reputation would become even greater. Even if he didn't fight to the death with Yi Fan today, he still wanted to humiliate him and make him lose face. Even if people might be dissatisfied with him, he still had to do this. He wanted to make Yi Fan fall from the altar and let people see that he was just an ordinary person. 300 years ago was just a special period of history that coincidentally allowed the holy physique Yi Fan to shine. The adopted daughter of the Divine Court frowned, but in the end, she acquiesced and let him do it. She pushed the statue of Yi Fan down from the platform. It's fine if a young man doesn't know how to respect his seniors, but he is still so arrogant. It will only show that he is ignorant and shallow. The Black Emperor spoke impolitely. He even stretched out a claw and was ready to attack. Umo sneered and said, "There will always be talents in every generation. Some people are already old and useless. They should go into seclusion and never come out again." He knew the consequences of saying these words. He would most likely be scolded by the people of the world, but he just wanted to humiliate Yi Fan and destroy the fact that he was respected by all races. He wanted to drag him down from the altar. Once, twice, if this happened many times, many people would oppose the holy physique. Yi Fan's so-called divine ring would become dim, and he would no longer be supported by others. "I see that you really want to fight with me, right?" Yi Fan sat on the Dao platform with a calm expression. He looked at Umo without joy or worry. "I have some thoughts, but unfortunately, you are no longer the you from back then. I heard that your condition has been deteriorating for the past 10 years, and you no longer have the strength to fight. How disappointing." Umo landed on the ground. Everyone was in an uproar. The Divine Court's people were clearly here to stir up trouble. Their words were too disrespectful. Since they knew about Yi Fan's situation, they were still pressuring him. "Child, let this emperor teach you what it means to be an expert." The Black Emperor was like a demon god descending to the mortal world. His entire body was shrouded in mist, and his blood energy was like an ocean. Yi Fan waved his hand and did not let the Black Emperor make a move. "I indeed have some problems, but I can still fight. Child, come, attack me." When the Black Emperor heard Yi Fan's words, his heart jumped. Was he really going to take that step? He observed a moment of silence for the Divine Court's army and sighed for all those who had come to kill him. I'm looking forward to this endless divine army to help little Yi break out of his cocoon and become a butterfly. It's best if the vice sect master comes to kill him at the crucial moment." Li Heishui was also very excited, but he hid all of this in the bottom of his heart and did not reveal it. Umo's expression was cold and emotionless. "If I injure you, I'm afraid of being despised by the people of the world. I'm not like you, who is covered in a divine ring and has statues of you in many places." "Don't worry, just come at me," said Yi Fan. Umo sneered and said, "Since that's the case, don't blame me for being vicious. If you really can't hold on, you can feel free to call me out. Forget about everything else, just from battle accomplishments alone. After all these years, just how many people dared to treat Yi Fan with disrespect?" His words were going too far. Many people were furious. Divine Punishment City immediately became quiet. After so many years, could Yi Fan still take action? There had always been rumors that his body seemed to be getting worse and worse. 10 years ago, he could still borrow the divine chains of order in his blood to fight in Imperial Pass, but not long ago, there were people who spread rumors that Yi Fan couldn't even use divine chains of order anymore. Pung! Umo took action, directly striking Yi Fan's chest. His divine body actually didn't evade. Everyone's minds trembled, sighing inwardly at the end of the road for a hero. He couldn't even evade this type of attack. Umo's face revealed a smile of ridicule, full of mockery. He wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, his expression suddenly changed. He cried out inwardly, "What is going on? My great Tao fragment." Chapter 1636. Umo wanted to scream, but he couldn't make a sound. His body couldn't move, so he could only scream in his mind. People didn't know about this. They only saw Yi Fan get hit in the chest by Umo's palm. They all felt sad for him. Was the glorious era of the Saint Physique really over? They had just met face to face, but he was hit like this. It was like a hero past his prime. What a pity, that battle 300 years ago destroyed a heaven-warping genius. Originally, his brilliance was already boundless, and in the future, he could even challenge the great ancient emperors, able to subdue the supreme beings of the life-restricted regions. Yet now, he has fallen to such a state. His all-powerful days are now gone, never to return. Quite a few people were sighing. This was an ending that made them feel helpless and bitter. A hero who should have been unmatched in the present age became old and slow to this extent. Time was truly merciless, cutting away too much. The people from the divine court all had cold smiles on their faces. They were happy to see this scene. Umo had hit the saint physique, Yi Fan, who had shocked an entire era in the past. This was a great humiliation to him. Even if they didn't kill him, it was only a matter of time before they dragged him down from his pedestal. People had complicated feelings. Yi Fan had been defeated too quickly. It was just one move. Many people were not convinced, and they wanted to rush forward to save him. They couldn't bear to see him being humiliated. People from the divine court, don't you think you've gone too far? Why do you have to humiliate him like this after one palm? Why don't you lift it up? Some hot-tempered people couldn't help but shout. They strode forward and were about to take action. After 300 years, the new generation had risen, and many heroes and powerful warriors were born. Many people had grown up listening to the legend of Yi Fan, so they naturally respected him. In just a blink of an eye, hundreds of people wanted to take action. The godly punishment city didn't lack powerful warriors. It was a lawless area, but it was surprisingly prosperous. The great sage often came here to trade divine items and ancient scriptures. Divine court, you've gone too far. Have you forgotten what the Saint Physique had done? 300 years have passed, and it's already not easy for him to survive. You don't approve of what he had done, and you still bully him like this. You've gone too far. The few people in the lead had fiery tempers. One of them held a great axe in his hand, slicing apart the void and attacking forward. Among them, a middle-aged man with a spear blocked the way. He was also a commander of the divine palace. His name was Yulan. With a mocking look on his face, he said coldly, "What are you all doing? This battle is being carried out with the approval of the Saint Physique Yi Fan. Moreover, Umo has said that if Brother Yi Fan is unable to withstand the attacks, he can call out and stop the battle immediately." Everyone's expression changed abruptly. These words were too hateful. There was not a trace of respect or sincerity in these words. This kind of face made people want to beat him up on the spot. A group of people immediately rushed over. All types of magical treasures danced about, attacking together. However, the people on the other side were all extremely powerful. Those were experts of the divine palace realm who ruled over a region. They were supreme beings who were superior to these people. Amidst the sounds of weapons shattering, the first group of people who rushed up were all defeated. The few people in the lead coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, suffering heavy injuries that almost hurt their lives. You all have gone too far. Humiliating the Saint Physique Yi Fan like this, do you all have a conscience? Since you all are so powerful, why didn't you fight him when he was fighting against the supreme beings in the Forbidden Region? Where were you all at that time? Now that his body is declining, you all dare to jump out. Don't you think it's shameless? Many people angrily rebuked. You can't say it like that. This is just a normal exchange of pointers. It's not like Commander Umo will take his life. Moreover, don't you all feel that this is a bit too much? Dao Brother Yi did have some achievements back then, but you can't push him up the altar like this. This is not respecting him, but harming him. We just want him to clearly understand that he is only one person, that's all. On the other side, the commander named Yulan walked forward with a faint smile on his face, cutting off everyone's path. The adopted daughter of the divine palace lord, Yu Ruo, had an elegant and otherworldly appearance. At this moment, her expression was calm. She didn't say anything, but not stopping everything was a type of attitude in itself. Something's wrong. The oldest commander of the divine palace finally felt that something was wrong. Yumo's palm had been on Yi Fan's chest for a bit too long. Even if he wanted to humiliate him, it shouldn't have been like this. At this time, some people finally felt that something was wrong. Yumo's expression was very strange. From the initial mockery to the current paleness, the change was very abrupt, as if he had seen a ghost. Suddenly, the youngest commander of the Divine Palace Umo coughed up blood. His body shook violently, and everyone heard the sound of bones cracking. He fell down like a pile of mud. Umo. Lord Commander. Everyone on the Divine Palace side cried out in alarm. Everything happened very suddenly. Umo's palm had clearly hit Yi Fan, but in the end, he was the one who fell down. A group of people rushed forward. In particular, several great sages took out their magic treasures. With so many weapons attacking Yi Fan together, they were all ruthless. In the surroundings, many people were indignant. Just now, the people of the Divine Palace had stopped them from disturbing the battle between those two, but now, they had directly joined in. They were truly two different standards. I am here. Don't you think this is going too far? The Black Emperor coldly said. A Dao diagram flew out, causing the void to be shrouded in mist, displaying its strength. But after thinking about it, it didn't stop them. A strange look appeared in its eyes. Umo, what's wrong? Those people shouted. Umo's body slumped down, almost kneeling on the ground. He was unwilling, but he couldn't control his body. This posture left him in an incomparably awkward position. Just now, he had been so arrogant, looking down on the experts of the heavens. But in the blink of an eye, he was crawling at the feet of Yi Fan. I seem to have lost to myself. It was my great Dao fragment that pierced through me, he said with great difficulty. Large amounts of magic treasures flew over, landing on Yi Fan's body. He finally took action. His palms and fingers were sparkling as they struck out one after another. Caw-caw sounds rang out incessantly. No one knew what exactly happened. Yi Fan's palms and fingers collided with those weapons. The Dao marks within the weapons surged out, all of them entering his body and causing him to tremble violently. However, many of the weapons themselves were cracked. Umo's face was pale. He crawled at the feet of Yi Fan as if he was facing a supreme king. He felt extremely humiliated. He had already spoken such heroic words, but now, he was in such a state. He wanted nothing more than to smash his head against the wall and kill himself. He was the third strongest of the young generation in the last 300 years. Even though it was said that he was only in the divine court, it was enough to prove his heaven-warping divinity and incomparable cultivation talent. Unfortunately, with such a divine ring covering his body, he could only kneel at the feet of his weak divine physique. Everyone was stunned. Just now, they had been worried for Yi Fan, sighing that he was a hero past his prime and feeling miserable. But now, they saw this scene. Many people were petrified and then cheered loudly. Kill. The middle-aged commander Yulan led more than 10 top experts over. They didn't dare to use physical attacks. They ignored the cracked weapons and directly used all kinds of Dao techniques to attack Yi Fan's body. Divine light covered the sun and Dao techniques rushed into the sky. Something shocking happened. Yi Fan's body trembled slightly from the attacks, but he still stood tall. He didn't retaliate. His expression was cold as he swept his gaze over everyone. This was shocking. My great Dao fragment. The middle-aged commander Yulan cried out. He felt that his entire body was empty. It was as if he had turned into a mortal in an instant and fallen from the 9 heavens into hell. The others were also pale, even worse than him. They couldn't say a word and felt incomparably empty. Their Dao and spiritual energy had been sucked dry, leaving only a shell. This was a kind of stripping. The Dao technique fragments had entered the other party's body. Cracking sounds came from within Yi Fan's body. Many great sages' fierce attacks had stripped his great Dao fragments, tempering his flesh. His body was like a great furnace. The enemy's great Dao fragments were all fire, extracting his own Dao and laws. At the same time, these people's Dao law imprints also left a Dao mark here, which was swept by his mind. In the past 10 years, he had been comprehending the Dao, observing the great power of the world. He felt the power of the blade of time, and he saw himself as a furnace that smelted all Dao and laws, tempering himself, and nourishing the 100 scriptures and 10,000 laws. His Tao and laws never disappeared, always there. Moreover, his Tao skills were also growing, just that they were sealed in his flesh, unable to be used. He needed a rebirth process, a phoenix bathing in flames to be reborn. Meanwhile, he needed to bathe in 10,000 Tao, borrow the power of the 100 scriptures to forge his own body, allow himself to be reborn. 300 years ago, Yifan risked his life to become a supreme being in a life-restricted region, suffering a tribulation that could affect his entire life. His entire being was indeed half-crippled. If nothing unexpected happened, he could only stop here for the rest of his life. This type of severe suppression was the same as placing shackles of order on him that were difficult to break through. However, everything had two sides. From another perspective, this wasn't necessarily a type of tempering and opportunity. The more he suppressed himself, the greater the rebound. Once he struggled free from this cage, he might be like a dragon returning to the heavens, a cry that could make the 30 heavens tremble. During these 300 years, he couldn't be considered to have wasted his time. During the process of his flesh being reconstructed, he was muddle-headed, but his flesh was fighting a great battle against the Supreme Being's natural law imprints, like an immortal sword that had been sharpened for 300 years, becoming sharp to the extreme. This was the reason why his flesh became increasingly terrifying even though he didn't cultivate. This was trained during the great battle against the Supreme Being's natural law imprints. Moreover, even though he was unconscious, his subconscious hadn't fallen asleep, and had always been in a special state. In his mind, there were several great enemies: the Lord of Samsara, the Light and Darkness Supreme, the Stone Emperor, the Lord of the Divine Ruins, and the Heaven-Abandoning Supreme. More than 300 years ago, he had faced these people face to face, previously fighting a battle. During the process of his flesh being reconstructed, his subconscious mind had always treated these people as enemies, carrying out deductions. The scenes of the battle from that day continuously replayed. Not only were there battles between him and his enemies, there were also battles between Void Great Emperor, Eternal Space Great Emperor, and Supreme Beings. It could be said that this was the cultivation world's most precious treasure. During these 10 years, he comprehended the Tao, comprehended methods, roamed the world of mortals, strolled through famous mountains and great rivers with Ji Ziyue, his potential awakening. More than 300 years of subconscious awakening was sensed by him, making him comprehend the Tao madly, almost transforming into the Tao. His feelings were too deep. There were no battles in the world that could compare to a great battle against a supreme being. He had this kind of experience. It was unfortunate, but also fortunate. After encountering this great life and death tribulation, he could be considered to have died once, surviving with great difficulty. If he could master these things, it would surpass the continuous battles of carnage. The scenes of the Supreme Being battle, as well as those natural law and order Tao patterns, still had traces in his body. His source was still fighting against those things, and this was also one of the main reasons why he lost all of his Tao technique fragments. There were too many things in his body, but he already didn't need to fuss over them. What he needed now was to trample all of the Tao and techniques under his own feet, making himself stand above everything. And now, he was the heaven and earth copper furnace, needing the flames of all Daoists to refine his body, hoping for a phoenix's nirvana, reconstructing a new body. He used himself as a furnace, guiding the flames of all Daoists, forging his flesh, tempering his primordial spirit, and this was only the beginning. Yulan screamed, but he couldn't change the reality. His great Tao fragment inexplicably rushed into his opponent's body, and he didn't know what was happening. After a while, it rushed back. Crack. These people all trembled violently, all of their bones broken, and their primordial spirits cracked. They suffered serious injuries. Without exception, these people all fell to the ground, crawling under Yifan's feet like a puddle of mud, unable to move. This scene was shocking. In the godly punishment city, whether it was Yifan's side, the divine court side, or the neutral spectators, they were all petrified. The great commander of the divine court was definitely the strongest among the great sage, walking proudly in the world. However, in front of Yifan, who was said to have been half-crippled, he was so weak. Those who were arrogant just a moment ago were now half-kneeling on the ground, unable to struggle up. Everyone was sweating profusely, and their bodies were convulsing and trembling. What happened? Is the sacred Yifan going to rise again? There are still no waves of the great path in his body, and he can't even use the divine chains of order. But why was it so strange just now? What kind of law and Tao is this? I seem to see the sacred body return to its peak, and a new beginning to illuminate the universe is about to begin. Many people murmured. The cultivators who were on Yifan's side were all excited, and their faces were full of excitement and anticipation. They couldn't help but clench their fists. The cultivators on the divine court side all turned green. The row of people crawling under Yifan's feet was too eye-catching. Among them were their commanders and protectors, but they were kneeling there in humiliation. Alas, in this world, those who are capable don't even say a word, and those who are not are shouting all day long. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you. Don't stare. If you were really capable, you wouldn't be kneeling here. The Black Emperor's mouth had always been vicious, and he certainly wouldn't let this group of people go at this time. You, the genius of a generation, Yumo's face was flushed red, and he was about to bleed. Yulan and the others were also going crazy. Everything they had experienced today was a great humiliation. Aren't you all very powerful? Each of you ruled a sea of stars. Why are you all kneeling here in the end? The Black Emperor continued to attack, ruthlessly exposing their scars, and said, "Trash is trash. 300 years ago, when you faced the supreme beings in the Forbidden Zone, you all were timid and ran for your lives, not daring to come out. 300 years later, you see the person who fought with the supreme beings coming back alive with great difficulty, but you all seem to have been injected with chicken blood, rushing forward one by one. Do you think you can become famous in the universe just because you defeated a crippled sacred body? Pa, a bunch of trash. You still lost, and you will never be able to show your face in public." In the godly punishment city, many people heard this and joined in the uproar, cheering loudly. The Black Emperor had poured dog blood on these people, making them feel that this was how it should be, and they didn't feel the slightest bit of sympathy. The people of the divine court wanted nothing more than to find a hole to crawl into. The situation was stronger than the people, and they only had themselves to blame for ending up like this. At this moment, some areas within Yifan's body lit up like weak candlelight, flickering with light and hope in the darkness. That part of his flesh and blood was brilliant and sparkling, and it began to blossom with brilliance. "Fight!" Someone from the divine court roared, commanding the endless army in outer space. They were prepared to slaughter their way over, wanting to start a calamity here. Yifan stood on the back of the blood crow and rushed into the sky. He needed 10,000 types of Tao flames to nourish his body in the Tao furnace, refining his flesh and primordial spirit, and rebuilding his body. Chapter 1637. Bronze chariots rumbled as they arrived. As the wheels rolled past, even the sky shook. Rows of soldiers stood on the chariots, all of them clad in bronze armor and holding spears in their hands. The cold luster and the cold edge of the spears caused chills to run down one's spine. In the cold and dark cosmos, the endless army of the celestial court arrived. They were densely packed and covered the sky. They were filled with an austere aura that caused goosebumps to appear on one's back. The blood crow revealed its enormous true form. Its wings were thousands of meters long as it carried Yifan and broke through the sky, arriving in outer space to confront the endless army. The celestial court had already shouted the slogan of war. All of them unsheathed their blades and nocked their arrows. Killing intent surged as they closed in on Yifan. The genius Yumo's face was green and white. He also soared into the sky. Even though he was heavily injured and couldn't move, without the pressure from Yifan, he could finally move. In addition, Yulan and the others who had suffered greatly also flew up. All of their faces were ashen. They couldn't take this lying down. "Commander Umo, Commander Yulan, are you all right?" Someone on the opposite chariot asked. His voice was sonorous like a spear piercing an iron wall, causing one's chest to tighten and their ears to ache. "Is the celestial court declaring war?" "Our celestial court isn't afraid, but you better think it through. Bear the consequences." Dongfang Yi also roared. He held a wolf fang club in his hand and his muscular upper body flickered with a metallic luster. His hair was disheveled and he looked extremely wild. Kill all who block us. A divine general on the opposite side shouted. He was riding on a blood-Kirin tiger, tall and fierce. His scarlet hair danced in the wind and he held a large axe in his hand as he gave the order. Boom! In just an instant, the heaven and earth erupted. It was as if a mountain torrent had erupted, sweeping up the rocks and rushing over like a raging sea. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. This scarlet-haired man was the first to attack. His target was Yi Fan on the Blood Crow and didn't respond to Dongfang Yi. It was obvious that he wanted to kill the most important figure of the Celestial Court. It was a terrifying battle formation. Behind it, all the bronze-armored generals held a large flag in their hands. They were going to surround the target with a shocking formation. Motherf *****. Dongfang Yi was furious. For so many years, the barbarians had shaken the starry sky. Who dared to ignore him? The barbarian's physique was the strongest in the world. Other than Yi Fan, not many dared to fight against him. All these years, he had fought in every corner of the universe and made a name for himself. He was known as the Barbarian King and was a divine king of a division of the Celestial Court. He was invincible and intimidated every region. He had never been defeated. Dongfang Yi carried his wolf fang club and charged forward. With every step he took, heaven and earth shook. It was as if a giant was walking in the mountains. The sun, moon, rivers, and mountains were all shaking. Buzz! He brandished the wolf-tooth club, facing the scarlet-haired vicious individual. The two weapons collided, releasing a deafening metallic sound. Sparks flew in all directions, and the sky dome collapsed. Many people covered their ears in pain. That was not a simple sound wave. It was a Tao wave spreading out, killing everything. This was a collision like a comet hitting the moon. Crack! That great axe cracked. The scarlet-haired vicious individual's body trembled and retreated. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. The web between his thumb and index finger split open, and a lot of blood flew out. He was a famous vicious individual of the divine court. He immediately roared loudly, and all kinds of totem figures appeared behind him. Among them, there was a green wolf at the top, and it pounced over murderously. This was formed from his Tao laws, a forbidden secret technique. However, the barbarian was even more ferocious. The wolf smoke club smashed down, and the Tao patterns exploded outwards, destroying all of the enemy's Tao marks. Hong! All kinds of light danced about, and terrifying energy moved. Tao symbols flickered, and it was as if divine statues had come to life. They collided here and there. In the end, only a wolf fang club was left in this world. It smashed down, and with a pu sound, the scarlet-haired vicious individual's bones and tendons snapped. He flew out horizontally. It was clear that he wouldn't be able to survive, because even his head was gone. The lower half of his body was badly mangled, and it fell crookedly into the dark cosmos. The battle formation at the back was useless. The Black Emperor only threw out 6 small flags at the crucial moment, and it cut off those people's path. He could only watch helplessly as a commander was killed. There weren't many people in the Celestial Court, and only a few important figures were here. However, they weren't afraid at all. They didn't retreat even when facing an army of 1,000,000. Instead, they showed off their might and gained the upper hand with a show of strength. It was obvious that the Black Emperor and Dongfang Yi wanted this effect to intimidate them. However, after a short period of silence, the killing intent on the endless chariots and the rusty, blood-stained battleships became even stronger. The person in charge gave the order to surround and annihilate everyone. It was truly an overwhelming and boundless army that surged over wave after wave. The heaven and earth split apart, and the universe trembled as they slaughtered their way over. The Celestial Court army's battle formation was neat. The reason why so many people were slaughtering their way over was because they had strict arrangements. Every single person was a part of the formation. With people as the formation, killing intent overflowed into the heavens. With an army of 1,000,000 together, they could drown and destroy anything. It was naturally world-shocking. However, regardless of whether it was Yi Fan or the Black Emperor, they were both experts in this field. They threw out large flags and inserted them into the sky. They immediately split up the army and cut off their connection. Kill, don't give them a chance. Someone from the celestial court side roared. The great formation changed, and the chariots merged together, dividing into several regions. They weren't afraid that the Black Emperor would cut off their connection. This wasn't an ordinary formation. It was the work of the quasi-emperor. The people controlling the flags had long since made preparations. The formation wasn't chaotic, and they were arranged in an orderly manner to reap lives. They wanted to catch all of the leaders of the celestial court in one fell swoop. All of you, retreat. Yi Fan leapt up, and like a dragon crossing the sky, he directly charged towards a huge warship. There was a divine general leading the army there, and his status wasn't low. In outer space, Yi Fan rushed up. He faced many Dao technique attacks, but he wasn't affected at all. He smashed into the ancient bronze ship like a huge rock. His legs were like nails that pierced into the ship, causing it to crack. We've finally reached this step. The Black Emperor and the others retreated, using formation flags to cut off the sky, not letting the endless army charge over. They paid close attention to the battlefield and supported Yi Fan's formation. Saint Physique Yi Fan, let me see just how strong you are. This era no longer belongs to you. On this warship, a humanoid creature rushed over. His eyes were like torches, and his entire body was covered in purple scales. He had a scorpion tail, and he turned into a streak of purple lightning as he instantly rushed over. In the celestial court, there was no lack of young geniuses like Umo, and there was also no lack of geniuses like Yulan. They were all influential figures. They weren't satisfied with Yi Fan, and they didn't approve of his glory 300 years ago. This was especially true when they heard that he charged into the human race's ancient path and slaughtered until the surroundings were completely silent. They couldn't help but sneer. Clearly, this creature before them belonged to this group. He possessed extreme speed, and he turned into a streak of purple light as he surrounded Yi Fan and launched thunderous attacks. At this moment, his purple-scaled palms had already attacked Yi Fan tens of thousands of times, but they were all blocked by a single hand of Yi Fan. So fast. He was astonished. Was Yi Fan crippled? His attacks were like lightning, and he blocked both of his hands with one hand without the slightest difference. He was so fast that it made his eyes blur. Clang! The purple-scaled creature's scorpion tail pierced through the void behind him, releasing a metallic sound as it pierced towards Yi Fan's skull. It was ruthless, accurate, fast, and fierce. This kind of attack was impossible to defend against. During the process of direct confrontation, the heavenly scorpion's sharp stinger behind him suddenly attacked. If it pierced through, it would be enough to poison the great sage to death. In the end, however, the result was completely different. Yi Fan's unmoving palm grabbed the scorpion tail that flickered with purple light, and with a fierce pull, blood flew out with a pu sound. It was directly broken. Ah, this divine general released a loud cry, and his entire body shone. The most powerful great Dao symbols flowed on his body, rushing over like a flood, attacking into Yi Fan's body. He wanted to take advantage of him being half-crippled and unable to use the laws of order. Unfortunately, even though he saw how Umo and Yulan were defeated, he definitely couldn't figure out what was going on. Otherwise, he might have been a bit more cautious. All of the great Dao fragments in his body rushed into Yi Fan's body, turning into a streak of fire that forged that body. Then, it turned around and violently rushed back into his body. Pooh! Blood sprayed out from his mouth, most of the bones in his body broken. He flew outwards, unable to move at all. Kill him. Within the depths of the great army, a cold voice sounded. The quasi-emperor formation was activated. The various great armies took the vanguard, becoming a part of the great formation. They released endless light, rushing towards Yi Fan. Hong Long Long. Great banners fluttered about. The endless great army swept over like a steel flood, shocking the world. Divine Court Lord's adopted daughter Yorua stood in the heavens, not saying anything from start to finish. This was already a type of attitude, and it was enough. The group of arrogant and valiant soldiers on the other side suddenly surged with killing intent. The commanders and leaders led the great army over. Golden spears flickered about, tearing through the sky. Cold light shot out in all directions, killing intent surging. The troops on the other side followed the arrangement of the quasi-emperor formation, moving in an orderly manner, carrying heaven overflowing killing intent to crush Yi Fan. You all truly have quite the skill, finally unable to endure it any longer. In the past, you didn't dare face those ancient supreme beings who seriously threatened the lives of all living beings, yet now, you are brandishing the butcher's knife against those who contributed in that battle. Outsiders are rabbits, but internally, you are truly ruthless kings. The Black Emperor mocked. When Divine Court's ordinary soldiers heard this, many of their bodies trembled. They came from different clans, naturally knowing about the events of 300 years ago. They all felt hesitation. Kill him. The commander's attitude was resolute. The leaders and commanders were all extremely cold, issuing the death order. This battle erupted. Before this battle, no one would have thought that a half-crippled holy body could defy the heavens. No matter how powerful his flesh was, he would still be killed under the quasi-emperor formation. They had already prepared for the worst, to kill Yi Fan and suffer the world's infamy. At that time, even if they really had to pay the price and push out a few scapegoats, they couldn't be lenient now. They had to drag the holy physique Yi Fan down from the divine altar and eliminate this uncertain factor. However, the result of this battle was shocking. Yi Fan's entire body shone, and all rivers flowed into the sea. Countless Tao patterns rushed forward, but they were all absorbed by that screen of light. Then, they turned into strands of multicolored light and rushed back, causing the Divine Court side to suffer great losses. Moreover, as the battle continued, this phenomenon didn't change at all. Although Yi Fan's body was trembling, there were no signs of him dying. Quasi-Emperor's killing formation reach its strongest state and obliterate him. Someone roared. Wang! 8 enormous beams of light descended. This was the simultaneous attack of the Divine Court's 8 great armies. Although the Quasi-Emperor's symbols were flawed, they truly appeared and hacked towards Yi Fan. Hong! Suddenly, Yi Fan was like the most terrifying wasteland beast that had awakened. Hazy mists appeared around him, making everyone's fine hairs stand on end. In front of him and behind him, figures appeared one after another. The shadows of the Master of Samsara, the Light and Darkness Sovereign, the Stone Emperor, the Lord of the Ruins of God, and the heaven-abandoning Sovereign all appeared, exuding unparalleled divine might. On top of that, the Spatial Martial Monarch, the Eternal Space Martial Monarch, and the pieces of Monarch weapons appeared too, unleashing shocking auras. This is... Everyone was shocked, stupefied, unable to say anything. Everyone finally understood the root of Yi Fan's suffering. Why was the hidden illness so difficult to get rid of? That was because the past Supreme Being's Tao marks were tangling about him. There were too many things buried in his body, sealing his laws and Tao within his flesh. At this time, the pressure of the outside world was too great. Those intertwining self-esteem Tao marks were forced out, resisting the suppression. Quasi-Emperor body. His flesh is close to that of the Quasi-Emperor, or is it already? Someone saw the abnormality, crying out in shock. When those things and symbols appeared, Yi Fan's body became sparkling and resplendent, as if it was cast from immortal gold, releasing a wave of terrifying might. The divine body rose up again, perhaps it was already unstoppable. This was what everyone knew right now. Since his body was this powerful, what else did Yi Fan have to fear? Perhaps his sealed laws and Tao would break out sooner or later. When that time came, how many people would be able to keep him in check? Hung Long. The 8 divisions of divine light were completely destroyed, purified by those Supreme Being symbols and void figures. They entered Yi Fan's body, turning into Tao flames, refining his body and primordial spirit. Outsiders didn't know, but they thought that they could injure Yi Fan like this. They attacked crazily, because Yi Fan's performance was too shocking. Not only did he survive after 300 years with great difficulty, he might even be able to walk out of the lowest point of his life and reach the peak again. Perhaps, now was the only chance to kill him while his body was still unwell. But this was exactly what Yi Fan needed. He was at the center of the battlefield, allowing the endless army to attack, guiding the 10,000 Dao flames to refine his body. Even though he was trembling continuously, his will didn't waver in the slightest. Kill him! Someone in the depths of the divine court shouted. Meanwhile, the expression of the divine court lord's adopted daughter Yorua also changed. She joined in to control the great formation. She saw that something was wrong, but she had no other choice. If she didn't destroy Yi Fan today, a terrifying enemy would appear in this world in the future, perhaps threatening her father's ruling position. Between heaven and earth, the divine court army's great Dao fragments and the Dao patterns of the formation merged together like a flood, gathering at the center of the battlefield, the light reaching the sky and shaking the earth. Yi Fan sat there, his body like an immortal furnace, containing 10,000 Dao. That was the Dao flames burning, refining his body. And in the end, he changed again. In everyone's eyes, he changed between furnace and cauldron, unexpectedly no longer in a human body. This was shocking. Using the body as a cauldron, guiding the flames of 10,000 Dao to refine and nurture the true self. If he succeeds, then he truly will be heaven-defying, the Black Emperor said softly, his eyes flickering with light. Yi Fan's entire body was sparkling and translucent, flowing with brilliant colors. He was like an ancient deity that had emerged into the world, brushing away the dust, about to reveal himself. Is he really going to walk out of the lowest point of his life and return to the world of experts? Saint Physique Yi Fan really is going to rise up again. Chapter 1638. The divine Physique Yi Fan might be rising up once more. At this moment, this was the thought in everyone's mind. They were all indescribably shocked. A person who was confirmed to be half-crippled had already gone into seclusion without any light or future, yet today, he was going to defy the heavens. Millions of streaks of fiery light gathered strand after strand from the clouds in all directions, turning into the most resplendent divine splendor, illuminating the clear void sky. Yi Fan sat there, his body turning into a Dao furnace, accepting the baptism of all Dao origin flames. His body was undergoing a type of indescribable transformation. Kill him! Someone roared, launching an even more ferocious attack. Anyone could see that he was developing in a good direction. Perhaps he might walk out of his lowest point and once again ascend to the peak. This was a result that many people didn't want to see, especially when the divine court's forces were in confrontation with the celestial court. They were destined to be enemies, so how could they tolerate this type of thing happening? The various great commanders exerted force together. The 8 great armies' Dao patterns surged wave after wave like furious waves, drowning out everything and smashing towards Yi Fan. He was like duckweed, rising and falling in the vast ocean, but he never sank, persevering and indomitable. His willpower never wavered. The people of the divine court naturally saw that Yi Fan was using this opportunity to transform, but they had no choice. If they missed out on this day, their chances would be slim. Right now, using violent methods to destroy him was the best choice. One side activated great Dao symbols with all their might, wanting to kill him here and now. The other side did everything they could to guide the 10,000 Dao origin flames to refine their bodies, fighting against the waves that could shatter their bones at any time. Hong. The quasi-emperor killing formation was effective. This time, there were a total of 64 enormous streaks of light that swept over. When they landed on Yi Fan's body, they turned into an 8 trigram symbol. Those fine patterns were profound and unfathomable. However, they were all used, absorbed into his body. In front of Yi Fan, the figures of the Stone Emperor, Reincarnation Supreme Being, Void Emperor, and the others had all flashed past. Those were the traces of them tangling together, like a giant heavenly net that filtered out these attacks. Raging flames burned, Dao laws erupting, making mountains and rivers lose color, sun and moon lose radiance. Tens of thousands of Dao flames flew over, causing the sun, moon, and stars to tremble. The great stars in the distance changed their trajectories one after another, trembling in the boundless and immeasurable fluctuations. Then, some of them exploded with a loud rumble, like blooming fireworks. Everyone was horrified. Just how great of a power was this? Even from such a great distance, the remnant ripples still created such a terrifying scene. It truly made one's hair stand on end. Yi Fan transformed into a furnace, wrapped in tens of thousands of streaks of fiery light. One moment he transformed into a cauldron, the next moment he transformed into a furnace, and the next moment he transformed into a bell and a pagoda. When he was in human form, he looked like a monarch. His precious appearance was dignified and made people revere him. In his body, divine lamps lit up one after another, tearing through the darkness, making the divine chains of order and other things sealed in his flesh tremble, releasing walala sounds, about to revive. This was a transformation that broke through the shackles of the fleshly body, breaking through the shackles of the heavens. His magic, his Tao was being revived, but it was incomparably difficult. The areas that lit up were still too few. Compared to his entire body, there were only specks of light, as if stars were embedded in the curtain of night. How could it be like this? Everyone from Divine Court was shaken. Just how powerful was this person to be able to stop such a ferocious attack? The 8 divine generals, Divine Court's great army of 1,000,000, even though not all of them rushed up, it was still terrifying enough. If it was any other great sage, they would have instantly turned into scattered ashes. However, Yi Fan blocked it, not dying the entire time. This result left everyone horrified. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked. He was too powerful. Was he really going to become a quasi-emperor? His body has always tangled with the Supreme Being's remnant scars, fighting against them. No wonder he is like this, able to survive even like this, endure for 300 years, truly frightening. This was a miracle. All those who understood a bit, understood a portion of the truth, all of their expressions changed. This was challenging the limit of the human body's potential in this cultivation realm. This was a legend. Yu Mo's expression was bleak. He was hailed as a prodigy and the Celestial Palace called him the 3rd prodigy in 300 years. However, compared to the declining saint physique, his so-called halo was nothing. At this moment, he understood what a miracle was. He was like a firefly facing the bright moon. Yu Lan's face was similarly pale. He refused to accept Yi Fan, believing that his reputation from 300 years ago was nothing more than an undeserved reputation, that this legend was just coincidentally created. If he caught up, then his brilliance would also illuminate the world. However now, he was trembling. When faced with those Supreme Being's remnant scars, even from so far away, he was still greatly alarmed, let alone fighting inside his body, resisting them. There were quite a few people like this. In the past, they only knew that Yi Fan survived with difficulty, but now, they truly understood the hidden details. All of them felt that this was inconceivable, that this was a legend. Tangling with the Supreme Being's remnant scars, not dying, just how heaven-defying of a performance was this? Everyone believed that if news of this reached the 9 imperial passes, the only true path, it would definitely make many people unable to sleep, feel uneasy. Meanwhile, right now, it was Divine Court's people who had to face this. All of their faces were snow white, extremely ugly. What are you all still waiting for? Everyone, do everything you can to kill him. Our Dao flames aren't for him, but to burn him to ashes, erase his spirit. Someone roared. At the same time, a scarlet blood hammer flew out, carrying resplendent multicolored light. It was as if a mountain was moving, quickly enlarging. In the end, it turned into a blood mountain, crushing towards Yi Fan. Quasi-Emperor artifact. Divine Court's people truly became anxious. There was no time to waste. They definitely couldn't help Yi Fan today, but rather kill him. Otherwise, this would become Divine Court's nightmare, the greatest source of disaster. You dare? Celestial Court side shouted loudly. Yan Ishi opened his mouth, spitting out a divine furnace that was only the size of an infant's fist. He activated it together with Li Tian. Wang. The quasi-emperor furnace enlarged, becoming resplendent and dazzling, like a mountain or sea. It flew towards the center of the battlefield, stopping that giant blood hammer. Yu Ruo's eyes released cold lightning. The scarlet blood hammer was precisely the one who struck out, one of Divine Court's few divine artifacts. She wanted to destroy Yi Fan, not give him a chance. However, she knew that if it faced the goddess furnace head-on, the scarlet blood hammer would undoubtedly be destroyed. It was because not long ago, when they attacked Purple Star Domain, this furnace already destroyed a quasi-emperor artifact. So, the scarlet blood hammer slid to the side, avoiding the goddess furnace, not facing it head-on, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Meanwhile, the goddess furnace didn't move, suspending there, quietly protecting him, carrying out deterrence. At this time, Divine Court's million-strong army all moved. Endless great Dao fragments flew about, all types of weapons flickering with brilliance, turning into large amounts of Dao light, submerging Yi Fan within. The world's great Dao was endless. Some said that there were 3,000 great Daos, some said that all Daos returned to the source, some said that the natural laws were endless, simply innumerable. Now, all kinds of Dao danced about. Even though some were weak, they represented a direction, a path that led to the other shore, a path that connected to the end of the world. All of them appeared. In this million-strong army, every single one of their great Dao fragments rushed out, in addition to the interweaving laws in their weapons, turning this place into a sea of Dao. Yi Fan didn't move like a pine tree, no longer moving up and down, like a boulder. His body turned into a cauldron, a furnace, alternating between the two. Occasionally, a large bell would appear between his brows, and an immortal pagoda would shake out from within his body. His flesh was shining, like a universe, and he wanted to break this layer of heaven and earth, reviving the true self-laws sealed within and reappearing in the world. The Stone Emperor, Void Emperor, Heaven Abandoning Supreme, and the others stood on the side, filtering the millions of flames. The flames were strong, roasting Yi Fan, tempering his body. Yi Fan's entire body was shining, and a mysterious aura was being emitted. It was as if a dormant great emperor was about to be awakened, making people feel more and more reverence. Within his body, the divine lamp illuminated eternally. In the blink of an eye, half of his body was lit up, as if a divine rainbow had passed through, and his entire body was surrounded by multicolored brilliance. The blood of the divine body was reviving, rumbling like thunder. There was a supreme aura pervading the air, making it hard for people to breathe. The divine body is really going to return, and it will rise again after 300 years. The people of the gods' punishment city were waiting, and the people of the divine court all had ugly expressions. They actually couldn't stop it, not even the quasi-emperor's weapon. However, when Yi Fan's body lit up more than half, the number of divine lamps in Yi Fan's body stopped increasing, making many people nervous. He snorted coldly and shook the endless great Dao fragments out of his body. Then, his flesh and blood trembled, and his bones crackled. With a boom, he stood up, and all the divine lamps in his body instantly blazed brilliantly, exploding, making his flesh and blood seem to be burning. Wenglong. A terrifying aura spread out, and the pressure of a quasi-emperor erupted, causing a terrifying domain to form in this place. Those fragments of the great path spun and circled around him. His flesh has become an emperor, his flesh is going to transform into the quasi-emperor. Everyone cried out in alarm. In this life, for the sake of survival, Yi Fan had bitterly endured for 300 years. No one would have thought that he would become the quasi-emperor so quickly. It was truly shocking. Auho. When Yi Fan's body was about to ignite the flames of the quasi-emperor and break through the shackles, the figures in front of him, the Stone Emperor, the Lord of Samsara, Heaven Abandoning Supreme, and the others all roared loudly. At this moment, the stellar domain trembled, and a few falling stars exploded. The Supreme Being's remnant scars were like this, terrifying to the extreme. At the same time, all of the great Dao fragments turned around and flew towards everyone. Muffled groans sounded as they entered the bodies of the divine court's million-strong army, making everyone tremble violently, their bones broken and tendons torn. This was a terrifying scene. It was just the power of a single person, yet it injured everyone. What is going on? The laws and order within his body haven't even truly struggled free, so how can he have this type of power? His flesh became an emperor. This is using the flesh to become the quasi-emperor, a different Tao, a different path. The great sage within the divine punishment was horrified, revealing the truth. The divine court's people were thrown into chaos, and the endless great army suffered heavy losses. This was simply like a legend, all of it done by a single person. The people of the divine court's side were all alarmed. Who said that the divine body declined? Who said that the divine body fell into a miserable state? Who said that the divine body became dim, that it had no fate with the path of hegemony? At this moment, he used facts to declare that he had returned. Everyone knew that Yi Fan wasn't willing to be left out, that he was going to defy the heavens and fight on the path he had never finished. Meanwhile, the divine court's people all felt a wave of fear. This was the divine court lord's greatest enemy. If they didn't kill him now, they wouldn't be able to kill him in the future. No one could stop his rise. Hong! Thunderclaps descended from the sky. Enormous lightning streaked across the sky, tearing apart the tranquility of the world, shaking the boundless cosmos, leaving everyone horrified. Was this the quasi-emperor tribulation? However, Yi Fan's divine chains of order still hadn't appeared. It really is the emperor through the flesh. His flesh has been refined, his flesh has transformed into the quasi-emperor's body. Everyone was stupefied, spellbound. The enormous lightning hacked down, the terrifying radiance illuminating the divine court's people until their faces became snow white. Yu Ruo's body trembled intensely, involuntarily backing up, her beautiful lips trembling. Her father had an enemy. Hong Long Long. The enormous lightning radiance was like immortal light, illuminating the dark and ice-cold cosmos. The vast and boundless starry skies were all trembling. There was a figure that was like a demonic god standing there with his head held high, facing the heavens, his head of black hair fluttering about, standing tall within the lightning radiance. Chapter 1639. Even though the word accurate was added, it was still world-shocking. One has to understand that it was already extremely difficult for Yi Fan to survive and had already quietly retired. Now, he actually returned like this. The two words quasi-emperor were as heavy as Mount Tai, suffocating everyone. Yi Fan possessed this kind of body. Even if there were no natural order laws, he could still move unhindered through the cosmos. How many people could keep him in check? The key was that this type of development made everyone tremble. If the Lord of the Divine Court knew about this, he definitely wouldn't be able to sit still. Lightning rumbled. Countless streaks of lightning interweaved in the cosmos, turning into streaks of dragons. They moved their tails and hacked towards Yi Fan's body. Streak after streak of blazing lightning streaked across the originally dark starry sky, illuminating eternity. Yi Fan was contending against the heavenly punishment. It was clear that the heavenly tribulation this time was different from the past. It didn't seem like it was that powerful, but its power had increased by who knew how many times. Ow-ho! Everyone truly heard the roars of dragons. Several great dragons made their way out from the sea of lightning, their bodies covered densely in green dragon scales. Their bodies were as sturdy as mountain ranges as they threw themselves at Yi Fan. This is the great tribulation that descended for the sake of achieving quasi-emperor through the fleshly body. Everyone was shaken. Even though they were separated by an endless distance, they still trembled. Every single fine hair stood on end. How could those dragons be so real? They even released dragon cries, as if they were still alive. It really was splitting the 9 heavens, suppressing the 9 hells. Everyone's scalps went numb. This was too concrete and vivid, similar to the extreme. The green true dragon circled about, opening its mouth and reaching out its claws. It slaughtered towards Yi Fan, wishing to destroy him. Becoming an emperor was heaven-defying, even the word accurate was the same. When one approached this domain, the heavens felt threatened, wishing to suppress and kill. Yi Fan's body flickered with precious splendor. The blood within his body released tsunami-like sounds, cleansing his flesh. His thick black hair danced about, his eyes like cold lightning. He looked towards the sky, treating everything seriously, his expression extremely serious. This was an opportunity, possibly a transformation. After crossing this barrier, he could move unhindered through the cosmos. Even without the natural order laws, without the corresponding great divine abilities of Quasi-Emperor, he could still move unhindered through the world just by relying on this body. Boom! The gigantic body of a true dragon directly smashed down. Its body shattered the starry sky, and many meteors were crushed into powder. Its body coiled around like a millstone, causing people's scalps to go cold. That type of power was incomparable. Everyone believed that no matter how many great sages there were, they would all be crushed into meat paste by the dragon's body. There was a type of power fluctuation that couldn't be resisted. However, Yi Fan was able to withstand it. He used his divine physique to take it head-on. His fists shattered the vacuum, and the true celestial arch fist was unleashed in front of everyone, allowing them to see how terrifying he was. Too terrifying. No wonder there are rumors saying that even though he had lost his magic and Tao, he was still able to kill off the longevity celestial being's disciple before leaving the only path of truth. Yi Fan crisscrossed the sky, punching out one punch after another. Every punch drew blood, landing on the green dragon's body. The dragon's scales were damaged and blood splattered everywhere. It was extremely realistic. Was it formed by lightning? Everyone was suspicious. The green scales and dragon blood were both so solid. Ow! The green dragon felt pain and leapt up. One of its claws had been broken by Yi Fan, and it fled into the cosmos, smashing a great star into pieces. This. Everyone was horrified. It was directly destroying celestial bodies and continuously roaring. It was clearly a living creature. There shouldn't really be life, right? A flood dragon with the body of the Quasi-Emperor descended here from the immortal domain. There were some people who were suspicious and had this kind of thought. Roar. The green dragon turned around again, and the other dragons also attacked in front of Yi Fan. An intense battle broke out there. No one could say for sure what realm the green dragon was at. It seemed like it had the body of the Quasi-Emperor, but it also seemed like the lightning formed from a single strike of the Quasi-Emperor. It was undoubtedly exceptionally powerful, and no one here dared to contend against it. Even Yi Fan's expression was grave. His fists drew blood, and not only the dragon's blood, but also his own. Even the bones of his fingers could be seen. However, he didn't seem to know pain and didn't pay it any attention. He only stared at the green dragons and brandished his celestial emperor's fists. 1, 2, a total of 8 dragons appeared in the sea of lightning. Every time their enormous bodies circled about, they would destroy many falling stars. They possessed intimidating divine might. Roar. After the final dragon roar, an even larger dragon appeared. It swallowed several stars in one gulp, and the radiance it spat out was like a river of stars, boundless and boundless. This region of the starry sky was in great turmoil. Yi Fan naturally bore the brunt of it and resisted fiercely there. Everyone was horrified, especially the Divine Palace army. They rejoiced inwardly that they retreated, or else this lightning tribulation would destroy all of them. No one could stop it. Li Heishui sneered and said, "Little Yi is soft-hearted and doesn't want to kill all of them. Otherwise, do they think they can escape?" Back then, he borrowed the lightning tribulation to eliminate many great enemies. It's good that they don't have to suffer so many deaths. Otherwise, Yu Cheng will be in great trouble. That's the boundless flames of the mortal world, and they will find him sooner or later, the Black Emperor said. It was rare for the black-faced large black dog to be merciful to an enemy he hated dearly, but there was a reason for it. He had followed an ancient emperor before, and knew many secrets that ordinary people didn't know. "We've stabilized, we've finally gained the upper hand," Dongfang Yi said, completely relieved. The barbarian's upper body was bare, and he had the most primitive aura of a wild beast. To the enemy, he was very dangerous. The 9 dragons were wailing, and even the bones of Yi Fan's fists were exposed. However, it was as if he didn't know pain, and with an unchanging frequency and eternal pulse, he attacked with all his strength. He struck the 9 green dragons until they trembled and wailed continuously. All of them either had their claws shattered, or half of their bodies broken. They were all heavily injured, and couldn't get close to him. He released a long roar, and the radiance around his body became even more brilliant. The true blood of his saint body boiled, and a bright red color dyed his fists. Those wounds quickly healed, and the bones in his hands were covered. He adjusted his body to its most powerful state, and quickly charged out. He stepped on the back of the true dragon, and his fists brandished about, striking out with the greatest power. One after another, they were forced to crawl under his feet. Yi Fan released a loud roar. He turned into a cauldron, and his body was concealed. He floated there, and the 9 green dragons were suppressed below him. He's actually a human, and hasn't changed at all. It's just that his state and the aura he's emitting makes others feel like he's a cauldron. Unless one has a special heaven's eye, they won't be able to see the truth, the Black Emperor said. The space between his brows split open, and a vertical eye was revealed. There was a dim light contained within. The 9 green dragons were suppressed by Yi Fan, and they wailed there. Their mouths continuously spewed out celestial light, and they burned fiercely like flames, roasting the cauldron. And for Yi Fan, this was actually a kind of tempering. He drew upon the 9 powerful and mysterious creatures that took form in the lightning tribulation, and borrowed their power to temper his body. Boom! The sea of lightning above erupted, and boundless energy gathered towards the 9 dragons, causing them to become many times thicker. However, it was still useless, and they couldn't break free from the cauldron suppression. Only when the 9 true dragons were obliterated, turning into light and Tao laws to be refined into Yi Fan's body, did the sea of lightning explode, and weapons flew out one after another. There aren't any ancient great emperors appearing this time. Strange, his appearance is different from when he was crossing tribulation in the past. Could it be because his body has become a quasi-emperor? Yan Ishi was astonished. He isn't simple either. Those are terrifying weapons, and they're very difficult to deal with. The weapons that flew out weren't simple. The first was a cauldron, a 3-legged, 2-eared, circular cauldron. The mouth of the cauldron was suffused with primal chaos, and it suppressed downwards, capable of both offense and defense. Next was a large bell, and its long and drawn-out sound caused the entire cosmos' starry rivers to tremble. Finally, there was an ancient pagoda that possessed the might to suppress the 33 layers of heaven. There were also heavenly swords that hacked over, and great halberds descended, each and every one of them possessed extremely powerful offensive power. Yi Fan resisted, and he faced them with his bare hands. It was as if he was forging iron here, and sonorous sounds rang out. His entire body was covered in blood, and he was currently doing something astonishing, transforming one weapon after another into his body. This could be said to be risking his life, and he could easily explode himself. Every weapon was relatively dangerous, and they were the embodiment of a type of heaven and earth's fundamental Tao laws. However, he was using them to forge his own body, treating them like Tao flames. In the end, the bones in Yi Fan's body crackled, and his entire body was covered in blood. His body trembled like a sonorous song, and it seemed like he would collapse at any moment. He was persevering, absorbing these weapons into his body one by one, triggering their resonance, allowing these Tao fragments to burn and refine within his flesh. Boom! Yi Fan's body seemed like it was about to explode. His white bones were exposed, bright red blood and golden blood dripping down. It was an extremely terrifying sight. However, his flesh possessed a type of astonishing recovery power. Even during the lightning tribulation, he could still quickly recover. That was because his physique had evolved to a type of extreme realm. During these 300 years, his body's purification and sublimation had always continued. The bloody battle against a supreme being had left a deep impact on him. His flesh remembered everything from that time, and it made him work hard to evolve and transform in a certain direction. Yi Fan resisted all of the weapons. Even though he narrowly escaped death, and there was one time when even his frontal bone was shattered, and his primordial spirit was almost cleaved in half, he still made it through. In the end, he absorbed all of the weapons into his body, and then tossed them out again. Meanwhile, his primordial spirit also used this to undergo a round of tempering. That golden little figure brandished its fists and legs, fighting against all of the weapons. "Cauldron, come!" Yi Fan shouted loudly. The void was torn apart, and the all-life energy cauldron appeared, floating above his head. It crossed the tribulation with his flesh and primordial spirit, and those weapons even more so became the cauldron's most desired target. They collided violently. Even though many cracks appeared on the cauldron during this process, it still didn't shatter. It devoured all of the weapons, refining them into its own body. Everyone was shocked. This cauldron really was special. Even though those weapons were about to split apart from Yi Fan's attacks, the fact that it could devour them like this was still world-shocking. Hong! The sea of lightning surged, crushing downwards. There were mountains, rivers, birds, and beasts within. Upon closer inspection, it was a vivid and lifelike world. On the great earth, there were Kuan-Peng, white tiger, flying serpent, vermilion bird, and other legendary creatures roaming about. Soon after, Yi Fan was submerged. Divine might shone resplendently there. Something's not right. What kind of place is that? Could it be that it's imitating immortal domain? It's different from the heavenly tribulation of the past. The Black Emperor revealed a serious expression. The heavenly tribulation this time was extremely strange. Those mountains, rivers, and all living things seemed to have condensed a type of great power. His chest was directly split open. Li Heishui cried out in alarm. This was just the beginning, yet Yi Fan already suffered such an attack. The mountains, rivers, and all living things had spirits. The Kuan-Peng, flying serpent, white tiger, vermilion bird, and so on, all of them were like real beast deities. They were too powerful. How sturdy was Yi Fan's physical body? Yet it was able to produce such a result. This kind of lightning tribulation was absolutely terrifying, far exceeding common sense. The only thing that made people rejoice was that the recovery speed of Yi Fan's physical body was too fast. In the blink of an eye, his flesh and bones were reconnected. The quasi-emperor's body was extremely astonishing. The cauldron, primordial spirit, and torso suffered a calamity. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Ghosts wept and gods howled. There were too many strange creatures there. Some were prehistoric creatures, some were great devils recorded in ancient texts, some were gods and devils, some were vermilion birds, heavenly ghosts, and so on. Everyone in the divine court was excited. It seemed like even Yi Fan couldn't resist this kind of calamity. His physical body had shattered several times, and even the cauldron had been broken and reconstructed several times. Why is it so strange? It seems like Yi Fan is having a bit of a hard time. Can he make it through? Li Heishui said softly, revealing a worried expression. The heavenly tribulation this time was different from the past. There weren't any great ancient emperors appearing, but it was similarly incomparably terrifying. It could take one's life at every turn. If it was anyone else, they would undoubtedly die. Hateful, Yi Zi can't display the laws and Tao. Otherwise, the situation would be even better. This might be a rare opportunity for him. He can't rely on divine abilities and can only rely on his physical body and primordial spirit to resist the heavenly tribulation. The more vicious the tempering, the greater the benefits. The Black Emperor said. Hong. Under a series of violent explosions, that place became blazing. Nothing could be seen anymore. It was clear that the lightning punishment had suddenly increased several times. It was truly world-destroying. Many stars in that region directly disappeared, blasted into cosmic dust and turned into flying ashes. Then, all living things in that region, including the Kuan-Peng, gods and devils, vermilion birds, and heavenly ghosts, all